coming through. This is going to be hitting for super effective versus this one champ. You can hear the crowd for a while. Doesn't know what's happening. He's going to go ahead and scoop the game. And there's the choice bell. And that's what he won.
Fire complete.
And there it is.
What you did previously done. Gozo is now eliminated.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers, and welcome to the first regional of the season. It is the Pokemon Go Championship Series. I am Stephanie Christine, and I am so happy to be here with Caleb Payne.
Yeah, very excited to kick off
the first tournament of Season 3 of the official Championship Series, where we have we're right after an update on the movesets as well. So there's so many new things, and you know that a lot of these trainers are excited to dive in. And after this weekend, we'll have our first qualified competitor of the World Championship Series already.
All right, well, on any good adventure, it is important to bring a map. Let's go ahead and take a look at the roadmap of the 2024 Championship Series. We are starting off here in Pittsburgh with a long road ahead of us.
Yeah, I gotta correct myself. This actually will be, after this weekend, we'll have our second competitor, because we have our returning champion, Axon, who will be in Hawaii for sure. But looking at this roadmap, we have so many tournaments, and these are only the regionals here taking place in North America. We have a bunch in all over the world, and of course we have the internationals, Latin America International Championships, Europe International Championships, and Indian and North America International Championships, all leading up to that World Championships in Hawaii later this year. And speaking of World Championships, we just came back from one in Yokohama, Japan. Let's take a look at what went down.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here with your recap of all the electrifying action that took place at the 2023 Pokemon World Championships in Yokohama, Japan. The second ever World Championships in Pokemon Go brought trainers from around the globe to fight for the title, the prizes, and the glory. With so much on the line, trainers fell back to consistency, relying on Pokemon like Medicham, Lantern, Lickitung, and Altaria to take them through 2 days of tough competition to the grand finals on Championship Sunday. It's Axon and Rubik's Master were the final two standing after taking down challenging opponents like Elche, who made it to the winner's semifinals with only 5 Pokemon, and Wdage, who won the North America International Championships and Hartford Regional Championships back-to-back. While its Axon relied on Medicham as his counter-fast attack user, Rubik's Master chose Deoxys Defense Form instead. The two had faced off already, not just in the winner's semifinals, but also in the Portland Regionals Grand Finals. With the stage set and trainers ready to go, it was time for the World's Grand Finals to begin. In the final game of the weekend, its Axon made an incredible prediction. Seeing that Rubik's Master left his Shadow Quagsire on the bench for 3 games, he led with his Shadow Alolan Sandslash against Altaria, putting Rubik's Master on the back foot. It was Sableye who knocked out Azumarill to make its Axon not only the 2023 World Champion, but also the first Pokemon Go trainer to win the Triple Crown, a regional, international, and world championship title. With the sun setting on the 2023 season, now is your chance to vie for the opportunity to compete at the next year's World Championships. Make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete for all the information you need, and who knows, maybe next year we'll see you on stage with the trophy and the title of World Champion.
That was so exciting. Thank you, Gabby Snyder, for that fantastic recap. Let's go ahead and take a closer look at those winners from the World Championships. We have its Axon starting us off right away with that Shadow Alolan Sandslash and Shadow Swampert. What else do you see here, Caleb?
Yeah, on top of that, I mean, looking at the flyers, we have the Noctowl, Altaria, and Altaria on these top 3 trainers teams, and this might be the end of an era for those specific 2 flying type Pokemon, because we're about to see kind of a shift here, DeFi, in this new meta.
We exactly are. Let's go. And new seasons, we have new changes in this Adventures Abound season. Let's go ahead and take a peek and get hyped up for this new season in Pokemon Go. New adventures await. I am so excited, Caleb, to start talking about these new seasons. New seasons bring a lot of change, and we had a big change up in the meta in all of the different move updates. Let's go ahead and take a closer look at some of the changes we can be looking forward to this season.
Yeah, so we can see right here, there were a lot of changes in Go Battle League this specific season. A lot of new moves introduced as well. One of my favorites is actually Scorching Sands. What do you think about that one?
I think it's really fun. It went to a favorite of mine, Diggersby, which I think makes it a little bit more dynamic, a little bit more interesting of a pick. I agree with you, though, earlier. The Flyers, I think, is one of the biggest changes. We're going to be seeing a Gligar, which is crazy to think about. I don't think we've seen a Gligar at all in the Pokemon Regional Series before, and now it's coming out looking like a really strong meta pick.
Yeah, I mean, before it was really Gliscor, the evolution of Gligar, that really had a little bit of usage here there. Not the strongest Pokemon, but it had a little niche usage. But with a slight buff to Aerial Ace, less energy cost, and also Gligar getting double love there with a buff to Dig as well. Dig being a little bit more energy efficient makes Gligar actually a contender in these regionals, something that I would have never guessed, I'd say, but here we are, and I'm excited to see some Gligar in action.
I am as well. You mentioned Aerial Ace. Another Pokemon that really benefits from that is Mandibuzz. I believe we saw that in the inaugural Pokemon Go Championship Series. A little bit of Mandibuzz between its two different fast moves. You could have a dark or a flying type fast move on it. But with that buff to Aerial Ace, I think Mandibuzz is starting to look a little stronger again.
Yes, I think so too. I think Mandibuzz has a lot of play in this current meta because its main utility is it can beat Gligar and Gliscor in that head-to-head matchup, making it kind of the superior flyer in some senses, although it does lack cover against some of these anti-flying Pokemon that we might see a lot, like Regiseal and now even Carping. The first tournament that Carping is actually even allowed in the official championship series.
Yeah, so if you were out there looking for Carping during Pokemon Go Fest, this is a really good opportunity to go ahead and try that Carping out. I don't know how popular it's going to be today. It's a little bit wild out there. The very first it's like going out onto Route 2 or Route 1 in a new Pokemon game, and we get to see what is this adventure that's going to be laid before us. It's brand new. I am so excited for this first step of the season.
Yeah, and one of the most hotly debated changes for this season is actually Spark. The way that Spark works, it does a little bit more damage than before, but it generates less energy, and that mainly impacts Lantern. I know there's a lot of heated debates on if Lantern got a buff or a nerf, specifically the Spark Lantern. I personally am on the nerf side. I still think it's very, very strong, though. What do you think? Do you think it got a buff or nerf?
I think it's just neutral. I think it's just different. Speaking of some differences, the way that you qualify for Worlds this year is a little bit different. We are using the 2024 championship points. You can see we are now in the United States, so trainers from here need to earn 500 championship points to qualify for Worlds in Honolulu, Hawaii, or the winner of a regional will also automatically qualify.
Yeah, and if you're in the North America region, be sure to check out some of your local tournaments as well. You see Pikachu traveling with Pelipper, and you're going to have to travel a little bit if you want to try to qualify for World Championships this year. Of course, if you win a tournament, like Tihi said, you automatically qualify, so we will have one auto qualification from this weekend. But again, there's going to be a lot of points to be earned at a lot of these tournaments, the locals, the regionals, and especially the internationals that grant you the most amount of championship points overall.
Caleb, I agree, and when I go out for a new adventure, I like to check the forecast. Let's go ahead and take a look at the forecast for what to expect this weekend. And what do you think that of the new Paldea Pokemon? When you start off a new adventure in a game, you get to pick your first partner Pokemon, and we're seeing them out in the wild right now. Fuecoco, Sprigatito, Quaxly. What do you think of these new Paldea Pokemon?
Yeah, I mean, I love the new addition, especially to Pokemon Go, and we're going to have to wait and see if they're going to make a lot of meta changes, specifically in PvP. My personal favorite is Sprigatito. I don't know if it's going to be great in the Championship Series, but it might have some niche play. I would be shocked if we don't see any Paldean Pokemon this weekend. I don't know if they're going to perform super well, but I think at least one trainer is bold enough to try some of them out. What do you think?
I think that would be really fun. Skeledirge, the evolution of Fuecoco, is my personal favorite. So I would love to see that Pokemon. It's similar to Alolan Marowak. Let's take a look at some of these trainers. Maybe they'll be bringing the spice, a little bit of new things. We have Wdage, Dunebug, and Rise to Occasion, Caleb.
Yeah, these three trainers are some of the best trainers, not only in North America, but in the entire world. And the fact that all three of them are here in this first tournament to kick it off is going to make this a very exciting tournament, because anyone that's facing them is definitely going to know their name for sure. All three of these trainers have qualified in back-to-back World Championships in the first 2 seasons, and looks like all three are trying to make that a 3-in-a-row feat in itself. And of course, Wdage and Reis, the number 1 and 2 finishers of North America International Championships too. So a lot of talent in this first tournament.
I completely agree. What else are you looking forward to? We have so much talent. We have talent, big stars. We have new players coming in. This is the first regional of the season. The route is clear before us. Most excited for with this new season, Caleb?
Yeah, I think we talked about this a little bit earlier, but I think this is going to be the season where the flying Pokemon are really going to be shaken up. You know, I don't think we're going to see much Altaria and Noctowl, which have been staples pretty much throughout all of last season. And now they're going to be replaced with some different flying type Pokemon, which really changes some of these matchups. I expect to see Gligar, maybe some Gliscor, and of course, some Mandibuzz.
Exactly. Let's go ahead and take a look at what we can look forward to in September. Perhaps some of these events, some of these things we're looking for might impact the season. We have lots of really fun showcases, 5-star raids, mega raids, all spotlight hours, lots of different fun things to look forward to, and events in September.
Yeah, there's a ton of events here too, so always plenty of things to keep you busy. Me personally, I'm looking forward to raiding some of these Ultra Beasts like Kartana, like Celesteal, you know, different ones that you don't see very often in these regions. And of course, we got Raikou, Entei, and Suicune, and you know, they have some different forms in the newer games too that we might see eventually one day in Pokemon Go.
I hope so. But first, let's go ahead and predict what we are going to see. We have 5 caster predictions for the Pokemon we think are going to be most successful. I see a couple Medicham on there. Gligar, very popular, both the Shadow and the regular form. I would love to see Steelix. I don't know if it's going to appear. It's so much fun with Breaking Swipe now. But what do you think, Caleb? What stands out to you here in the caster predictions?
Yeah, it looks like you and Mark's son actually share a lot of the same predictions, maybe in different orders, but he's got Pelipper on there too. I don't know about that one, Mark's son, but maybe he'll prove me wrong. You have that staple Registeel, which I think, I agree with you, is going to be a staple. I personally still think Shadow Charizard is very, very strong in this meta, especially because Medicham is expected to be on so many teams. And yes, you have to watch out for Carbink and that Lantern, but typically speaking, if you avoid those matchups, you have a lot of play into the rest of the meta. And I talked about before, Mandibuzz being, you know, the flyer of choice that might be able to beat all the other flyers gives it that huge advantage, but it does lack a lot of the coverage that Charizard and Gligar and Gliscor may have. I mean, actually looking at this chart right now, I'm the only one that didn't put Gligar on there. There's 2 Shadow Gligar from Butters and Speedy, and then you and Mark have the non-Shadow. I guess we'll see which flyer is going to come out on top.
Exactly, and it was so great to see the predictions from our subject matter expert, Speediest Chief, working behind the scenes as well, so thank you to him. I don't know if Carbink is going to make such an appearance today. We will have to see. It's the first time it's eligible. But let's go ahead. If you are watching at home, it is going to be so important that you let us know, what do you think of this first new regional of the season? Please let us know, especially on X with the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Yeah, and be sure to check out our other socials too, especially if you're trying to catch up on any of the VODs. Definitely check out the youtube.com/Pokemon. And of course, you can follow Play Pokemon on Instagram and Facebook as well.
All right, Caleb. Well, I am ready to take the first steps out onto this new route and begin our new adventure. Adventures abound. Let's go ahead and kick it off to our casters, to Obetters and Mark's on IRL. Please take it away.
Thank you so much, Stephanie and Caleb. Here we are, the first event of the 2024 season live in Pittsburgh, and it's a fresh meta. I'm so excited. My name is 2O Butters, joined by Mark Sud. Mark, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling so excited for this weekend. Welcome to the Steel City Butters. This is going to be a completely new meta that we knew from Worlds, and I think there's going to be such a huge shakeup. I definitely expect to see some new fresh faces here in Adventures Unbound.
You know, we have a fresh meta, we have a fresh CP system, but the tournament format is similar to the previous season. So let's take a look at that. It is still Show 6, Pick 3. It's a double elimination tournament, and you still have the opportunity to qualify for the World Championships. If you are the grand champion here in Pittsburgh or other regionals, you will be awarded that travel package, and you will also be qualifying for Honolulu.
Yeah, and that's very exciting too. Being able to accumulate points, even if you don't come into automatic qualifying position, that's such a huge opportunity to go out and travel a little bit more, see some more of these regional events that we just showcased here on the timeline for this season.
And this is the moment I've been waiting for, Mark, and I know you've been waiting for it too. Let's look at the usage here in Pittsburgh because it's going to be different. I know this top 4 is very, very similar. This is, in my opinion, the best Pokemon in the meta with the Medicham, Registeel, Lickitung, and Lantern. Maybe more Water Gun Lantern, but Mark, number 5, Gligar.
Right there. There's the Gligar prediction. I think a lot of us had that right there. I will say there is another flyer in the top 12 usage right now. It is the Charizard, unfortunately. I know Caleb, our co-caster, was calling me out there for my Pelipper prediction. Maybe that does not make an appearance, but he was right. There is going to be more usage of Charizard. I think a lot of emerging flyers here looking to take over the Altaria and the Noctowl roles that we saw in the previous season.
And I was on the same wavelength as you because I had Mancine actually as my number 1 for my caster's prediction because I think it's actually the best Medicham counter available of these new flyers because Mandibuzz is going to be much stronger against it, but still can lose it with Protect Shields up. But really interesting to see. Also, you have to say that Alolan Sandslash, most likely Shadow Alolan Sandslash, is hard meta. It's coming in at number 6, and surprisingly, number 7. Number 6 is Azumarill. Azumarill has been taken out of the meta because of the dominance of Lantern, and as we heard in the opener, Caleb talked, there was a redistribution of stats with Spark because now it's slower to get to charge attacks because it gives you less energy, but it actually does more damage. So it's a little bit different. It's probably just as strong on paper, but maybe not as flexible, especially in a day 2 scenario where the game becomes a lot more fluid.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think because of that, damage probably changes a little bit, right, with the Spark changes. And also, if you're pacing slower to Thunderbolt, maybe Azumarill can sneak in an extra play rough here and really turn that matchup if it can, right? So and not as dominant of a matchup as previous. Yeah, I'm surprised to see it come back, but it's a great answer also to Medicham too. So we still have to remember, Medicham, number 1 in the meta. It is definitely still here to stay until somebody finds an answer.
Yeah, and Psychic the damage was dropped by 5, I believe, but it's still so strong. It has amazing coverage. It's just a force neutrally, and it's by far the number 1 pick here at Pittsburgh, just like it was at the end of last season. But there's some more flyer types to counter it. We have our first matchup on stage available. It's going to be Shadow Brady versus Rise to Occasion to start us off.
Yeah, this is a spicy one to start us off over here. I mean, we have Rise to Occasion, of course, one of the best players here in the regional circuit. And then Shadow Brady, of course, not a slouch either. I mean, always has strong showings at these tournaments. This is kind of an explosive start to the beginning of our first day.
Yeah, Shadow Brady is a trainer who's previously made it to day number 2 in Orlando, actually dropped down to the loser side and won 7 straight rounds on that loser side of the bracket. That is extremely impressive and hard to do. So Rise, I know, is one of the favorites not only in this tournament, but in all of the championship series. He was the runner-up at the North American International Champion, 2 former regional championships for Rise to Occasion, one of the best Pokemon Go trainers on the planet. And today, he's changed it up a little bit from what he was running at Worlds. We'll get into the teams shortly, but there is going to be a significant change in the meta. The top end, what I would say the first 4 picks on most of the teams are going to be similar, but I imagine to round out the team, there's going to be 2 wild cards, which usually there's only 1 wild card, so we got double the wild cards I expect in Pittsburgh.
right? And the best thing is, because we have these high-level trainers here, we really get a glimpse of how they interpret the meta, right? And how they prepare for it. Because so far, no one's really played in this format. So you don't know what is actually strong or what is actually going to be effective here. So I'm very curious from Reis's perspective. He had that double flyer composition coming out of NAIC into Worlds, but I mean, is that the right call for this tournament? Are we going to see a Metacham always? Are we going to see Lantern always? That I'm very curious about.
And the significant change is the change in the flying types, because Knocked Out and Altaria, especially in the World Championships, Altaria actually was getting as popular, more popular than Knocked Out. Now, Knocked Out is nowhere to be seen. Altaria is nowhere to be seen. So which other flying types will take the place of Knocked Out and Altaria? So far, Gligar, #1. And I feel like you have to respect Gligar just for the fact there's not that many good answers to Safe Swap Registeel in the Championship Series meta. In Gligar, especially Shadow Gligar, is one of the best answers possible. So the ability to actually deny Registeel, which is #2 in usage, especially deny it as a safe swap, is absolutely crucial to Gligar's success.
Yeah, the key to a lot of the counter swaps to Registeel that I've always found is, puts the trainer in a rough spot, right? You swap in the Metacham. Sometimes you actually have to use a Protect Shield against the second Zap Cannon because you're not going to make it with the charge moves. And that's one of Registeel's strengths, I feel, is being able to take a shield in a secondary matchup or even close out with shields. Here with Gligar, you're a ground and flying type. Sure, you got the flying type, but the ground type kind of negates that Zap Cannon damage, and you're going to be able to not have to expend a shield, right? And you can paste those 2 digs that you need.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you are a Shadow Gligar, you actually have to be kind of quick, or else it's just a soft loss for the Registeel, because it could get the double Zap Cannon if you swap a little bit too slow. And here we are. We have Shadow Brady's team. We got the Shadow Gligar, the Sableye, the Carbink, which of course was banned at the World Championships, but making its first appearance here in Pittsburgh, the Shadow Venusaur, which is a Pokemon that a lot of trainers predicted would be quite strong to start the season, Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and of course, Metacham.
Right there, right there we see already the spicy picks coming out right here. Carbink, we haven't seen a competitive play yet. I am super curious about this one, Butters, because, it's out in the wild right now. I even want to experiment a little bit more with it because it has increased availability. On the right side, we have Rise to Occasion. He's got that Shadow Swampert, that Mandibuzz that our co-caster Caleb had called out, the Azumarill, Defense Deoxys, Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and Lickitung. But Butters, we're going to get into the first match here, and we already see a negative matchup here. Shadow Venusaur in a Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and we do have the Lickitung swap being met with the Metacham.
And this is crazy because just goes to the strengths of Lickitung. Lickitung didn't say swap. Lickitung counter-swapped it. He counter-swapped it in the Metacham because it's so good and because it's so strong against Metacham. Rise to Occasion is running ABA weak to fighting, or we don't have to say fighting. ABA weak to Metacham. In this situation, yes, you will soft lose it because you are behind energy, but look, you're just at the body slam. You get to the body slam first. Never mind. You could you pick up a Protect Shield already.
And this is so great too because, yeah, Lickitung is one of the main strengths, and one of my main complaints about Metacham here is it does have the typing with the counter, but you are going to have to expend the Protect Shield in some of these matchups. I think Rise is a great spot right now because he's going to get rid of this Metacham here, and he's got that Alolan Sandslash that's going to be very, very powerful looking at the back line.
And Mandibuzz is really strong versus the back line of Shadow Brady. Shadow Brady does not want to get snarled down, so actually pivots into the Sableye here, and looks like Rise to Occasion is running Dark Pulse. I really like this. The Dark Pulse is going to be 50 energy instead of the 45 energy of Foul Play, but it does a little bit more damage. But since you already have a bait attack now, with Aerial Ace being only 40 energy, I really love this moveset better.
Yeah, and this is a situation where Mandibuzz got massive improvements, right? Previously, I think if you got kind of stuck with Mandibuzz, the Aerial Ace wasn't doing a whole lot of help. Now you got the upgraded move, and you have the harder hitting Dark Pulse, and I think Shadow Brady's just in a tough spot right now. Sableye doesn't really have anywhere to go, and it does have to go up against this Mandibuzz, which is very bulky. We do see here Alolan Sandslash coming back in for Rise to Occasion. Right now, I think Rise wants to get ahead on energy. He's got 2 great matchups against the Venusaur. I think he just wants to start building up and pressuring shields.
Yeah, the problem is he's going to get pressured by a couple counters. How many counters is he going to take in the end? And here comes the Ice Punch into the Shadow Venusaur. And this is where Shadow Venusaur becomes less consistent. Yes, it's on paper very strong, but suddenly it's in an energy deficit, and you already have to Protect Shield that Ice Punch. And the Shadow Alolan Sandslash is already close to another Ice Punch. First, here comes the Frenzy Plant, but this actually picks up Protect Shield because even this resisted Frenzy Plant is going to do a lot to Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
That's one of the cool things about Shadow versus Shadow here. You have to respect that damage.
Oh!
And the anticipation for the switch here.
Oh!
The Alolan Sandslash does Shadow Claw down. The Medicham has the Ice Punch ready in the bag. I think, Butters, this might come close to KOing.
Yeah, I think this will almost do it. Does it get the knockout? Yes, it just does. Shadow, Alolan Sandslash, and Rise to Occasion takes game number 1 of the first series of the 2024 season. And like you mentioned, Shadow on Shadow is just doing so much damage in the back there. And how about that Medicham, even though it was so low health, was able to get that counter through. If it got to the Ice Punch, I know it's double resisted, but that would have done a little bit of damage to that Shadow Alolan Sandslash. I don't know if it would have flipped that matchup there because, of course, there was that Mandibuzz in the back.
That is true. There was still the Mandibuzz, and we actually saw a little bit of effectivity with the Medicham into the Mandibuzz because, you know, like you mentioned, Mandibuzz with that Dark typing here, it's not gonna resist the fighting as much as the other traditional flyers are. But yeah, that Medicham probably could have, if it would have made it, I think it would have been able to take out the Alolan Sandslash.
And number 2 on my caster's prediction was actually the Defense Form Deoxys. Rubik's Master just put on a clinic at the World Championships. I think its Accent was the best player at the World Championships, but I believe Rubik's Master had the most creative team. I love the way he was playing Defense Form Deoxys, especially in this meta. You saw the top 3 are Medicham, Lickitung, and Registeel, and Defense Form Deoxys is pretty safe against all 3 of them.
Yeah, and Defense Form Deoxys, it does kind of affect your game flow a little bit because you do want to take advantage of those Psycho Boosts as much as you can, and those will add up over time, but you don't want to get hit with the debuff. So I think Defense Deoxys with a bulkier Pokemon to kind of soak up the energy and soak up that switch secondary matchup, that's where the real advantage comes in.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that you can be fluid with it. In this meta, you can be extremely fluid with Lickitung because Lickitung is just so strong. It only has to worry about Registeel, but there is no Registeel on Shadow Brady's team. There's the Carbink. And Carbink, I thought everyone jumped off the bandwagon because Gligar became so strong, but looks like Shadow Brady's still on that bandwagon. See if it's going to be strong for him here. And this is going to be Shadow Alolan Sandslash into the Sableye once again. ABA weak against Medicham, but are you really? Because Lickitung just can beat Medicham or go neutral with it.
Yep, and I think that's going to be Rise's strategy here is to utilize the Lickitung here, get as much value as you can out of the Medicham, kind of leave that in the water, right? Shadow Alolan Sandslash is going to be, it's going to be pacing against the Sableye here. This is a fairly, I would say, a shield-heavy matchup because I don't think any of these mons actually want to get hit with charge moves. But let's see how it plays out here. Shadow Brady here is going to opt to also match the Protect Shields right here. I mean, if these two Pokemon go toe-to-toe.
Well, this is huge because now you outpace the Drill Run before the foul play because you got the bait on the Ice Punch. Weirdly enough, Drill Run is the better attack to use. Even though Ice Punch is same type attack bonus, you would rather Drill Run. You got the bait. Now you outpace the Drill Run, but Sableye has so much bulk, able to endure, and it's going to be able to get to this foul play. This foul play will knock out the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. So it looks like Reis actually just wants the alignment, and he has Defense Form Deoxys in the back. It's looking insanely
it's looking good.
strong.
Whenever you have a Defense Deoxys and you see the Sableye feigning, I think you got to feel like you're in a pretty good spot here. Reis able to actually make it to the Ice Punch here, getting a little bit of a parting gift right now. I think he knows how he wants this alignment to go. I mean, you got the Medicham, you got the Defense Deoxys. This is the perfect matchup for it to be aligned to.
And do you come in with the Defense Form Deoxys here? Do you try to make some insane call that the Shadow Alolan Sandslash is in the back? It doesn't really matter because Lickitung is quite strong against that Shadow Alolan Sandslash anyway. And the Medicham actually looks like was able to get a couple extra counters in there. I'm not sure if the Defense Form Deoxys did catch up on energy, but I'm not sure if it matters either because Defense Form Deoxys is just so good against Medicham.
Yeah, I mean, in here, it's gonna be very, very painful here. Of course, these Ice Punch is gonna be adding up from the Medicham, but I don't think it's gonna get close to being able to take out Deoxys. Medicham right now is in a health range where the potential double Psycho Boost here is gonna be able to get enough value, and it looks like Reis actually opts to go for the Thunderbolt here. I mean, I think his read is if Medicham's going to stay in anyways, then maybe he can stay in and get a little bit more pressure. And the Medicham is going to reach the final Ice Punch here. I mean, Shadow Brady's call right now is try to rely on this Alolan Sandslash. I think with Deoxys out of the way, that actually works out pretty well.
Yeah, and it's not bad because you can get the Shadow Claw down here. You're going to have to take 4 counters. You don't really worry about any of this energy from the Defense Form Deoxys because it's all going to be resisted except for the Thunderbolt. But the Thunderbolt energy is not available yet. Here comes the swap, but the thing is, you're just so low. You have a Protect Shield, but are you going to even have to use one?
Yeah, and this is so rough too because, you know, Shadow Brady here opted to take the Psycho Boost on the Lone Sand Slash. Made a lot of sense, right? It's a resisted move, but now Lickitung coming in, gonna be double resisting the Shadow Claw damage here, just gonna be taking these moves here, and right now you're forced to use a Protect Shield on a Body Slam, which is just absolutely devastating.
Yeah, I mean, that was your best shield remaining because the Psycho Boost will do more damage than a Body Slam, but at this point, the Lickitung in the back, it's just so strong against Shadow Alolan Sand Slash. Yes, you're going to have to soak all this neutral Ice Punch Drill Run, but you're just doing these neutral licks, and because the Shadow just takes so much damage already at the Body Slam, and a pretty comfortable 2-0 for Rise to Occasion to start us off in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, and great reads by Reis here. It looks like he wasn't phased at all by the Medicham in this matchup. Had a good, solid game plan coming in. And, you know, you can see in both of the games, like, I think, good call out, Butters. I mean, ABA weak to Medicham, but doesn't care.
Yeah, and the thing is, when you're running the Lickitung, I don't even know if you can count it ABA weak. It's just, honestly, it's neutral to, it can beat it at energy equal situations. So if you say swap it, it can take a shield or it can beat it. If you play it in the lead, it can take a shield or it can beat it, unless it has Power Up Punch or Dynamic Punch. We're going to see if Medichams throughout the tournament will try to have that Dynamic Punch to be stronger against the Lickitung, because at this point, there's only one counter to Lickitung in the entire meta. It's Registeel.
Yep, that's true. I mean, I think some trainers have opted to use Umbreon as well. We did see that in the top 12 coverage list. Umbreon, of course, very good against Lickitung due to resisting all those licks and being able to fire back its own damage. But yeah, I think the true counter here, we actually haven't seen Registeel yet, so I'm kind of curious. Are we going to see more of it? I mean, obviously high usage today, but you know, any new emerging answers to Registeel?
Yeah, and I'm glad you pointed that out. The only hard counter is the Registeel. Of course, there is Umbreon, and then you see on Rise to Occasion's team running that Mandibuzz, which will have great coverage into Lickitung, which, I mean, I know Medicham's #1 in usage, but Lickitung, I think, is debatably the strongest Pokemon right now to start off the season. So Mandibuzz is an awesome meta decision from Rise, especially in this tournament, because of any tournaments, I actually expect the Lantern usage to be as low as possible. I know it's still #4 in usage, but right now I feel like maybe trainers are staying a little bit away from Lantern because of that change to Spark until they figure out how good is the Spark version. Is Water Gun Lantern extremely strong? So this is the perfect time, I think, to run things weak to Lantern and actually have a great chance of success.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I think over time, trainers will find that Lantern is still very, very strong, because I think the Spark damage, what it did is in some of the neutral matchups that it had, even against Medicham, you're doing a little bit more damage over time, which is not noticeable until you get a couple of charge moves in. It might still have a ton of value here going head-to-head against picks like Medicham here. And it does look like...
So it looks like they did review it, and it looks like they are just going to give the 2-0 to Rise there. You saw in that game #2, I believe in the Defense Form Deoxys versus Medicham matchup, there was something funky happened a little bit, but
a couple of counters lost, I think.
Yeah, but I thought it was on Rise's side, so Rise does take that game #2 win. He was pretty ahead with that back line, and I really loved his strategy, just bringing Shadow Alolan Sandslash and Lickitung together. You don't really think about it that often, especially running it in an ABA line where you run a Lickitung or Shadow Alolan Sandslash in lead, and then that Lickitung or Shadow Alolan Sandslash in the back. But so far, especially when you pair it with that Defense Form Deoxys, because it's so strong against Medicham, I really love the strategy for Rise to start off Pittsburgh.
Yeah, and it looks like his fighter of choice is going to be Deoxys for this tournament here. I mean, if you're going up against 71% Medicham usage, made a great choice right there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it has play against the Registeel, has play against the Lickitung, and it's just neutrally very strong. And if there's not as much Sableye, which I didn't see as much Sableye in that usage, that means it's just extremely safe. If there's not a Ghost type in the meta, Defense Form Deoxys doesn't have any true hard counters. Yes, it will lose the things, of course it will, but it doesn't have to worry about anything. So I really love that meta choice from Defense Form Deoxys. I think it's extremely strong. I think it was strong last season. I think it's even stronger this season. So I love that pick so far by Reis.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense here. And of course, last season we kind of said, we kind of put the sunset out for Trevenant as well, said goodbye to that with the C-Bomb nerf and everything. But with less Sableye here, I think Sableye, one of the most devastating Pokemon that you can see as a Defense Form Deoxys. You can't hit it with Psycho Boost. It's going to outpace you to your Thunderbolt. It's just a miserable matchup as you get Shadow Claw down. I think you're right, Butters. The less we see of Sableye, the stronger that Defense Form Deoxys becomes. And, maybe we're going to see it as the premier answer here to Metachamp for some of these teams as well.
Yeah, and this is, of course, the first regional of the season. It's a beautiful city in Pittsburgh. We took a shuttle through Pittsburgh this morning. It's absolutely gorgeous. A lot of green, a lot of bridges, a lot of water.
A lot of bridges.
Yeah.
Great river view. I mean, we were outside getting a little bit of shot of the balcony here in the venue as well.
Yeah, the venue is gorgeous, by the way. I mean, and as you see all these gorgeous Pokemon trainers here at the venue, I mean, it's just crowded, packed here with all the Pokemon fans trying to start off this new, fresh season on a positive note, try to get some of the CP points, which, of course, we have now in Go. So even though you get eliminated, you can still earn your way to the World Championship. So I love that. There's still a lot to play for in these tournaments, even if you aren't going to get first or second place. But I love that you can still qualify on the same day, because it makes it extremely exciting that you have something extremely significant to play for.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it always feels the worst, I think, if you come to a tournament, you fall a little bit short, but accumulating those points over the season, that's going to be really, really helpful.
No, absolutely. And you can also do that in locals as well. There is challenges that you can do, and you can get up to 15 points if you get first place in those challenges, and you can max out, I believe, at 60 points on that. And then there are some cups you can do with your local community where you can max out on, if you get a lot of first place finishes, I believe you can, your best 6 performances will go ahead and lock in.
Okay.
And if you get first place, you get 50 points. So if you just get 6th first place, that's 300 points.
Yeah,
that's more than halfway there to your 500 points. But of course, it's really hard to get 6 straight first place points. But it's awesome to grow that local community. So make sure to try to participate that, and Pokemon.com/play if you want some more information on the CP system. But we got, wait a second.
Yeah.
What is this matchup? There's Arrow versus Wdage on stage right now.
Another crazy matchup here. I mean, these trainers, they already have such a great history, right? I mean, we've seen them go head to head here in the past. I think the past 2 major tournaments, and NAIC and Worlds. I think both times though, Wdage has come up victorious against Arrow. So, but once again, they meet here. I think it's poetic that they would meet here in the first tournament of the season as well.
And Wdage has come up victorious against a lot of trainers, and
that's true. That is very true.
I wouldn't feel bad if I was Arrow. I believe at NAIC they played in day number 2, or sorry, in the top cut of top 16. Arrow was 1 turn away from winning that series. It was a 1-1 series, and he was 1 turn away from getting to a charge attack to win that series. So it was extremely close. Then, of course, they played in the World Championships yet again. I can't wait to see Arrow's team, because we know Arrow is a trainer that goes a little bit off meta. He has his own creative solutions to problems. So I really want to see what he's running in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, and I know from watching Arrow's stream and what he kind of prefers, he really does enjoy Ice-type Pokemon, which we haven't really talked about a whole lot, but we have mentioned that Gligar's gonna be very popular this weekend. I mean, what better to bring into a ground and flying type than an ice type of your choice, right?
Yeah, and Arrow loves Frostlass. I feel like Frostlass is actually a pretty safe pick in this meta, because if there's a bit less Lantern, and Registeel is not terrible, actually. You can actually win some of those matchups, Frostlass into Registeel, depending on stat distribution of the Registeel. If there's a lot of bulk on the stat distribution of Registeel, it actually will be able to pick up that a little bit more comfortably, because it can endure that double Shadow Ball. But we're going to go into these teams here, and Arrow is actually, I can't believe it, he's not running the Frostlass, but he's running Lickitung, Cresselia, Shadow Gligar, Mandibuzz, Medicham, and Lantern.
very, very interesting pick with the Cresselia. But let's take a quick look at Wdage's team. We'll also recap. Wdage also bringing a very interesting Pokemon, the Shadow Dragonite, Deoxys Defense, Swampert, Dugong, Registeel, and Lickitung.
Yeah, I mean, that's an amazing team from Wdage. We know Wdage switches it up a ton. We saw at NAIC where he was just so dominant with 6 Pokemon that were outside of top 12 usage. And then, of course, getting to 3rd place at the World Championships. This is one of the top trainers on the planet. I mean, we don't even have time to go into all his regional successes because he just has so many. And I actually love this Shadow Dragonite pick right now. There's nothing that exactly hard counters it, but also there's nothing that Shadow Dragonite exactly hard counters.
Yeah, and I think Shadow Dragonite, one thing that I really like about it, it does prey on Pokemon such as, you know, the Swamperts and everything, because you can pressure the health very quickly. It doesn't do well the bulkier the opponent's Pokemon gets, but it does really great in these tight, you know, 1 or 2 Protect Shield kind of matchups. And having that coverage move of Superpower is able to give it a little bit of fight against the Steel types that do come in and potentially counter it. On Arrow side, I'm very interested in Cresselia, because we're talking about answers to Medicham here, right? It's not a counter user, it's not Deoxys, but it is another Psychic type, and Cresselia here is just going to be able to absolutely wall Medichams. Should Arrow run into it, but here's the problem. There's no Medicham on Wdage's side.
Yeah, again, another trainer that went for the Defense Form Deoxys. I think it's an amazing pick right now. There is the Cresselia on Arrow's side, so Cresselia will be able to beat that Defense Form Deoxys because Defense Form Deoxys is that pseudo fighting type using counters, so that's going to be resisted into the Cresselia. I mean, Cresselia is using Psycho Cuts that's resisted as well, but it's able to just kind of out-bulk it, which is kind of crazy for a Defense Form Deoxys, but a clinic with Shadow Charizard, and I feel like Shadow Dragonite is that exact same role. On paper, neutrally, in static situations, it's not that dominant, but if you're able to get some energy advantage, able to get a fast attack down, it can roll through teams.
Yeah, and I think with the most deadly part about that Shadow Dragonite is the superpower, right? If you bring in a Pokemon, even a more frail Pokemon that can take a lot of damage from superpower, you have to respect it. And I've seen Shadow Dragonites, you know, both played against it myself and seeing in a competitive play, they can kind of catch up the shield situation, right? Because it's like, we don't want to play the game, is this a superpower or not? You kind of just want to respect it so that you don't lose an entire Pokemon or lose half of your health bar.
Yeah, and Wdage is actually going for regular Swampert, not Shadow. It's going to be better against Mandibuzz because you need 3 Hydro Cannons against Mandibuzz. And this is actually great for Wdage as he gets the Shadow Dragonite lead into the Medicham. And now they will get to the charge attacks at the exact same time. As you see, the Ice Punch is thrown first here, but they get it at turn 12, both of these Pokemon.
Yeah, and of course, Ice Punch, double super effective here against the Dragonite. I think what Wdage's plan here is maybe try to get a back-to-back Dragon Claw here, or maybe beat it to the second charge move. I mean, I think you're pretty comfortable letting this go if it comes down to that, but I think he's going to race to the second charge move here, and we do see
it's Water Gun, though.
The Water Gun Lantern here. This is actually fantastic here because, you know, Lantern's not going to be applying that much fast move pressure. It looks like another Shadow Dragon Claw is going to be coming out. I mean, this is going to chunk, even if Lantern is fairly bulky.
Yeah, you say it's not that much fast attack pressure, but those Water Guns were adding up. And then swapping into the Swampert, taking the Surf here. And now this Swampert is in a clunky situation, though, because the Hydro Cannon won't quite knock out because it's not Shadow, and you don't really want to commit Earthquake energy at such a low health Lantern. So do you try to go for the Hydro Cannon straight away and try to go for the Mud Shot down? Can you secure that Mud Shot down before the Surf is available for Arrow?
I think the Lantern is going to reach the Surf here, but maybe Wdage is actually content here just landing the Hydro Cannon, because if you leave it a little bit of energy and you're able to farm it down, you know, you can still get an advantage here onto the Dragonite here. And we do see maybe a little bit of an undercharge here, and unfortunately the Lantern is going to reach the charge move.
So that was an unintentional undercharge. It looked like Wdage actually fully bubbled that Hydro Cannon, but it didn't go off as intended, and now the Lantern is going to get that Water Gun down. So there's a high possibility that they'll replay this matchup just because Wdage didn't intend to undercharge that Hydro Cannon, and it was forced to get undercharged there. But Shadow Dragonite actually putting a lot of fast attack pressure and getting a Protect Shield out of Cresselia here.
Yeah, we do see the. I mean, it's very rare, it's very rare to Protect Shield a Cresselia here, but we are going to see Arrow use the Grass Knot back, of course, at this health here with the Psycho Cuts. Even if you have a double resistant move like Grass Knot, it's still going to be doing a lot of damage here. We are going to see the Dragon Claw reach right before the next Grass Knot here. I mean, got to make a decision if you're Arrow here. I feel like you're going to have to shield this, and we do see the Protect Shield come out. I think here the Lickitung is going to have a great time trying to clean this one up.
And Dragonite's actually looking kind of insane, but it's funny that it had the Protect Shield, a double resisted Grass Knot, and now it's going to get knocked out by a double resisted Grass Knot. But the Lickitung is going to get a comfortable lick down. I don't know how much energy is on that Medicham. It's just going to have to soak up this Moonblast. The Moonblast is going to hit, but as soon as this Lickitung gets the Body Slam energy, it's going to be able to finish off all of Arrow's team.
Yeah, and it looks like right there, got a little bit lucky, right? No Moonblast debuff. I mean, this is just going to be Lickitung going to town right here. We saw the Medicham Lickitung matchup earlier, too low to fight back here, and that is going to be one Mon down. We see the instant switch back into the Lantern here. I mean, I think he could lick this down potentially and despite taking the Surf.
Yeah, and here comes the Body Slam, though, to ensure this knockout. And now this Lickitung, give this tongue a broom because it just knocked out all three Pokemon from Arrow here. It's going to be able to knock out that Lantern. It's going to be able to knock out this Cresselia here. This Cresselia is trying to reach for the Moonblast, but even if it is at the Moonblast, I don't think it's going to be enough. We'll see if it is the Moonblast or the Grass Knot, and this is the Grass Knot.
Yeah.
It's not enough. The Lickitung gets the knockout.
And I think Lickitung just too bulky right there, actually able to do a triple sweep on the back right there. I mean, I think you're right, Butters. I mean, Lickitung, rightfully so, top 4 usage. It's seeing a top 4 performance right now.
Yeah, in this game, as you saw, there was an unintentional undercharge there, and I don't know what's going to happen because that happened to Wdage, and Wdage is the one who actually won the matchup. But since something like that happens like midway through the game, it kind of like, I feel like Arrow thinks this game is going to be rematched, so he kind of gets his head out of the game. Wdage thinks
makes a lot of sense.
The game is going to be rematched, so it's kind of just like a scratch here because I feel like both these trainers think it's going to be rematched, and I actually expect it will be rematched. But we have fantastic judges, Scrap and Pete here, and you see King on stage, 2 of the most experienced judges in the championship series for Pokemon Go. So they're going to make a correct ruling on this game number 1.
Yeah, and I think that's a good call out, Butters, for the mentality of the players, right? I mean, if you see kind of lag like that in the middle of a match, you kind of do loosen up a little bit in play. I mean, I still think these players or these 2 trainers were going pretty hard at each other, but you know, with that in the back of your mind, you can't expect the same result if they went in an isolated environment.
Yeah, it's completely right, and they're talking it over with the judges here. They're laughing. These 2 friends, these community members have known each other for a long time. They've competed against each other for a while. Like we've mentioned, Wdage has been a trainer that's kind of been in Arrow's path a lot, and Wdage has taken him out. So I know to start this new season, Arrow desperately wants to take out Wdage to start off the season strong here. And Wdage, of course, wants to continue his brilliance from the end of last season, which was one of the best runs in Pokemon Go history, from Hartford to the World Championships, from sweeping the biggest North American regional at the time, then dominating the North American International Championships, and then getting 3rd place at Worlds. Extremely impressive.
A lot of momentum coming into this season for sure.
And we'll get word soon. I'm not sure if there's a bit of a connectivity issue here, but we're going to try to iron this all out to make sure this is as smooth as possible to start out this new season. And of course, I want to see as many games as possible between Arrow and Wdage because, first of all, it was an interesting match because, like we mentioned, we don't know if both the trainers' head was in the game, but I just want to mention Shadow Dragonite was looking really good. Yeah,
that was very, very impressive right there. I mean, we saw a chunk. I think all 3 Pokemon that came out from Arrow's side, I think all 3 of them, if I remember correctly, all 3 of them ate a Dragon Claw, right, from the Shadow Dragonite. that did a lot of damage, no matter which Pokemon you were. And I thought it was interesting from Arrow and Wdage's approach to this game. If you notice, Wdage has a lot of anti-flyers on his team, right? He's got the Dugong, he's got the Registeel. We didn't see the Gligar come in for obvious reasons, but we also didn't see the Mandibuzz come in, right? So I felt like Wdage felt like he was in a comfortable spot to play Pokemon that he didn't have to worry about a Mandibuzz or worry about a Gligar. So especially in the case of Lickitung, you don't want to have Lickitung go into Mandibuzz. He felt pretty comfortable just throwing it out there.
Yeah, and I actually think both of these trainers have extremely well-balanced teams, because I was looking for obvious flaws, and the only thing I can see is on Arrow's side, he is a little bit weak to Swampert, but since it is not the Shadow Swampert, you actually, as a Shadow Gligar, can win that matchup because you're able to endure the Hydro Cannon and you just start outpacing to attacks, and the Mud Shots are double resisted. But a key factor is I believe the regular Swampert is better against Mandibuzz, because against Mandibuzz, it's so bulky. It's even bulkier than Noctowl. Noctowl gets knocked out by 2 Hydro Cannons from Shadow Swampert. Mandibuzz, it takes 3.
Oh, okay.
So you might as well have the normal Swampert and go for those 3 Hydro Cannons, because I believe 3 Hydro Cannons will still knock out anyway.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Plus, Mandibuzz, its offensive capability is actually not that good, right? So I'm not sure if a Shadow Swampert can endure the double Aerial Ace, but I don't think it would be able to with all those snarl damages adding up. But that's a really good call out, though. I think, yeah, normal typing for sure if you're going to go up against these new bulkier flyers.
And we see Gligar being heavily featured so far. And then we saw the Water Gun Lantern instead of the Spark Lantern. I feel like this is a good opportunity to talk about the changes that happen at the beginning of the new GBL Go Battle League season. And of course, the most significant change is actually what kept away from the regionals is Sky Attack became more energy. So now that Sky Attack is more energy, Noctowl is not as dominant as it was before. And then Altaria has that Dragon Breath. It takes a while to get the charge attacks. It's still strong, but it's not just dominant like it used to be.
Yeah, and I think one thing is, like, on the regional circuit, to have a well-balanced Pokemon, you do want to be able to consistently get to charge moves if you can, unless you have a specific use for it, maybe thinking about a Bastiodon, maybe using that smackdown damage. But for the most part, your Pokemon do want to be able to pace the charge moves at a relative rate, but also be able to, have good energy efficiency. I think Noctowl and Altaria probably got hit the hardest, since Dragon Breath wasn't generating that much damage to begin with. Noctowl still apply pressure with those wing attacks a little bit, and still has the Shadow Ball coverage. But yeah, Altaria, I feel really, really bad for. Maybe that's the reason that we see a Shadow Dragonite instead in play, because, Dragon Claw did not get changed. And then the Superpower, of course, also a relatively cheap, quote-unquote, move for a Dragon Breath user. I think it actually fits pretty well for that theme.
Yeah, it's really hard to balance it, because in the situation of Noctowl and Altaria, not only were they so strong in their role, which was the flying type, Noctowl also being that normal type, being able to beat other normal types, being able to beat Medicham, being able to dominate grass types, especially Trevenant, and then Altaria being able to dominate the Swampert, but then also being able to be good against Medicham and just be a super strong flying type. But the key factor is they were not just really strong in their role, they were so strong neutrally.
Yep.
They were beating other Pokemon in neutral situations. Like, they could pick up some Lickitung matchups in certain shield situations. They just pick up some Lantern matchups. Just across the board, and things are kind of neutral, these Pokemon are able to win it. So that's the key difference for me. Not only did 2 Pokemon in those roles get kind of taken out of the meta, but 2 neutral powerhouses were taken out of the meta. So that's going to have a trickle-down effect on the entire meta of this season.
Yeah, okay, that's a really good call out too, because neutrally as well, I mean, I thought Altaria, it's not an XL Pokemon, but it's still very, very bulky. It's able to just kind of grind away at you with the Dragon Breath. And we've seen matchups, especially where, the more Protect Shields that Altaria actually consumes, the better it does here, because you're going to see your health tick down no matter what. But it's just going to keep firing away those Dragon Breaths. Same thing with Noctowl. It was an incredibly bulky Pokemon for being a non-XL.
Right, yeah, and incredibly strong for both of those Pokemon. But now that they're kind of taken out of the meta, I mean, they're still okay.
There's potential.
There's still potential for them down the road. They're not damaged goods. We might still see them throughout the tournament because they are still strong. They're just not as strong as before. But they paved the way for these new flying types to make an appearance, especially Gligar. We saw Gligar number 5 in the usage, and of course the key updates from the season was Dig became less energy, and it's a pretty strong charged attack here now. And then, of course, Aerial Ace dropped from 45 energy to 40. That seems like a small change, but the fact that you could get to it so much quicker now and outpace some things like Medicham, it's just huge for the Gligar.
Yeah, and then that energy cutoff here, also some of the fast moves here, based on how much damage or based on how much energy they generate, actually gives some pretty good cutoffs for Aerial Ace. So you're going to see more Aerial Ace usage for the same amount of energy that you would have invested before the patch. So that is amazing, and I think it's really cool because Gligar is off everybody's radar. Nobody talked about it. We talked a little bit about Gliscor, but not Gligar itself. And to see a Pokemon like that with 0 presence.
Yes.
And with these balance changes, just enter the meta right here and be ready. I mean, we haven't seen it yet, Butters. I want to see it in this next game if possible, because we know there's a Gligar in this match, but we haven't seen it perform yet. But I know from playing in the Go Battle League that it's been very, very strong.
Yeah, and it has to be the poster Pokemon for Adventures Abound, because it got 0 adventures before, and now it's going to get a lot in this season because, like you mentioned, it's so strong. First of all, against the steel types, it's stronger against the steel types than any other flyer, and that's a huge factor for it. It's going to be able to counter Registeel, it's going to be able to counter Galarian Stunfisk, it's going to be able to counter Bastion, it's even going to be able to counter Carbink. So even though Carbink's not a steel type, it kind of fits that role as well, but it also can beat Medicham, which is huge for it. It's not as comfortable as like an Altaria could absorb an Ice Punch a lot more comfortably than a Shadow Gligar can, or a Gligar in general, but you're still able to endure one Ice Punch, and in even shield situations, you can win that matchup. So being able to win the matchup against the number 1 and number 3 best Pokemon in the meta is crucial.
And we also have another Pokemon spotlight here. Of course, we've already seen this Pokemon here on this stage today. It is the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. It's gonna have access to that Shadow Claw, which is an exclusive move from its community day. It's gonna also have Ice Punch and Drill Run. I mean, we've seen it being showcased today, Butters, already. The power of having the Ice Punch coverage as well as the Drill Run. I mean, this is gonna be a staple here in the top 12.
Yeah, and it's number 7 right now, and it went from Paul Lasha bringing it to being a off-meta pick that just dominated, and I thought at the time had the highest skill ceiling of any Pokemon in the meta, to now it is really a part of the general meta, which is kind of crazy to think about, but it's so strong. It's so good, and especially in a heavy Gligar meta where you really would love to have an Ice type in this meta, and I think Shadow Alolan Sandslash is the best Ice type. The problem is, of course, Medicham is on 70% of teams, so you just literally have to avoid that matchup, and that's it. Just avoid 1 out of 6 Pokemon, and you're feeling pretty good with Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, I think that's the important part about Alolan Sandslash. That double super effective counters hitting it. You're not going to see too much action with Alolan Sandslash if that's the case, but you know, in a lot of these Pokemon, this is similar to what I was predicting about, you know, my flyer picks. If you could avoid 1 Pokemon in the meta, then you're looking pretty good. But it's just that 1 Pokemon that has the very high usage here. So, I mean, so far today, I think we've seen a little bit of a Medicham versus Alolan Sandslash head-to-head, you know, when the Medicham was very low. You can still fight back with Shadow Claws.
Yes.
Maybe. But you definitely don't want to be in that matchup for an extended amount of time.
Yeah, and that's why I think it was at the time the highest skill ceiling Pokemon, because you have to hide it from Medicham. But it's also good enough that you would like to put it on your team of 3. And crucially, if you get to later in the tournament, get to day number 2, and the game becomes a little more fluid, how do you keep up in a fluid situation with something that has a glaring weakness? So only the top trainers can really do that, be able to play the game fluidly with something that just has such a tough weakness to the most popular Pokemon in the meta. But we have seen from Wdage and Rise to Occasion, I'd say like 2 out of the top 3 trainers in North America both bring the defense form Deoxys instead of that Medicham.
Yeah, I wonder if it's just because they're trying to counter the Medicham and have a more stable matchup. One thing to note about the Psychic nerf, of course, is like, if, you know, right now I think the Medicham versus Medicham matchup, it's so easy to fall behind now. I mean, and previously you could do a lot more damage with the Psychic to be able to chunk a little bit more away at the health. But right now, I mean, I think if you want a unique pick to counter the Medicham, Deoxys is a really good bet right here. And then also having a little bit of more offensive power is also something that's kind of required out of it. Because if you're dealing less damage with Psychic, why not just go with the Psycho Boost from Defense Deoxys, be able to have a little bit more capability?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a Pokemon that can either be so safe and extremely flexible like it is right now in the meta, or sometimes a liability. If it's a heavy Sableye or Trevenant meta, it can become a liability because if you match up against a Ghost type, not only will you lose that Ghost type, but that Ghost type will get significant momentum going into the next matchup. But there's not a ton of Ghost types here in Pittsburgh. So I think Defense Form Deoxys was such a smart meta pick from Wdage and Rise to Occasion because, like you mentioned, you're going to be able to counter that Medicham and also just be really strong against the top meta and flexible. But, you know, in Gligar's favor, Gligar is going to be better against the Defense Form Deoxys than it is against the Medicham. So Gligar actually becomes a little bit safer. That's why I like that Wdage did balance his team with Dugong and Swampert to try to scare off that Gligar.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense too. I mean, Deoxys here, even with the Thunderbolt and the Rock Slide coverage, I mean, they're going to be resistant moves against the Gligar. If you get stuck in that matchup, you are going to get chunked down with those Aerial Aces and the Dig. The only thing you can rely on at that point is to, you know, lose the alignment that you have just in favor of being able to cast Psycho Boost.
Yeah. And just to mention, too, for Gligar, depending on stat distribution, I believe if you train a little more attack, you can win the Lickitung matchup, too. So you can win the top 3 matchups in the meta, which is Medicham, Registeel, and Lickitung. So being able to beat the top 3 Pokemon in a given meta and be strong neutrally, that's a good place for Gligar here. So I think we're not only going to see a lot of Gligar, but we're going to see it succeed in Pittsburgh as well.
And it looks like we are still working out issues on this stage right here. I mean, oh, and are we set to 0 versus 0 once again, Butters? It looks like that first match. Are we still going to be counting that against the 2 trainers?
Yeah, so it looks like we got word that we're working on a connectivity issue, an internet issue. So I think we are going to be replaying that matchup. And I like that decision, even though I think Wdage was ahead. It was just such a weird scenario for both the trainers because I think they both kind of took their foot off the pedal when that situation happened. So I'm glad that they are replaying it, especially, I mean, Wdage and Arrow, 2 of the best trainers in North America. Arrow trying to get a little revenge here in this fresh new season, try to make a statement that this is my season, Wdage. I'm going to be able to win.
Yeah, and I wonder if that first match also still giving a peek to each of the trainers' styles and what they expect to come in. You know, Arrow, of course, not bringing any flyers and then getting kind of punished by potentially Pokemon that would be weak to those flyers. I wonder if you kind of change things up for this this potential rematch here. We also see, you know, Wdage, he may go back to the drawing board as well. He has that Dugong and the Registeel in his back pocket that he can also bring in to counter the flyers as well.
And I'm excited for this Shadow Dragonite pick. You know, I really love Shadow Dragonite in the Worlds meta because it was so good against the top Pokemon. Gligar is actually just fine against it because it gets the Aerial Aces so quickly. And this team in general from Arrow doesn't have a hard answer, but is okay against a Shadow Dragonite. But once again, it's just the skill from Wdage to position his Pokemon properly. I thought Shadow Dragonite was dominating that game number 1. So we're going to see if it can dominate.
Oh, I did too. I'm excited to see more Shadow Dragon Claws come back out.
Yeah, and we'll see if we get it. We have fresh leads here, and this is going to be Registeel into the Mandibuzz, so that is a positive lead for Wdage. Mandibuzz isn't terrible against Registeel, but it does get hard countered.
And we do see the Deoxys coming back in to answer the Medicham over here. It looks like we have a little bit of lag here, but we are going to see the Medicham kind of go offensive first here. Going to be firing off the Ice Punches. I mean, these Ice Punches aren't going to do a whole lot, Butters, but it is going to add up a little bit. And it looks like, are we seeing a little bit of a pause here?
Yeah, so I think there was just some visual things with the connectivity. The game is still playing out as of right now, but I'm not sure how we're going to proceed with this as we still iron out these connectivity problems to make sure this tournament and this season gets started on the right track here, because we have a lot of amazing action and such a fun meta to showcase for everyone. We just want to make sure and get it right, get it all set up properly so we can have a smooth and exciting experience the rest of the way.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's cool that both trainers here brought different styles of teams. We get to see yet another side of the coin from their 6 as well. But you know, Mana Bus trapped against a Registeel, not the best outcome that I think is going to happen here for the opening matchup for Arrow's side. But yeah, I mean, let's see if we can work
Shadow Ball!
Oh, okay, very interesting.
We're back! We're back suddenly. Mandabuzz is throwing the Shadow Ball. You know, Arrow is known for his creative picks. I think he gets creative charge attacks as well, because actually going for the Shadow Ball and Aerial Ace, I don't know why. I don't know the reasoning here is. I really like Dark Pulse in this meta, but maybe Shadow Ball can do slightly more damage and flip some matchups in some situations, but I'm extremely curious to find out why he is running that Shadow Ball.
Yeah, I wonder, Butters, if Shadow Ball is there to try to nuke. I mean, I'm trying to think here, what would resist Dark and what would put it in a really bad spot? Maybe he was maybe he's scared of, well, I don't know. If it's a fighter, you'd be using Aerial Ace anyways, right? This is a very curious decision. I want to see what Arrow's thinking.
You know, it might be that 3 Shadow Balls knock out Registeel, but because of the attack drop, I don't think the Shadow Ball is going to knock out. It looks like this Registeel is at the Focus Blast. Here comes the Shadow Ball. It doesn't quite knock out. Maybe if you get no attack drop, you could knock out. Also, you have a super effective damage that's going to be stronger than Aerial Ace against Metachamp as well. And here comes the pivot. Here comes the pivot into the Shadow Dragonite. He's going to go for the Dragon Breath down, but has to give up a Protect Shield on, I believe, an Aerial Ace here.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a little bit unfortunate. You don't like shielding the Aerial Ace, but at least you're going to get a head on energy, and Wdage is going to have a shield coming into this remaining matchup here, and he is going to see the Cresselia. I mean, Cress, I think it's going to be very bulky, but I don't think it's going to be able to overcome this, because you still have Pokemon in the back for Wdage, and you're going to take at least 2 of these Dragon Claws here before the Dragonite is even going to faint.
And I believe you are switch locked in this scenario, because I think you did swap from the Mandabuzz into that into that Cresselia, and here comes the Grass Knot bait. It does get Protect Shielded. No, hey, sorry. I'm thrown off here. There is no switch lock.
Yeah,
there's just the Cresselia back.
Just the remaining
there's only one screen on our side here. As the Dragon Claw comes through, it's going to be able to Dragon Breath down, and that's a 3-to-1 advantage for Wdage. Wdage, a clean victory there.
And that is quite brutal from the from the trainer going up against the Dragonite. I mean, that's a very, very tough one. It looks like we are being calling this match here with one game in favor of Wdage here. Not sure what was agreed upon on stage right there, but it looks like the judges have reviewed the footage from the previous, and it looks like Wdage is going to emerge victorious in this match.
Yeah, so that's either a 2-0 or it's a 1-0, and they might continue the series off stage. So we're going to make sure and let you know. As soon as we know, we're going to fill you in on that information. Like I said, we just want to iron some things out so we get the fun started, because as you can see, Shadow Dragonite and Wdage, that Defense Form Deoxys Shadow Dragonite dynamic duo, I was not expecting that combination to be so strong in this meta, but the way Wdage played that, just played really fluidly with his Defense Form Deoxys and his Registeel. Of course, won that lead against the Mandabuzz, but just saved the Protect Shields for that Shadow Dragonite to ensure that it could close in the back.
Yeah, and my favorite thing is we saw Wdage in both these matchups. Of course, we didn't get, too much footage. Might have been some gameplay issues, but we saw both flavors of it, right? We saw the Dragonite lead, and then we saw the Dragonite in the back line here, both times being incredibly effective. When Dragonite was in the lead in the first match, it was just firing off Dragon Claw after Dragon Claw here, dealing a lot of damage to be able to set up the back line. In this case right here, of course, winning a lead, it always feels really good, but you also got to come in with Dragonite and clean things up. And that final matchup against the Cresselia, I mean, of course, Wdage was up a shield, but firing off 2 Dragon Claws, being able to just take out the Cresselia, that was crazy.
Yeah,
crazy.
I mean, Cresselia is just too slow, right? It's just taking so much Dragon Breath pressure, and the key factor is, for Shadow Dragonite in general, is the ability to avoid fast attack pressure. So if you can avoid fast attack pressure, you can use it throughout the battle to try to get that energy advantage or shield advantage that you need. The problem with Shadow Dragonite is when it takes too much fast attack pressure and it just gets overwhelmed because of its lack of bulk. But in this meta, where counters resisted, where wing attack from a Shadow Gligar is not going to do a ton, where Registeel just has lock on, it's going to do 1 damage, Mark, it's not going to do a lot of damage. So in this meta, you're actually not threatened too much by fast attack pressure. And I just want to update Wdage, like you've mentioned, did win that series 2-0, and I know it was the right call because I saw Arrow smiling as he goes off stage. So I know the judges got it right because I know Arrow agrees with the call because he is in a good mood still. That was a tough matchup. Once again, Wdage has caused him trouble in the past in that Shadow Dragonite. I'm not sure if his team was exactly built to face that.
Yeah, and I will say from Arrow's choice of Pokemon to bring, Cresselia is actually a pretty strong choice now I think about it, because you know that Lantern's going to be here, you know that Metacham's going to be here. Cresselia is actually a great answer to those 2 Pokemon specifically, but this is not about just those 2 Pokemon, right? We have a top 12, and against the rest of that top 12, not actually looking so good, right? There's Registeel, there's Lickitung. Those are matchups that you don't want to go up against with Cresselia, but I can see if he gets the correct alignment, Cresselia could be a really, really strong pick.
Yeah, it's just hard because of the steel types. I think right now in the meta, it's not terrible for Cresselia besides those steel types. I mean, we didn't even mention Shadow Loam and Sandslash. Shadow Loam and Sandslash destroys
that is
Cresselia.
True.
Yeah.
Shadow Claw and resisting both charge moves. Okay, I'll give it to you right there. Maybe not wanting to bring Cresselia.
Yeah, but no, I think it's decent because, yes, those matchups are bad, but the reason Cresselia wasn't as strong in the past because there was bad matchups like Registeel and Lickitung, but then there was also Sableye matchups, Umbreon matchups, just matchups across the board. It's like, what are you even targeting? But at least in this situation, if you can avoid the Registeel, the Shadow Loam, Sandslash, Lickitung, you're actually very strong against Metacham. You're really good against Lantern and Swampert, and you're better against Gligar than you are with Defense Form Deoxys, and you kind of soft counter the Defense Form Deoxys. So if you could position it, it does have some play, and I feel like that is just cements the theme of the season so far. Is I think a lot of things will have play because it feels like because of recent changes, there's not as many hard counters, so a lot of things can kind of just slip through the cracks and make it onto the field.
Yeah, slip through the cracks, have more neutral matchups, right? So we can get to see the potential of some of these Pokemon. I think, you know, so far today, I think just only 2 matches, but we've already got a glimpse of what this new meta could be kind of forming into, right?
Yeah, and we had Rise to Occasion so far. We have Wdage, Arrow, Shadow, Brady. It's been a great start, and we have some more action coming up right after this break.
Good night. Good morning.
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 There's never been a better time to get started with PvP in Pokemon Go. I'm Zionic, and today I'm gonna guide you through how to get started. Let's start with where you can PvP. Simply head into the game menu, and at the top right, you'll see a battle option. Here you will find the Go Battle League, an online matchmaking game feature with a blind 3 format. Before going into Go Battle League, you'll be presented with 2 options, a free basic rewards path and a premium rewards path, which requires a premium battle pass to enter. These reward paths represent a series of 5 battles, also known as a set. The more battles you win, the more rewards you will receive from that set. You are limited to 5 sets per day, which is 25 battles in total, and during special events like Go Battle Day, you can do up to 20 sets per day, which is 100 battles. As you compete in Go Battle League, you'll begin to unlock new ranks. These ranks unlock rewards such as catch encounters, cosmetics, elite TMs, and even a chance at a legendary Pokemon. Ranks 1 to 20 are progression based, meaning each time you win, it'll contribute to your overall journey to rank 20. Once rank 20 is unlocked, you will be measured through an ELO rating system, the highest rank being Legend, which is 3000 rating. Each positive set with 3 or more wins will increase your ELO rating. Each negative set with 2 or less wins will lower your ELO rating. Go Battle League also operates through seasons. These seasons rotate roughly every 3 months while providing weekly or bi-weekly leagues and specialty cups to compete in. These leagues are typically divided through the Great League, Ultra League, and Master League, which all have different metagames. While Go Battle League may be a different format to the Pokemon Go Championship, it's by far the best way to practice and learn the fine details of PvP to prepare you for a tournament you'd like to compete in. The Pokemon Go Championship is hosted in the Great League, which provides a wider variety of potential Pokemon to use in competition because of the lower level threshold for battle. These tournaments also provide a fantastic look at some of the top performing Pokemon in the Great League, giving you goals to work towards as you look to build your PvP roster. Speaking of building your PvP roster, here's some tips and tricks that you can use to quickly add powerful Pokemon to your team. Firstly, you'll want to do your best to know about the current events in Pokemon Go. They are by far the easiest and most effective way to gather Pokemon and resources you will need to build your teams. You can stay up to date on all the events and seasonal information from the Pokemon Go website. You'll also want to play during dense spawn events, such as Community Day and Spotlight Hour. They can sometimes provide incredibly strong Pokemon that you might need for PvP. You'll also want to take advantage of the Mega Evolution system to increase the candy and XL candy that you can get for the Pokemon you are looking to build. Raids are also a great resource for getting Pokemon that you need on your team. They rotate with the events and can provide key resources such as TMs. Trust me, once you dive into PvP, you'll begin to use a lot of TMs. 3-star raids provide a guaranteed TM reward, so look to leverage that if you're running low. They can be done in most cases solo and with a free raid pass. Finally, and what might be the most important tip, is to trade with your community. Pokemon that you may have missed, such as Swampert Community Day, might just be in the storage of your local community members. As a battler myself, I always hold on to multiple key PvP Pokemon that new players might need for their roster, so don't be afraid to ask around if there's a Pokemon that you are looking for. I hope this guide was helpful to get you started on your PvP journey. Thanks for tuning in. See ya!
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old. Here on Victory Road, where legends are alive. I'ma be right there, right there. Just watch me. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric. I'll be a legend. Now I'm finally home, here on Victory Road. Victory Road.
Hi Pokemon trainers, my name is Anna Hoffman, and I'm here to chat a bit about reading opposing teams of 6 Pokemon in trainer battles for organized play.
Lickitung goes on to the grand finals!
Enhoff.
The Play Pokemon Championship Series takes place using teams of 6 Pokemon in the Show 6, Pick 3 format. Properly reading a team in organized play is a different process from reading an opposing team of 3 in the blind format of the Go Battle League. When you first receive your opponent's team sheet, the pool of Pokemon you need to prepare for shrinks down to the 6 Pokemon you see. It is important to use this information to your advantage, as this affects how both you and your opponent will approach the battle. Battle parties of 3 will be structured around the Pokemon that are present, and the gaps that are created as a result. One of the first things to evaluate when reviewing your opponent's team is where your team's strengths lie. Identifying your emergent safe swaps, or Pokemon that have the best wins and softest losses against your opponent's available Pokemon, will be key in structuring battle parties. Additionally, it is a good idea to identify closer Pokemon. Closer Pokemon generally have few counters on the opposing team and thrive if those counters are dealt with or absent. In this example footage, we can see a team that does not have a strong answer for Tapu Fini, and we can see the opponent properly capitalizing on this by saving Tapu Fini as a get-out-of-jail-free card during the match. With no hard answer, Tapu Fini can operate as both a safe swap and a closer for her team. Altaria additionally operates as a closer so long as a Azumarill is either answered for or not present on the opposing team. Correctly acknowledging and playing to your team's strengths against your opponent is one of your best paths to victory in Play Pokemon Organized Play. Part of playing to your advantages will be expecting your opponent to play to their strengths as well. Reading your own team against theirs and finding their emergent safe swaps, closers, and resulting battle parties is a next step in elevating your ability to read an opposing team. Identifying the right Pokemon that your opponent is likely to bring repeatedly, or likely to keep in the back of their team, allows you to more easily create expectations going into a battle. With a proper eye for team reading, you can reduce your expectations from 6 Pokemon down to 5 or even 4 that your opponent is likely to bring. From there, you can better prepare in battle, expecting certain Pokemon and saving charge attacks, energy, or shields for that target. In this example, Alphav does just that, recognizing that his opponent's switch-in of Lickitung against his Umbreon likely means that the Trevenant is in the back. Alphav uses this to his advantage to save a Dark Pulse on his Umbreon and secure the victory. A strategy that veteran players will employ is expecting certain strategies from specific opponents. Perhaps you've watched an opponent in a previous regional tournament and can gauge their tendencies in team composition. Properly expecting an opponent to either lead a battle party with their strongest Pokemon, use it as a safe swap, or keep it hidden as a closer can be extremely valuable information when crafting your own team. In this clip, Rise to Occasion knows his opponent Onion Frank tends towards ABA style teams of 3 in general, and has created teams especially weak to Trevenant in this current set. Recognizing this, he holds back his Trevenant, pairing it as well with a good core pair of Azumarill. Once he is able to see Azumarill's hardest counter of Lantern in the lead, his team is ready for an advantageous match that he turns into a win. The ability to read opponents' tendencies is a skill that will only become more and more relevant as Pokemon Go's tenure and organized play continues. There are many aspects of reading an opposing team of 6 that can help bring your own team to victory. Knowing these differences from the Go Battle League and other trainer battle formats is key to ensuring success at future tournaments. Best of luck in employing these and other tactics at any tournaments you participate in.
Hi there, I'm your host Anna Prosser. We are here in Yokohama at the Pokemon World Championships 2023 and I'm at the prize wall with Travis. Travis, what's the prize wall?
The prize wall is a wonderful wall of prizes we have this weekend for players participating in our side events. We've got, again, Go, TCG, and VG side events to sign up for. Players can have a great time this weekend and come redeem even more fun prizes.
So tell us exactly how it works. Someone plays, then they get what, and then they...
So a player will go, they'll sign up for one of our many side events. After they've completed the side event, they'll receive prize wall tickets, and once they've accumulated however many they're wanting to save up for, they can come back to the prize wall and claim one of their fun prizes.
There are so many things here that I already am like, I want that, I want that. There are a few exclusive world things here, right? What are those?
Just a couple things this time, but we have the World's Playmat exclusive to the Yokohama tournament, as well as a few copies of the World's Promo available for players to get as well. But a lot of fun, mainly Japanese Pokemon Center prizes this time, so that's a lot of fun for a lot of international players.
Which one's your favorite?
This time I'm going to go with the Butterfree Umbrella. It's so cool. It comes with a Metapod carrying case. Gotta love it.
It's so cute. It made me squeal. I'm going to go squeal over some more things. Thank you so much, Travis. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships.
Welcome back to Pittsburgh, the first regional of the 2024 season, where we're going to find out who will join those legends on Victory Road. And we've seen some legends so far because we've already seen Rise to Occasion. We've seen Wdage with some clean 2-0 victories. Some of the best trainers in the world already have a grasp on this new meta.
Yeah, and they're finding their own styles here today. Butters, I love that song Victory Road that was playing during the break right there. Really, really awesome song, and seeing all the scenes from Worlds this year, all 3 different game types, of course. I mean, it was pretty cool to kind of recap that moment.
Yeah, and also look how far we have come, because I just want to point out the top 5 in a meta can really paint the picture of the general health of the meta. And I think right now, this is the healthiest top 5 meta I have ever seen. Yep. And I know it's a bold statement, but when you look from number 1 to number 5, every single Pokemon has play against the other Pokemon on the list.
Okay.
Medicham,
I can agree with that.
Yeah, Medicham has play against Lickitung. Lickitung has play against Medicham, and Medicham has play against Registeel. Registeel has play against Medicham. And then the Lantern has neutral play against all of them. And then also, the key factor is the Gligar versus Lantern matchup, especially if it's Water Gun, it's very neutral because you're doing super effective damage on Lantern with the Fast Attack and Charge Attack, and then Gligar can hit those big digs to knock out the Lantern. This top 5 is as neutral as it gets, Mark.
Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense here. And also, I think to your point about kind of the top 5 being a little bit more spread out, I think in the past we've seen a lot more very, very top-heavy, high-usage Pokemon. Of course, Medicham being 72% is still pretty high, but I think the curve has smoothed out a little bit more so that we see, you know, a little more evenly distribution of power in the top 5 as well. So, you know, a lot of these mons, 40% plus, even the lower half, I guess, with the Azumarill, the Alolan Sandslash, still being at 23% is pretty healthy for that kind of presence.
Yeah, and even Gligar, which is the flyer of choice, it has play against Medicham, but Medicham has play against Gligar. I mean, it kind of is reminiscent of the first World Championships where we had the Walrein meta with Walrein, Sableye, Medicham, Registeel all had kind of play against each other. But then the 5th Pokemon was Trevenant, which Trevenant was hard countering, also Sableye was hard countering the Medicham. Trevenant was hard countering Registeel and beating Medicham really easily. So in terms of healthy top 5 metas, I know it's bold, but I think this is as healthy as it can get. And when the engine is humming, it's going to be a fun ride, Mark.
Yeah, I think, I hope so, Butters. I hope as this season continues on, we do start to see distributions like this where more of the top 5, more of the top 6, they have, more usage, but also even distribution so that we're not so skewed against one Pokemon, right? Last season, we saw a lot of Medicham, saw a lot of Noctowl. That was, and saw a lot of Lantern. That was kind of the holy trinity last season.
Yes.
This season, if the Medicham usage gets down a little bit and we start to diversify into that Deoxys defense that we saw earlier, that's going to be a great meta here where, almost like an anything kind of goes meta.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have to point out that Lickitung doesn't love Registeel. That's probably the matchup that is the toughest in that top 5. But depending on stat distribution, Lickitung does have some play in the 2 Protect Shield situation. You can also double Protect Shield, pivot out, and come out with 85% remaining on your Lickitung. So there still are options compared to, say, the Noctowl, Trevenant, Lantern triangle of avoid all costs, where it's just really tough. So I'm so excited to see how the meta is going to play out in Pittsburgh. We've seen a taste so far, but we haven't really seen that much action from the Shadow Gligar. I feel like that's the next Pokemon that I just want to see in action.
I think did we see it in both matches, but it never came in, right? Or it was available on a roster, but did not come in.
Yes.
Yeah, I hope that we can see it here. I'm sure by the end of the tournament, Butters, we'll have plenty of Gligar experience. But yeah, I'm also just kind of wondering when are we going to be able to see this actually come into fruition, be able to come in and see it play out.
Yeah, absolutely. We have our next matchup on stage. We got Tihi Reis versus Heydonis Actual. Heydonis Actual has made 2 top cuts before. I remember in Portland, he actually didn't take a loss in day number 1. So an extremely impressive trainer, and he's kind of switched his team completely of what it's been in past iterations. He's now running the Lantern, Gligar, not Shadow, Medicham, Lickitung, Superior, and the Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
So actually, Pokemon that we talked about a little bit before this cast here was, with Lantern being potentially a very strong pick, what grass type is really stepping up to be able to take on it? I mean, I think we kind of joked that Superior was not ready to take the mantle, but it looks like, Heydonis believes.
Yeah, the thing is, Superior does have some play against Medicham because it does have Aerial Ace, which now is 5 less energy. So in the 0 Protect Shield situation, you can actually Frenzy Plant, absorb an Ice Punch, and then you will outpace to that Aerial Ace before the next Ice Punch is available. So I believe you can win that 0 Protect Shield situation. And of course, on the other side, Tihi Reis.
Yeah, Tihi Reis here running, some of the familiar picks right here. Shadow Swampert, Toxicroak, very interesting. Trevenant, Shadow Alolan Ninetales, Lantern, and of course, my #1 pick for this weekend here is the Steelix.
Yeah, Steelix, usually you've seen Shadow Steelix a lot in Go Battle League. This is just the normal Steelix, and if you look at the play here, it doesn't love to see Shadow Alolan Sandslash or Medicham, and it wouldn't love to see a Water Gun Lantern, but a Spark Lantern is just fine. And, you're not terrible against Gligar because you can absorb a dig, and you start putting a lot of pressure with Dragon Tails. And of course, we have to mention, Breaking Swipe is now available for the Steelix. As we get into the lead matchups, it's going to be Medicham into Lantern.
kind of battle the old flows here in the meta here. We're gonna see both trainers opt to stay into this matchup right here. I think Tihi Reis, has the Toxicroak in the back, doesn't want to meet the meta champ. I think she's comfortable staying in here and at least taking on this neutral matchup.
So this is kind of fascinating to me as the Protect Shield in the Surf from Heydonis, because he thinks that the backline alignment is going to matter. And if you see the backlines of these teams, the alignment's going to matter a ton. And there's 2 Pokemon that technically got nerfed. The psychic damage was reduced from Medicham. And then, of course, we have the Spark Lantern that generates energy slower, but does more damage with the Spark.
And you can actually see here, Butters, that Spark damage is not insignificant. It's starting to really, really wear away here, and Heydonis unfortunately is going to eat the Thunderbolt here. I mean, I think if you're going to invest in the shield here, Heydonis farming a lot of energy, is going for the Psychic. This should still knock out at this range here, but Lantern has done a lot of work.
And does no Protect Shield, the Lantern goes down, and now the alignment is going to be on Heydonis' actual side. So that was a fascinating matchup to me, because it's 2 Pokemon that quote-unquote got worse, and Medicham was actually able to win that neutral matchup, didn't throw the Ice Punch, which would have been nice in that Shadowlun Sand Slash. Here comes the Lickitung, and now that Gligar is going to be matched up against the Toxicroak in the back.
That is so unfortunate, because Alola Ninetales here, I did hear trainers talking about it. They did switch out of Charm into Powder Snow to be able to have a little bit better coverage here. I mean, Licktung's going to be able to absorb all of this energy very comfortably here. But, and we do see the switch here. It is able to catch a Body Slam, which I think actually is one of the better things that could happen in this matchup.
And this is an undercharge a little bit, because Heydonis is looking a little puzzled, because he's going to be able to wing attack this Toxicroak down, because Toxicroak has nothing that it can throw into the Gligar. It has Mud Bomb, Sludge Bomb.
And this is very, very unfortunate right here. I mean, Heydonis, he's kind of looking at it, but yeah, Toxicroak not the best Pokemon here that with charge move coverage here, and Heydonis able to wing attack down all the way. And we are going to see, though, double Weather Ball, or very close to double Weather Ball here on Tihi Reis' side. We're going to see the first Protect Shield come out, but unfortunately, I think you're going to have to eat an Aerial Ace.
Yeah, looking to go for the bait Aerial Ace on Heydonis' side. This is so tough, because if it's a dig, you just lose the game. So do you try to make the call in the Aerial Ace? And yes, Tihi makes the call.
Oh, it still does quite a chunk of damage, though, and it looks like we are going to see a charge move priority tie here. The Alola Ninetales is going to win. I think Heydonis kind of hitting his head a little bit, kind of forgot about that one, but I do think Butters Lickitung is going to be able to come in here and have a very comfortable lick down, and is very close to the Body Slam itself.
Actually getting to that Weather Ball, didn't get to that Weather Ball. Gets knocked out with the Weather Ball energy. I don't think it would have been enough to knock out the Lickitung from that range. Lickitung is just so bulky. In a sentence we're probably going to say a lot, Lickitung is going to be able to lick up the rest of the team and take it out, because it's just so strong right now.
Yeah, and unfortunately that opening matchup right there, I think it meant everything for the match, because if you had a Alola Ninetales on the Gligar, Toxicroak on the Lickitung, you'd be in a really, really good spot. But Heydonis right there, I mean, Medicham still king for a reason, right? Heydonis used the shield on the Surf, still took a Thunderbolt, still was able to take out Lantern in the one shield scenario.
Yeah, and that Toxicroak is better against the Lickitung than a Medicham would be, because you're not taking that super effective lick damage, but you're just so much worse against Gligar than Medicham would be. So how are you going to position that? That's a Pokemon that we've seen in the past. We've seen Wdage win the North American International Championships with it. We've seen outstanding trainers like Tauntaun Batus run it, Mimi, Whiskey, Jay Brandy in the 5 cents, all with day 2 performances with that Toxicroak. And we're going to see if Tihi can position that a little bit better. I don't hate the pick, because Lickitung is going to be heavily featured all tournament long. Can you line up that Toxicroak into the Lickitung? And I believe Tihi did that in the lead.
Yeah, and that is finally a great scenario here. I mean, we're going to see here, Butters, there is actually a Steelix in the backline here. I'm really curious to see how this is going to play out. And unfortunately, a little bit slow of a swap right there. We are going to see the Shadow Swamper come into the Medicham. I mean, if you're Heydonis right here, I think you got to go for alignment.
Yeah, and I feel like, if you did swap into the Steelix, it sounds crazy to bring in a Steel type into the Medicham, but at that point, you could soak this energy onto the Steelix because it's going to be a resisted Psychic or a neutral Ice Punch here, and the Shadow Swampert wants no part of this Psychic, and it doesn't knock out though. Maybe that 5 damage less, but the counter does. And looks like Heydonis just did get that switch advantage that he wanted. We don't know if it's Spark or Water Gun on that Lantern in the back.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Toxicroak, you got to throw right away because you don't want to absorb another Psychic here. Is able to reach the Mud Bomb here, but I think Heydonis is okay with that one. He's going to be able to realign the Pokemon and bring in the Lantern here against the Toxicroak, but it's not actually a free matchup here. You're going to have to take at least, you know, a Mud Bomb or two if you want this out, but looks like the Lickitung is actually coming right back in.
Yeah, you're worried to bring in that Lantern into that Toxicroak. It makes me think that that Lantern is Spark. Because if it was a Water Gun Lantern, I feel like it could pressure enough with Fast Attack and get to those Surfs. But Spark is just much slower now. I feel like it was going to get outpaced to those Mud Bombs, so decided to bring in the Lickitung instead. And unfortunately, you have to take this Body Slam. I love this shield. Great shield by Tihi, knowing that Toxicroak is probably the most impactful Pokemon. And there it is. It's Spark Lantern.
Okay, and right there we see the Steelix switch in. Like, this is pretty aggressive here. I mean, Lantern had a significant lead. You are going to have to eat a Surf here if you want to get off Breaking Swipe without using a shield here. And it does look like we're going to see the bulk of Steelix right here. Normal Steelix, right? About half of its HP. And now the Breaking Swipe game begins, Butters. We talked a little bit about this at the very beginning, why I'm so excited for Steelix. This is not the best matchup to showcase it, but we will see a Protect Shield used on a Breaking Swipe here. And right now, things are about to get a little bit more miserable here. I think you can guard the Steelix here because it's a Spark. If you are aggressive enough, you can... I think you can no-shield. Okay, we do see the shield come out, but we're now going to see Breaking Swipe after Breaking Swipe here. I mean...
Do you get the Earthquake energy? You don't get knocked out by this Surf. We saw that double Surf isn't enough, and now because of the Breaking Swipe, I don't think this knocks out. Does Heydonis have his timer available? Do you try to go for the big Earthquake here? No, was one Dragon Tail away, but does Heydonis know it? He is a little bit worried looking at this Protect Shield and actually just lets it go.
It right there, and he's going to swap into the Lickitung right here. I think you have to, and we see a Breaking Swipe
does he
being
get the counter? Oh, he gets the counter down. Wait a second here. Wait a second. Can you get to the Mud Bomb, and can you outpace this Lantern? Is not getting to energy quick enough. You might be able to counter this Lantern down low enough. You have a Breaking Swipe available. Can this Lantern get to the Surf?
Oh, it does have a Surf here.
It's at it.
But look who wins Charge Move Priority. It is going to be the Steelix. It does the Breaking Swipe actually knock out, though?
I don't know. It's just a normal Steelix. It's not Shadow Cannon. Knock out.
The Lantern hangs on.
And this is why Lantern was, I believe, the strongest Pokemon at the World Championships, and it's still insanely strong, taking out Tihi in that game number 2. What an epic game.
What an ending to that game right there. I mean, there's so much momentum right there. We did see some great potential from the Steelix, though, I will say.
Yeah, I feel like there was no charge attack priority on that Surf. I think Lantern would win that charge attack priority. But nonetheless, what an epic finish. I mean, was seriously so close to winning that matchup. I love the Toxicroak pick. It's hard against the Gligar meta, but I love how it's stronger against the Lickitung. And I believe about this before, but Toxicroak is stronger against Lantern than it was before.
Yep.
I feel like because you get so outpaced by that Mud Bomb, it has to be a worse matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Mud Bomb, of course, seeing a buff in the previous balance patch, right? So, I mean, that right there could have been devastating. I think great coverage. Obviously, don't want to have it go up against a Gligar in any possible way, but, you know, as we saw in the first game. But that second one, doing a lot of work right here. But, I mean, this is definitely a replay for the ages right here. I mean, I was not sure who was going to be able to win this.
Yeah, and 1 HP and a dream. Heydonis keeps his dream alive. And Heydonis, who started out the 2023 season a little bit slow, trying to start it out at a better pace in 2024. He finished strong 2023, so now can he carry over that momentum into 2024? A great start from 3 trainers so far. We got 3 2-0s, but we've seen a lot of new picks. It's been a fascinating start.
And we got to see our wish here. We got to see Gligar in action just a little bit. It was a bit of a hard counter matchup, but that's okay. And then I got to see what I thought would be a more impactful Pokemon. It was Steelix. I think it was still doing a lot of great work, though. It was kind of forcing some switch outs. It was applying the debuff. We got to see, like, you know, you could survive a couple of surfs if you have the breaking swipe on. It came close. It came really close.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, this is our first regional of the season, and we always encourage you to come check out these regionals, participate, watch from home or watch in the arena as well. It's always amazing. And one thing that you might really want to do is trade with your fellow trainers, because there's some Pokemon that you can actually only make Great League eligible through training, like Tapu Fini, Guzzlord. I mean, you can also get a better Cresselia in the Great League. So there's so many benefits to trading. So to talk about this benefits is this video.
Pokemon Go has many different avenues to acquire the best Pokemon for PvP, but one stands above the rest to be very effective at increasing your PvP roster: trading. Trading is by far the best game feature to leverage. It allows you to collect Pokemon from events that you might have missed, reroll stats of specific Pokemon, get exclusive attacks that can no longer be obtained outside of Elite TMs, and even get legendary Pokemon into the Great League like Lugia and Tapu Fini. The best times to trade are during events such as Community Day or Raid Hours, as they allow you to easily meet up with other players and can sometimes provide bonuses to the amount of special trades you can do. This is the time to ask around for Pokemon you need on your roster, especially if they are out of season like Trevenant, which only appears during Halloween events. Another great place to trade is at Play Pokemon tournaments. Trainers there are just like you and likely have key Pokemon you've been looking for, or regional Pokemon such as Tropius and Hawlucha. Now, trading is a two-way street, so it's always best practice to keep Community Day Pokemon and special event Pokemon for future trades, as other trainers might need them from you. Here's a list of some of the top Pokemon used in the Great League for Play Pokemon tournaments. While this meta is ever evolving, it's important to add these Pokemon to your roster, as they are consistently performing at the highest level in both Go Battle League and Play Pokemon. The friendship gifting system can also help you lower the costs of trades. For example, someone that you are good friends with will cost you 20,000 Stardust for a new Pokedex entry, while someone you are ultra friends with will only cost 1,600 Stardust. This is fantastic for trainers that can trade with their local community, as you can easily work towards higher friendship levels, while also preparing you for potential costs of trades when you go to special events. The stats of Pokemon traded are also randomized, giving you a chance at better stats for that Pokemon. You can do this by either trading with lucky friends for a chance at better stats, or trading with someone new to have a higher chance at low stats. The lower your friendship, the lower the floor for stats of the traded Pokemon. Pokemon with maximum stats, otherwise known as 100% or Hundo Pokemon, are used and preferred in the Master League. Lower stats, attack in particular, can be useful on Pokemon who don't reach their highest level in a given league, like Lantern in the Great League. So be sure to always leverage the trading feature in Pokemon Go. It's a great way to meet new friends and build your Pokemon Go PvP roster. See ya!
Welcome back, trainers. We are here in Pittsburgh for the first regionals of Season 3 of the Championship Series. My name is Caleb Ping. I'm joined by Tihi, and we've seen some really high battles, and one of your feature picks, Steelix.
It was so exciting to see a Steelix do so well. That was a nail-biting finish. I'm surprised that I have any left on because we didn't know how that was going to end. Who's going to win the charge priority? Who's going to knock out first? What a great battle, and congratulations to Heydonis.
Yeah, and so a really interesting matchup there. We saw a little bit of Toxicroak action of fighting Pokemon we don't typically see, but it had a lot of utility with that Mud Bomb coverage, especially for Lantern. And I don't know about that one. I don't know if the Lantern, Spark Lantern, is necessarily better or not, but it's still a force to be reckoned with and something that everyone should be still prepared to face.
Exactly. I'm very curious to see if we are going to get Water Gun Lantern today as well. I think that might be better in this current meta game.
Yeah, we did see a Water Gun Lantern from Arrow. Unfortunately, he had that Water Gun Lantern locked into Wdage's Shadow Dragonite, which is not really the matchup you really want to see. But I do agree with you. I think Water Gun Lantern is going to be pretty viable in a lot of situations, and that's really the main reason why Spark Lantern even exists, just for that head-to-head mirror matchup.
Exactly. So we talked about the Spark change being really pivotal. We got to see Breaking Swipe as well on the Steelix. Caleb, was there any other impact that we've seen so far here starting off this first regional of the season.
Yeah, we saw at least one Gligar so far. Heydonis really capitalizing off of that matchup, farming down Toxtro, resisting all the charge moves and the fast move from that Toxtro. So definitely a matchup that you don't typically see very often, but I think we got some more spicy Pokemon coming up very soon, and we have Brown Baller versus a Ray 5D in this next set of battles. Winners round 3, and Brown Baller's running a little bit of spice on his end.
All right, so again, it will be Brown Baller versus Ray, and I am excited to see a new field of Pokemon here in this new season, Adventures Abound. It's great to see something a little bit different.
Yes, and a little sneak peek for you all at home. I think this is actually going to be the first time we're ever going to see a Carbink on official tournament broadcast, and that is going to be Ray running the Carbink on his team. So we're going to take a look at Brown Baller's team real quick, though. Brown Baller, the second place finisher, the finalist of Toronto Regionals from last year, also Western World Championships this past year, running that Lickitung, Azumarill, Mandibuzz, Shadow Alolan Sandslash, Whiscash, and Medicham. Whiscash not typically the water ground Pokemon of choice, but it has some very interesting coverage with Mud Bomb and a hard-hitting Blizzard.
Exactly. Very interested to see how that is going to play out, and especially with the newly buffed Mandibuzz. Ray is going to bring that Alolan, Ninetales, Azumarill, Medicham, Carbink, Shadow Victory Bell, and Shadow Gligar. The Shadow Victory Bell pick is really interesting. Last time we've seen a Shadow Victory Bell top cut is Meteor Folian. He had 8th place in Hartford.
Yeah, Meteor Folian, one of the, I would say, resident experts in Shadow Victory Bell Bastion strategies. Looking like Ray taking a little bit, some notes out of Meteor Folian's book, running that Shadow Victory Bell, but replacing it with Carbink, which is similar to Bastion in the sense that it's a very polarizing matchup. Very hard wins, but also some hard losses. However, I would say it's probably a little bit more flexible than Bastion in the sense that it has win conditions against Medicham, which is the fighter of choice.
Exactly. The one thing we have not seen change at all is the primary fighter for these Pokemon Go Championship Series matches, and that is most certainly our Medicham. Taking a look at things that, also some things that may have changed, may not have changed. Brown Baller's team from Toronto 2023, his qualifying run for Worlds last year, he had Medicham as well, but Noctowl was his flyer of choice, and with that Sky attack not being as viable, switching over to that Mandibuzz this time.
Yeah, you can see Brown Baller having a lot of similar components to his Toronto team, despite the fact that his team is very different. His current team has a lot of bulk to it too, and I think this is a really great strategy for a lot of trainers, both experienced and newer to the game, because having bulkier Pokemon gives you a little bit more flexibility. You can make a few more misplays here or there, and it won't be as punishing, and just in general, you can typically outlast your opponents in a lot of these matchups. And that's what we saw a lot from Brown Baller on his amazing run in Toronto, and let's see if he can do it again here at Pittsburgh.
Yeah, our trainers are locking in, so we are going to be seeing, again, first time seeing a Carbink here on stream. Excited for that. Again, as we wait for our trainers to lock in, I agree. What Brown Baller used last time, lots of similar elements. Still has a Steel type, but instead of Galarian Stunfisk, that Earthquake nerf, we've got Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Water type, no Lantern to be seen on Brown Baller's team this time. Again, opting for that Whiscash with that Blizzard coverage. We were going to have to see if we will have a Blizzard, if we will have an Avalanche. Our trainers are down on the field of play, and we have an Azumarill mirror matchup, Caleb.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the moveset on the Azumarill. It's going to dictate a lot here. And it looks like play rough and ice beam on both sides. So charging priority can definitely play a factor in this matchup. Brown Baller, though, avoiding that Shadow Victory Bell into his Azumarill, which is definitely the matchup we really want to avoid.
Exactly. We see Reis Azumarill going first in with that play rough, going for that strong neutral damage, but Azumarill having so much bulk, it's going to take a while to see how exactly this is going to play out. Are we going to see a catch, perhaps, of a play rough onto that Shadow Victory Bell?
Yeah, and we see a Brown Baller actually swapping in the Lickitung. Now, this setting up Brown Ball for a much dangerous situation in the back end. Obviously, he doesn't know there's a Shadow Victory Bell in the back, but Ray now has it in his back pocket for that Azumarill on Brown Ball side. Let's see if Ray stays in this matchup now. You don't really want to tank a Power Whip. It looks like Ray is going to stay in this matchup a little bit longer. Here comes the first Power Whip. Does it get shielded is the real question.
We will have to see. That is going to do a considerable amount of super effective damage and knocks out the Azumarill. Ray 5D deciding what Pokemon to bring in next to try to take on the Lickitung.
Yeah, bringing in the Shadow, Powder Snow Alolan Ninetales, non-Shadow form. My apologies, but this is actually going to be a little bit better for Ray. Yes, the Shadow Victory Bell is going to struggle against the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, but so is the Alolan Ninetales, and at least the resisted Race Release are going to hurt a little bit more, and we're going to see a first Bison come through and not getting shielded on the Shadow Victory Bell.
Shadow Victory Bell, not necessarily known for its bulk, takes it almost down to half health and going to try to Razor Leaf down, but the Lickitung gets to a move first. Ray just opting to shield and preserve a little bit more health on this Victory Bell before we see a swap out into the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Not very effective Razor Leaves, but Caleb, it looks like it's still chunking away.
It is, but you still have 2 shields on Brown Baller's side. He's feeling comfortable. I don't even think you need to shield this move, and he chooses not to. Hanging on there and avoiding that Azumarill into Shadow Victory Bell, which is the worst matchup possible for him. And then now having a lot of energy. And the tough part is you're double resisting the Powder Snow from the Alolan Ninetales, so you just can't even Powder Snow down, and Ray still has to commit moves at this point to take out the Alolan Sandslash.
Exactly. We have a drill run coming through. Ray using his final Protect Shield to preserve the health on the Alolan Ninetales. And like you said, Caleb, you can't really Powder Snow down. Has to throw a move, deciding to undercharge, not popping a single bubble. It's not going to KO, but maybe can Powder Snow down now and is able to get the knockout.
Yeah, 2 shields on Brown Ball's side. This is a gargantuan feat that Ray has to overcome. Insult to injury was that charging priority against the Alolan Sandslash 2, so making that energy not as useful for Ray. Ray is going to bait with a Weather Ball. Brown Ball going to correctly and safely shield and should be able to just bubble down this Alolan Ninetales.
And the victory there goes to Brown Baller 10. We are 1-0, Caleb.
Yeah, that was an interesting matchup too. One you don't typically see. Yes, the Zero Mirror is not super unique, but Shadow Victory Bell in the backhand matchup is definitely a scary spot for Brown Baller. However, Brown Baller having expectations for it, having that Lickitung for a potential safe swap in the hard check of Alolan Sandslash, so really preparing for that potential Shadow Victory Bell, which did come out in that first game.
Yeah, Shadow Victory Bell, a very polarizing Pokemon. You either win hard or lose hard. It's a great matchup into that Azumarill, but has some really tough matchups later on. We're going to have to see, is Ray going to try the Shadow Victory Bell strategy again or opt for something a little different? This is a pivotal moment here. Ray choosing not to shield the Power Whip and knock the Azumarill getting knocked out. Take a look at this one, Caleb.
Yeah, we're going straight into game number 2. It is going to be a favorable matchup for Ray, but we see the instant swap to that Lickitung. Like we said before, that safe swap Lickitung looking so strong into Ray's team, and we see Ray throwing out an Ice Beam first before the Power Whip is going to be reached.
Yeah, I agree. The Lickitung is so potent on the safe swap. Give it a little bit of energy. And we saw the Power Whip knock out the Azumarill last time. Is Ray going to shield it? The Azumarill can handle this one, but a second one will knock out.
Yeah, I mean, this actually looks like a different situation, though, for Ray, because that Shadow Victory Bell actually looked pretty scary for Brown Baller's team. No Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Brown Baller thinking maybe I scared off this plant, but no, Ray is going to double down and is likely going to pay favorable. But let's see what happens here. Does Ray decide to shield a Body Slam? I would expect probably not. Ray saving the shields for that Shadow Victory Bell, and that is going to be the case again, Shadow Victory Bell actually looks pretty strong into Brown Baller's team, and here it comes, and Brown Baller is probably a little bit more nervous now looking at the backline Pokemon he has this option to deal with the Victory Bell.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. You don't want to have the Azumarill in this matchup, but Medichamp's not as favorable either. You do get to the Ice Punches pretty quickly, and here we see the Gligar come in, try to get a little bit of energy, and there is the Azumarill. Those bubbles taking chunks out of the Shadow Gligar. Shadow Gligar is going to have to start throwing that newly buffed Dig attack into the Azumarill.
Yeah, it has options to throw the Aerial Ace as well if you can't reach the Dig, and that's actually what Ray is going to do. You really just want to chunk down this Azumarill as much as possible. Brown Ball is trying to go for aggressive farm down, but you're taking actually a decent amount of damage from these neutral moves, Wing Attack, Aerial Ace, and Dig. Forced to throw a move. Finally, I think the play from Brown Baller is he needs to get to another Ice Beam to grab a shield. Oh no, Ray actually spending the final shield on the Gligar instead. Now this could be a much tougher situation because now shields are down and Brown Baller still has a shield for Medicham, and Medicham, on the bulkiest Pokemon Great League, is going to do pretty well shield down against Victory Bell.
Yeah, all you need is just that one Ice Punch. Victory Bell having such low defense. Victory Bell's going to get 1, 2, 3 Razor Leafs to knock out the Azumarill, so has one charge move ready. Needs quite a bit more. Those counters still doing quite a bit of damage. Here's that first charge move. Brown Baller opting to let it go.
Yeah, not shielding. This is going to do a decent amount of damage, but I think Brown Baller is still going to be able to reach this Ice Punch in time. It is going to come through. I don't know if it's enough to take out a full health Victory Bell, but at this health range, it should be enough to knock out. You can say Ray conceding and recognizing the play there too. So a great game between these two competitors, and Brown Baller continues his run in Pittsburgh.
Very good. Congratulations to Brown Baller. The Shadow Victory Bell just not working out for Ray. And we didn't see the Carbink at all, Caleb.
No, we talked about how Carbink is maybe not the most flexible Pokemon. Shadow Victory Bell is another one of those Pokemon that isn't the most flexible. Sometimes people like to pair inflexible Pokemon together and go for that alignment play, but we saw a little bit different play style from Ray in that set of games.
Exactly. But again, congratulations, Brown Baller, continuing the run through here in the first regional of the 2024 Championship Series.
Yeah, and I think we've seen a decent amount of Azumarill in the tournament today, which is makes a lot of sense, right? Especially with the rise of some of these new flying-type Pokemon, such as Gligar and Manabuzz. And here we see a little replay of that first game in the series, that Power Whip closing out the Azumarill, maintaining switch advantage for Brown Baller, and you can see the charging priority against the Alolan Sandslash too, reducing the benefits that Ray can get in this matchup. A very dominant first game from Brown Baller, and of course the second game a little bit closer, but again, Brown Baller relying on that Lickitung, one of the strongest Pokemon in Great League, and looking even stronger these days when Noctowl is nowhere to be seen.
Agreed. He used that Lickitung as a safe swap both times. Azumarill here from Brown Baller, knocking out that Shadow Gligar. That is the one scary thing about bringing Gligar. It is fun. It's got a lot of play. However, you have to avoid ice type attacks because it has both that flying and ground typing.
I gotta say too, that Shadow Gligar did a lot better into that Azumarill than I expected. Yes, Brown Baller did farm up quite a bit of energy, but the Wing Attack, the Dig, the Aerial Ace was really starting to add up against Azumarill, which I personally was kind of surprised by.
I was as well. Gligar doing really well here. I believe it was on, I think, 4 of the 5 caster predictions today. So like it shows here, Dig, a charge attack with 80 power and 50 energy. So allowing Gligar to be a little bit more useful in addition to that Aerial Ace. Charge attack, 55 power and 40 energy. It's also why we're seeing some Mandibuzz play as well here today in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I know you're not the biggest fan of using Shadow Pokemon yourself, but if I had to ask you for your full transparent honesty here, what do you think is better in this current meta, the Shadow version of Gligar or the non-Shadow?
It's tough. I always say I prefer bulky Pokemon. I prefer Pokemon that have a little bit of bulk and you're able to be a little bit more flexible. I like using Pokemon like Lickitung. When you bring that Shadow form and your defense drops by that 20%, it's a little more inflexible. It's a little more rigid to me to bring the shadows. But again, that's my personal opinion and how I play the game. Everybody plays the game a little bit different, and that's what makes these regionals so exciting.
Yeah, and I think both of them do have quite a bit of play. One interesting matchup is against that Registeel, because you can't really take it out with one dig, so you have to throw a second move anyway if you're the Shadow variant versus the non-Shadow variant. But the non-Shadow variant can tank the Zap Cannon, the Focus Blast, maybe the occasional Flash Cannon from Registeel much better. So I think in that specific matchup, you definitely benefit more by being non-Shadow.
Exactly. There's a lot of different matchups as well. We saw, Shadow Registeel come into the game, and you notice nobody brings it because the regular Registeel is by far the better pick. So it really depends on the Pokemon and the situation, which Pokemon will play out. I just prefer not to use Shadow Pokemon.
Yeah, for sure. One other Shadow debate is really the Steelix, and because that's an interesting one too. Steelix getting Breaking Swipe, and we already saw an action earlier today on this broadcast, and I think we might see a little bit more too. It is definitely one of the stronger updated Pokemon in this current meta, but it does have to run into Registeel, and if you want to see a really long matchup, you just got to see Steelix versus Carpet, because that one's going to take quite a bit of time.
Exactly. Imagine all those Dragon Tails, all kinds of resisted damage. Steelix, though, having that Earthquake power move if you're going to use it. I could imagine maybe a world where you're using double debuff Steelix. You could use the Psychic Fang and the Breaking Swipe. Really put the hurt on your opponent.
Yeah. Outside of card bank too, because that matchup will take even longer with just throwing Psychic Fangs. I do like how Earthquake does provide it with some solid coverage. Speaking of Earthquake, though, if you weren't aware, it did lose some damage in this most recent update, which is why Galarian Stunfisk is kind of nowhere to be seen. I feel like we've seen more Steelix in this tournament than Galarian Stunfisk so far, which is kind of wild to me.
Exactly. However, what the Earthquake buff didn't really affect too much, I think, is Swampert. Swampert's still incredibly powerful. I imagine we're going to be seeing a lot of Swampert still this season, even though it's big. We call it like the nuke charge move, the big heavy hitting move is still just a little bit less powerful, but Swampert's just so good anyway. I don't think it made much of a difference.
Yeah, Swampert's been a staple especially in Great League, but also in Ultra League and Master League to a degree. It just had so much utility. Fun fact, Swampert's Hydro Cannon, it got nerfed a couple years ago, shortly after it was released in PvP, and then now Earthquake's been nerfed, and it's still relevant. So I don't know how you stop this thing, but a great Pokemon to definitely look for and bring into your squad if you're looking to round out your team.
Right, just like how Psychic was nerfed a little bit this season, but we still see Medicham on almost every single team. Some Pokemon, they're just too good.
Yep, I would say so too. So we're going to have to see how that goes. And taking a look at our venue here too, we have a stacked tournament, not just from Pokemon Go, but from the trading card game and the main series game VGC. So a lot of excitement here to kick off the first tournament of Season 3. And, one important reminder too, especially if you missed the intro of our show, is this year for Pokemon Go, we are joining in TCG and VGC in their championship qualifying format, which is using championship points rather than just taking the top 2 of regionals and top 4 from internationals, which is super exciting because even if you're not the winner of the Pittsburgh regional here this weekend, you can still get something out of this tournament. It's not kind of, all or nothing.
Exactly, but the winner of each regional tournament here is still going to automatically qualify. So I want to qualify. Let's go ahead and take a look and see if we need to make any adjustments to our caster predictions most likely to succeed. Medicham, I think, was maybe an obvious pick. I maybe picked the low-hanging pineapple berry off the tree with the Medicham, but I think the rest of these picks still pretty strong. Speedy, I'm waiting for that Chestnut. I want to see it. I want to know what you were thinking putting that on your caster predictions.
Yeah, you might be waiting a little bit long for that one too. I mean, yes, it does wall off that Lantern, but it is hard to play Chestnut. We did have a few people qualify for World Championships last year with a Chestnut, even some people running in World Championships, but that is few and far in between, and finding success in it is even harder to find. But looking at these picks too, I put Lantern on there because I expected Lantern to still be super strong, regardless of if Spark was a buff or a nerf. It's just such a strong Pokemon. We see it in all these matches matchups so far is just really excelling in so many of these matchups. You can see even surviving that breaking swipe in that Heydonis and Tihi matchup and just having that bulk. So I personally like my picks overall. I don't know if Shadow Charizard was the play, but we've only seen a few battles, so I'm still hopeful for that one.
Yes, we still have a long road ahead of us on this adventure here in Pittsburgh, and we are getting ready soon for our next set of battles. I am very excited for what we could potentially see. So grass types, Caleb. Trevenant, not really relevant anymore. Is there another grass type Pokemon that could potentially fill that same Trevenant role?
Yeah, so I think Heydonis actually was running the Superior. We didn't really see it in action, but one of the other Pokemon that benefit from the Aerial Ace buff, a lot of Pokemon learn Aerial Ace that are not flying type Pokemon. Golisopod as an example, a Greninja as an example as well, and Superior is one of those. And I was actually looking at this because Butter said, hey, I think Superior might be able to beat Medicham shields down or in the one shield scenario. And in fact, Superior is able to beat Medicham in the 0 and the 1 shield scenario, assuming they have even shields on both sides. It only loses to that 2 shield potential matchup when you face off against a Medicham with the standard moveset Ice Punch and Psychic. So Superior could be an interesting one. I don't personally know if it's going to work super well, but it is definitely going to be a cool grass type to potentially run. I think overall grass types are super hard to run, which is why we see a lot of Pokemon such as Lickitung with a grass move like Power Whip being utilized instead for that flexibility.
All right, we can see our next two battlers on the field. We have Andrew Manjarres and no Treble Clef.
Yeah, and Andrew Manjarres, too, for those that are not familiar with him, coming all the way, I believe, from Mexico, got second place at North America International Championships in the first season of the Go Championship Series, only losing to Axon, who was not only the winner of the International, but our most recent World Championship winner. So definitely not an easy feat, right? And if you're going to lose to anyone, you might as well lose to the best player in the world. So Andrew Manjarres is definitely a very seasoned and experienced battler, and the no Treble Clef, not playing in as many of the official Championship Series tournaments, but has in the past had a lot of high performances, especially in the Go Battle League leaderboards in the in-game rankings. So this is going to be a very star-studded matchup in my opinion.
Yes, this is going to be intense. Something interesting, giving you all a sneak peek onto Andrew Manjarres' team, is the Quagsire. We have seen some Quagsires before in Top Cut last season in the Championship Series. For example, Wdage had a Quagsire on his team, and that got him first place at the North American International Championships.
Yeah, Quagsire is definitely going to be an interesting Pokemon, especially the Shadow variant as well. Ever since Quagsire got Mud Bomb and Mud Bomb got a buff as well, it's been actually a pretty decent water ground type of choice. You know, typically it's the Swampert, but we've seen a rise in Quagsire. We even saw Whiscash in the last series, even though it didn't make any plays on some rosters. So Quagsire having that Mud Bomb is a little bit more consistent against Pokemon like Lantern, because you don't have to go for the hard-hitting Earthquake or bait with Hydro Cannon. You can just go straight for the lower energy Mud Bomb and still excel in a lot of those matchups. So that's one of the plus sides of Quagsire. The downside is you do lose that head-to-head matchup against Shadow Swampert or non-Shadow Swampert. So that is kind of the trade-off you have, but I think it's really, really strong as long as you avoid the grass types and as long as you avoid Swampert.
Speaking of trade-offs, Andrew Manjarres has traded off a ton of Pokemon from the last time we really saw him, NAIC 2022 season. And blast from the past, Caleb, he was running a Shadow Nidoqueen. Remember when that used to be the top of the meta?
Yeah, I sometimes miss those days, but a lot of days I don't, because every time I'm trying to shield the Earth Power, it was always a Poison Fang, and then when I thought it was a Poison Fang, it was an Earth Power. So a very bait-dependent Pokemon, but it had a lot of success back then before they changed how much energy that Poison Fang is. So looking into the specific teams of these two trainers as we're getting into the matchup, we have no Treble Clef on the right side, and we have Andrew Manjarres on the left-hand side. And Andrew running that Lickitung, another Gligar, Shadow Gligar, Quagsire, Medicham, Registeel, and Shadow Alolan Ninetales.
And then we have No Trouble Clef. We have Medicham, Purified Sableye, Registeel, Shadow Alolan Sandslash, Azumarill, and Shadow Venusaur. Another option if you are looking for that grass-type damage on your team. No Trouble Clef, we saw them in Fresno 2023. And very successful trainer in the Go Battle League leaderboards.
Yeah, so a lot of Shadow Pokemon on both sides, 2 Shadow on both sides. These teams are actually fairly different for the most part outside of that Medicham and Registeel on both sides. I mean, 2 of the most strong meta picks, but I think there's a lot of play on both ends here. I guess looking at the Shadow Gligar, one of the newer Pokemon, it has some play into the team of No Trouble Clef, I gotta say. I think it has some solid play into 4 of the Pokemon I should say on No Trouble Clef's side. More neutral into Sableye matchup, but not too bad. But it really is going to struggle against that Shadow Alolan Sandslash and Azumarill. So let's see how gutsy Andrew is, and does he bring that Shadow Gligar?
Yeah, because it does look really fun, but it's got to find the right matchup to be effective. What I'm really interested in seeing is No Trouble Clef's side. I want to see if that Shadow Venusaur has play. Might scare the Quagsire away, but let's see which Pokemon do come to the field of battle. Down on the field, we have Lickitung into Azumarill. Lickitung doesn't mind this matchup. It likes being able to throw that super effective Power Whip, but it looks like No Trouble Clef is content to stay in the matchup for now.
Yeah, No Trouble Clef ABA weak to this Lickitung. It has not a great matchup with the Azumarill, but not a great matchup with the Sableye too. So forced to stay in this matchup, you really ideally want that Registeel against that Lickitung, but unfortunately not able to get the alignment that he's looking for. However, actually does swap over to the Registeel, drawing out this Medicham, and Medicham is going to start going to town on the Registeel. However, Registeel, one of the strongest Pokemon in Great League, is able to win this matchup in the zero shield situation, which is why Andrew is going to spend his first shield here.
Yeah, the Zap Cannon. Let's go ahead and see. We do have an attack fall on the Medicham. That really hurts Medicham's chances to come away well from this matchup. Medicham going right for that Psychic, hoping for a debuff chance.
Yeah, and this is why Registeel is one of the strongest safe swaps in the game, able to grab a shield advantage in a lot of situations, even if you're in a bad matchup against one that's harder counters, I should say, in Great League, because there's not a lot of hard counters to Registeel, I gotta say. Andrew is going to let the second Zap Cannon go through, and another attack drop. Now, this attack drop is going to allow Andrew to farm a little bit more energy because the counter's doing a little bit less, but this entry doesn't really have a lot of places to go. Ideally on the Azumarill, but even double debuffed Psychic is not going to hurt too much, and actually chooses to bring in the Sableye instead, so No Trouble Clef is going to reveal his 3rd Pokemon.
Yeah, I like this, trying not to align the Sableye, not getting it stuck against the Lickitung where it can't really do a lot. So the Lickitung's going to come in. Andrew Manhar is throwing a Power Whip. I'm anticipating at some point here seeing a swap to the Azumarill. The Lickitung able to do super effective fast move damage, where the Sableye really having to depend here on its charge moves.
Yeah, the double resistant Shadow Calls are going nowhere against the Lickitung. I really like this play from Andrew because Andrew recognizes that this Lickitung can beat both the Azumarill and the Sableye, and you see a final Body Slam being thrown before No Trouble Clef throws anything, and No Trouble Clef so much energy. Is he able to hang on? The Sableye does, and does throw off this return. But the problem is, how do you overcome this Registeel in the back, because the Azumarill is not going to be able to go anywhere, and the return is going to land. Andrew, recognizing that the Registeel has so much play, is going to come in, and I think No Trouble Clef realizes that he is in a tough spot right now, because you only have resistant charge moves for this Registeel, and the Registeel still can debuff as well.
Yeah, Zap Cannon on Registeel changed the game for this Pokemon. Look at how much that's super effective. I think No Trouble Clef recognizing that there is just nothing to be done here, and allowing the Azumarill to get locked on down. The Sableye will come back out, but I think this is a concession here from No Trouble Clef.
Yeah, so a very strong performance from Andrew, recognizing that Lickitung had so much value the moment that the Registeel was taken out from the Medicham. And so that's kind of like the pros and cons of revealing your 3rd Pokemon, right? Because No Trouble Clef showed that Sableye before Andrew even showed the Registeel. So at that point, Andrew already knew all 3 Pokemon that No Treble Club had and was able to play around those matchups a little bit more. On the flip side, if you come in No Treble Club with that Azumarill into the Medicham, you're in a tough spot too because the Psychic damage is going to add up much more than it would against the Sableye. So overall, kind of a tough spot for No Treble Club to be in, especially because he led Azumarill into Lickitung, had that Sableye in the back.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to bring up that Lickitung into the Azumarill was a really, really strong way for Andrew to start off this matchup. Bringing in Medi on the swap as well, being able to just knock down that Registeel. Here we see it again. Medicham really being able to garner so much energy from the matchup. And then here we have the Sableye going in for the knockout. I wasn't even sure the Sableye was going to be able to knock it out from there, but we see there, and then as well we have the Zap Cannon kind of knocking out here the Sableye.
Yeah, Azumarill, one of the strongest Pokemon in Great League, but in some ways it is still a little bit inflexible in some of these matchups, especially that Registeel one. But we're going to go into game number 2 and see how No Treble Club makes adjustment. And this is one adjustment for sure. It is going to be Shadow Venusaur into Medicham, and this is going to be an interesting situation because if you're going to spend shields, oh, and catching a resistant Frenzy Plant on the Registeel is Andrew. What a great play.
Yeah, so Andrew Manhara is making a read saying this Registeel is going to have some great play, and I think it says quite a bit that No Treble Club is staying in the matchup.
Yeah, I like this play from No Treble Club quite a bit because he recognizes that he has 2 even better counters for that Medicham in the back. I mean, pretty much triple Medicham counter in this lineup. So I like this a lot. I don't even expect to see a shield from No Treble Club because you should be able to hang on after the Zap Cannon is thrown. Oh no, spending the shield really wants to maintain alignment, but I think alignment is going to definitely play favorable for No Treble Club.
Yeah, so again, opting to stay in with the Shadow Venusaur. Andrew Manhara is allowing the Registeel to go down. I'm anticipating, I am hoping to see the new meta Pokemon come out. Perhaps we will see that Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, Shadow Gligar is going to be in an interesting spot, and actually, oh, and catching a resistant Ice Punch on the Azumarill. Probably not a play that No Treble Club even needed to do, given how positive a matchup he has in the back end, but even building this advantage further, and Andrew Manhara is like, well, I don't really want to bring Gligar into this matchup, so I'm going to have to stay in here a little bit, but here, the lowered damage on this Psychic is going to hurt a little bit less into Azumarill, which is definitely going to be a great spot for No Treble Club to be in.
Yeah, and then again, that Psychic, it does so little, and then here comes the play rough, going to be forcing that first shield from Andrew Manhara's.
Yeah, Andrew is in a tough spot too because the Gligar is still going to struggle a little bit against that Sableye, only throwing neutral moves on both ends, and then of course the Venusaur Frenzy Blast can still hit quite hard. No Treble Club is going to let the Psychic go, so giving Andrew maybe a little bit breathing room because Andrew really needs to neutralize this Azumarill as fast as possible, not enough to take it out, and getting the defense drop, but play rough is going to come first. And I think this is okay for Andrew because he needs to get a little bit energy advantage on that Gligar to have any chance in the back end.
Yeah, so let's see. We see 1 and 2, only 2 fast moves. Is that going to be enough for the Gligar to be able to power through half of a Venusaur and a fully healthy Sableye? We see a catch from No Treble Club onto the Sableye. We could get to see a little bit. What is a Shadow Gligar Aerial Ace do to Sableye? A considerable amount, I would say.
Yeah, actually a decent amount of damage. And here's the thing, you could probably tank 1 foul play. And you can see Andrew just going to farm up as much energy as possible, trying to build maybe 2 aerial aces, but this is going to hurt because of the Shadow Gligar, and we talked about this earlier, is Shadow better or not? And you can see it's going to take a little bit more damage in these situations. Does No Treble Club shields and is going to shield, forcing Andrew to have to throw another aerial ace, but before then, it's not even reached yet, so getting to another Shadow Claw worth of damage, and I think that Shadow Claw worth of damage was important. You see No Treble Club recognizing that that was definitely the right play. Venusaur still has a decent amount of health left, and very little health on this Gligar is going to make it a tough matchup. And there we go. We see No Treble Club fighting back in game number 2 to tie up the series. And that was actually a pretty wild game. We saw 3 catches. Andrew Manhara's catching a Frenzy Play on the Registeel, and then No Treble Club catching an Ice Punch on the Azumarill, and then more of a neutral catch on the Sableye. But again, Dig is definitely a little bit better for energy efficiency purposes, so still a solid catch from No Treble Club in that 3rd catch as well.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Are we playing Pokemon Go? Are we playing football or something with all of these catches out here today? Makes for a very exciting game. Very exciting for you to watch at home. Be sure that you're sharing with #PlayPokemon. If there's any of these plays that you are loving to see, if you are enjoying at home, be sure that you're shouting it out.
Yeah, exactly. You know, this has been a really impressive series so far, and you can really see the talent from both trainers and really recognizing a lot of these situations. There's a lot of kind of more neutral matchups, or you know, not so favorable matchups, but you still have play. Like Medicham, not great into Zuma, but still having play in that situation, made for these games back and forth really interesting. No really strong hard counters on either end, which makes the mid to late game super interesting because a lot of those decisions are hard to pinpoint, you know, what's right or wrong at the moment.
Exactly, and we have a decisive game 3 on our hands. Caleb, Andrew Manjarres, No Trouble Clef, who is going to continue their run through the winner's bracket. We have Registeel versus Medicham, and we see Andrew Manjarres staying in with the Registeel, looking to do some damage with Zap Cannon.
Yeah, and again, a situation where you're kind of ABA weak here, except this situation is Medicham's not counter-swapping the Registeel, is leading into it, so is going to be able to get to the Psychic first before the Zap Cannon is thrown. And so Zap Cannon is going to come out. We see an instant shield from No Trouble Clef, recognizing that the Medicham probably has a lot of value if Andrew is staying in this matchup, and he is definitely correct in that situation. And actually getting the attack drop on the Medicham, and now the Lickitung is going to respond, but the problem is No Trouble Clef doesn't have a great answer to the Lickitung, so it's going to try to do as much as he can to chip down this Lickitung to make it easier for his backline matchups.
All right, and there gets a little bit of chip damage. Medicham continuing, but that lick damage adding up fast, and then bringing in the Sableye, making catch of a resisted body slam.
Yeah, catching this double resisted body slam is huge for No Trouble Clef because this is not a great matchup for him, but after that chip damage from the counter and the Psychic, this is much more manageable, and I love this play from No Trouble Clef, recognizing how strong this is, but this does free up Andrew's Medicham in the back if he's able to take out the Sableye or reduce its health quite a bit. And you can see No Trouble Clef building up to almost 2 foul play and actually throwing the return here, maybe a little bit overdoing it, but wants to make sure that this is definitely going to be the knockout. And we actually see a shield from Andrew, which is a huge shield call because now No Trouble Clef through the return instead of the foul play does not have energy for another charge move yet, and is going to throw a resistant body slam and now forces shield a resistant body slam. What's going on?
I don't know, Caleb, but the Lickitung is going to be doing a lot more damage. The Sableye has to get to a move. You have to throw it before it faints just in time. No Trouble Clef throws the foul play, and we see another shield from Andrew Manjarres, preserving the Lickitung and maintaining advantage. We have no shields left in play. All charge moves are going to connect. Let's see what No Trouble Clef is going to do next.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised by that final shield from Andrew, but maybe recognizing that there might be the Zero back, and that was the correct prediction. No Trouble Clef bring in the Zero instead of Medicham, maybe thinking that there's something else in the back that he has to worry about, like, I don't know, like a Quagsire maybe? I don't actually know, but I feel like the Zero will be pretty strong into most things in the back, but instead is going to have to tank the super effective Power Whip. Does he try to make a catch? No, it is going to be an Ice Beam being thrown before the body slam is thrown. But this Zuma is a lot more manageable for Andrew now, and you still have the Registeel at a decent amount of health to take out this Zuma.
Yeah, so the Registeel, but it has to move fast. We see a swap into the Medicham. This mirror match changes just a little bit now with that nerf to Psychic, doing a little bit less damage. That's the main thing that Medicham is going to be using in the mirror, with all shields down. No risk, no real need to throw a bait. So we see the No Trouble Clef building up, but Andrew Manjarres right before goes for the Psychic. Ice Punch probably wouldn't have been quite enough. And there is the Psychic to knock out, and then there's the Azumarill coming in.
Yeah, going for the surefire knockout, which I like to play in Andrew Manjarres. I think his Medicham actually won charge and priority, and you can see No Trouble Clef, I think, losing no charge and priority yet again. But the problem is, even if you take out this Medicham, there's still a bulky Registeel in the back, and you're left with so little health. Losing charge and priority back-to-back charge moves is really rough for No Trouble Clef. honestly, this matchup looked really hard for Andrew Mahars at first, but it looked like Andrew Mahars was able to find a win condition, and this back-and-forth series has been super interesting. But Andrew Mahars is going to come out on top in this winners round 3 against No Treble Clef.
That was such a close game. I agree. A lot of back and forth. Congratulations, Andrew Manhares, for continuing your run through the winners bracket. That was Group C winners round 3.
Yeah, we're really seeing the success of Lickitung here today in Pittsburgh, especially with the pretty much elimination or extinction of Noctowl, I should say, in the competitive circuit. It is just thriving in so many of these matchups, and you can see a lot of people are not really choosing to run that Mandibuzz, which is going to do really well into Lickitung. So because of that, Lickitung has even more play because you really just worry about Registeel in a lot of these situations. You have play into Medicham, you do fine into Gligar, so it is so strong, and Andrew Mahar is really proving why it is the pick of choice today.
Yeah, really nice to see Andrew Manhares back in the circuit. His only top cut was in 2023, taking a look at 7th place in Mexico City with that Shadow Abomasnow. Here instead of the Shadow Abomasnow, we have the Shadow Gligar here that is going to be throwing that Aerial Ace to knock out the Sableye, and then the Azumarill coming in, throwing the Ice Beam to KO the Lickitung.
Yeah, Andrew Mahar spending both shields in this matchup to get maximum efficiency out of this Lickitung, taking out Treble Clef's Sableye and almost taking out at least half the Azumarill to set himself up for the victory. And we can see why Medicham is the king of fighters, the most common Pokemon used in so many tournaments. It is so strong because of that coverage and the bulk.
It never feels good to be locked on down in competitive play, but it's quite satisfying when you can pull it off. So again, congratulations to Andrew Manhares. One play in that last match that I thought was really interesting, we both were taken a little aback by throwing that return when the Lickitung had 2 shields available, and the foul play might have gotten it pretty close, if not knocked out, where it seemed like you were just as surprised as I was.
Yeah, I mean, I think No Treble Clef was surprised too, because I think No Treble Clef was expecting Andrew not to shield it, going for the return to ensure the knockout. I think the Lickitung was close to foul play range. It might have been a little bit outside of it, but I think No Treble was expecting, well, there's no way you're going to shield, so I'm going to just go for a surefire knockout. But Andrew, surprising not just us, No Treble Clef, maybe everyone watching at home too, throwing up that shield to preserve that Lickitung, getting so much value in that situation, and was the key to victory. So, you know, Pokemon like Lickitung are super interesting when they kind of rise up again in the meta, and a lot of times even if they don't get their moves altered in the moveset balance, it's really the nerf of some Pokemon, the buff of other ones is going to make certain Pokemon more viable all of a sudden overnight. And I think one example of that was actually Surf Lantern. When it got Surf, no one really used it for 3 months, but once they changed how Wing Attack works and it generates more energy, Noctowl started rising, and then Lantern responded in that situation.
Yeah, it's like the ripple effect. You make a change over here, and then you see the effects start to spread out all over the place in the meta. Taking a look at who we have on the field. On the left, we have Trent, and on the right, fellow Pokemon caster, Alphav.
Yeah, both trainers are probably quite familiar with for different reasons. Trent being at a lot of these tournaments too, having a very high performance in many of these tournaments, multiple top cuts, but just missing out on Worlds qualifications in the past 2 seasons. I think definitely going to be one trainer that's really going to benefit from the championship series, championship points system.
Yeah, there were so many instances last season. We talked about trainers who just had consistent top cuts. One of them, funnily enough, that we talked about a lot last season was It's Axon, who just had a ton consistent top cut performances, but never got that 1st or 2nd place invite until towards the very end. People like that who just make those consistent top cuts are going to really benefit from that championship point system.
Yeah, exactly. I think I did the math on some trainers last year that had a lot of top finishes, but just missed out on World Championships. And I believe Trent would have been one of those trainers to qualify for World Championships under that 500 points requirement for World Championships last season. So, given that, I think Trent is definitely going to be fighting for that World's qualification for the first time in his Pokemon career this season. And I think he might be well on his way because we are in round 3 of Group D. So that means that his placement is already pretty solid so far, even if he gets knocked out after this stage.
All right, I have a trivia question for you, Caleb.
All right.
Let's see if you know it. Both Arrow and Wdage, trainers that we are very familiar with, defeated which Pokemon Go caster at NAIC 2023? They both defeated the same caster.
Well,
Who was it?
You know, to my knowledge, I think there were 2 casters that played in North America International Championships. It was you and Alphav. And I feel like if you're going to take the chance to roast someone, it wouldn't be yourself. So I'm going to go with Alphav on that trivia question.
You are correct, and there he is. Wdage sent Phoebe to the losers bracket in the Group G finals, and then Arrow eliminated him in losers round 8. So there he is today, perhaps running a bit of a different team. Let's go ahead and take a look at these 2 trainers. We have Trent running the Defense Deoxys, Shadow Gligar, Shadow Swampert, Umbreon, a Blast from the Past in Trevenant, and Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, that Trevenant is going to be interesting to see, but surprisingly, it's actually quadruple strong into Alphav team, so it might be the perfect situation for him. Alphav running Umbreon, non-Shadow Venusaur, just regular Venusaur actually. Going to be interesting to see how that performs. Non-Shadow Gligar as well, so definitely maybe shares some similar viewpoints as you do, Tihi. And then Frostlass, Deoxys Defense form, and Registeel.
Alphav after my heart with that Frostlass, one of my favorite Pokemon to use in the Go Battle League in competitive play. I always say you give it like a 2 powder snow advantage, use it on the safe swap, and it can do so much work for you on your team. Avalanche is just such a hard-hitting move, and there aren't a lot of Pokemon that don't fear even just a neutral Shadow Ball from such a high attack Pokemon like Frostlass.
Yeah, and let's talk about that Trevenant, because Trevenant, its C-Bomb is going to cost more energy than it used to. It actually got more energy efficient. It does get more bang for your buck in terms of how much energy you're spending for the damage you get, but Trevenant really benefit from a lower energy charge move in that C-Bomb. So before, it had a very strong matchup even into Frostlass. Even though Frostlass is throwing super effective Powder Snow, the ice damage adds up against Trevenant, but the Shadow Claw damage adds up a little bit faster, and you were able to outpace. Nowadays, the Trevenant and Frostlass actually gets to their charge moves, I believe, at the same time, specifically the C-Bomb versus the Avalanche. C-Bomb's not enough to knock out the Frostlass, whereas the Avalanche is enough to knock out the Trevenant. But most importantly, you can't really counter-swap the Frostlass with Trevenant anymore because you're just going to be outpaced from the Frostlass. So that matchup is definitely going to be a little bit tighter than it used to be in the past. And actually, interesting enough, no Medicham on both sides, 2 Deoxys defense forms, which is pretty wild to see.
That's exactly what I wanted to bring up next. 2 Defense Deoxys, perhaps popularized by Rubik's Master, finishing 2nd place at the World Championships with his own defense form Deoxys. So very interesting to see. We talk about Medicham being kind of the undefeated king of the fighters. However, Defense Deoxys trying to, earn some points here for us here in Pittsburgh today.
Yeah, and both trainers actually having responses to it too. I mean, you got a Ghost type on both sides of the field. You have an Umbreon on both sides of the field. And you have that Gligar on both sides too. Gligar being an interesting pick because a lot of times Deoxys Defense is running Thunderbolt and Psycho Boost. You need Thunderbolt for that Registeel matchup. Otherwise, you just kind of lose to a Steel-type Pokemon, which you don't typically expect when you're throwing super effective counters. But having resisted Rock Slide and Psycho Boost is not going to really do you any favors. But on the flip side, you kind of need that Psycho Boost for that just hard-hitting neutral damage. It's just a really good move for Deoxys Defense. But now you're forced to throw Psycho Boost in that Gligar matchup, which is going to be pretty good for the Gligar because you could shield the first one or shield the second one, but either way, you're going to do less and less damage as that matchup progresses.
Exactly. Defense Deoxys, very interesting pick. Kimisui also popularized it, I believe, back in Fort Wayne, where Trent also competed.
Yeah, Trent also competed there too, so maybe taking some notes from Kimisui. Trent, I believe, either made top cut or performed pretty well in that Fort Wayne regional. But again, having a lot of experience in the past, is definitely looking forward to maybe this new championship points format. Alphav as well, no stranger to the competition, is definitely looking to earn maybe his own Worlds qualification.
Yeah, it's very fun to see trainers that we've gotten to start to build their stories through all these different seasons of Pokemon Go, starting off our season here in Pittsburgh today, the first regional, and we have moved pretty far. Again, this is Group D winners round 3, so both these trainers having strong performances here today. Let's see who will come out on top. We have Trent on the left, Alphav on the right, and we have not one but 2 defense form Deoxys on the field.
Yeah, a defense form Deoxys mirror matchup is it's not the most fun matchup, but it could be a little worse, I guess. I guess you could be in a Bastion mirror matchup, which you're rarely going to see, but I didn't think we see a defense form Deoxys mirror matchup either, and you can see both trainers probably in reach for the Thunderbolt. No real reason to throw the resisted Psycho Boost on top of the fact that it's a resisted move. It's also going to debuff yourself. But this is actually going to be a very interesting situation because their backline are really interesting too. Both have the Umbreon in the backline and both have a Steel type in the backline. It really just depends on who's going to win this specific matchup in terms of really charging priority. And it looked like I think Alphav's Deoxys defense was actually going to win that charging priority.
And again, we're going for that harder hitting Thunderbolt, opting to use the Thunderbolt Psycho Boost combination over the Rock Slide, which again, depending on the metagame, Rock Slide also a very good pair to that Psycho Boost. And we're going to see, is Alphav going to shield? No, going to maintain exact same health, exact same energy on sides of the field, and looking to counter down Alphav's just slightly, is able to tank it and go for a resisted Psycho Boost just to give some parting damage to the Umbreon. Don't anticipate this is going to do very much.
No, not much at all. It is going to be double resisted psychic damage on one of the bulkier Pokemon, and this is not a great spot for Trent to be in, unfortunately, because you're not going to win this match against Registeel in most situations. There is some win conditions for sure. It does require Trent to not shield a Zap Cannon in one of the situations, and most trainers are not going to throw the Focus Blast right away because you have to throw 2 moves anyway, but it looks like Alphav is actually going to throw the Focus Blast, and Trent actually choosing not to shield, so this is going to be a hard-hitting charge move coming through.
Maybe Trent hoping to set up the Alolan Sand Slash for be able to play in the back, saving shields for the very end of the game. And we see Umbreon going for another charge move. I do have to say I am thankful that the Umbreon is coming out here and we don't have an Umbreon mirror match to cast. Not quite yet.
Yeah, that's true. Umbreon mirror matchup after a Deoxys defense form mirror matchup is quite a doozy, I gotta say. And Trent making the prediction that the backline Pokemon is weak to Alolan Sand Slash, but this is the last Pokemon that Trent wanted to see. It has 3 great positive matchups into the other 3 Pokemon of Alphav, but not this Umbreon. Umbreon resisting the Shadow Claw damage, and just the general bulk of Umbreon is typically going to play very favorably in this matchup.
Yeah, look how hard that singular foul play hit into the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash. Again, Shadow form, your defense is a little bit down, even though you can have a little bit higher attack. The fast moves here doing nothing. So I think Trent already trying to think about like how to configure for the next match. I don't see any win conditions here for him.
Yeah, actually something I just noticed is Trent is actually running a Powder Snow Alolan Sand Slash, not the Shadow Claw variant. So that's actually going to play a little bit better into this Umbreon because Umbreon's not resisting the fast move damage either. It's just that the bulk itself of Umbreon, it just makes it so strong. Trent really needs to land a drone to have a chance here, and I think he is going to, unless Alphav is going to catch the move. But let's see what happens. And oh, tries to catch a move, but no, is not able to swap. So the drone run is going to land. It's going to be one of the harder hitting moves that Trent can throw at this Umbreon.
And it's still just not enough. Still has to throw another move, and the Registeel clock is out. Registeel is able to throw a Focus Blast, is able to easily knock out the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, and then in comes the Umbreon. Umbreon is going to get to a couple of the charge moves first, and is going to be able to knock out the Registeel here, but Alphav still has his own Umbreon in the back.
Going for a slight undercharge, maybe trying to get one more Snarl of energy. Unfortunately not able to. It looks like the Umbreons are going to not outpace at the same time, and Trent just one Snarl off. I don't think the last roar was going to be able to knock out the Alphav's Umbreon either way, but Alphav is going to be able to close out this matchup in an Umbreon mirror matchup. And you can see the timer almost running out there too. 10 seconds, 11 seconds left on the clock there. I mean, it was a long matchup. I mean, starting off with Diach's defense mirror matchup, you got to say it's going to be a long one for sure.
Yep, and then ending on those Umbreons. So again, very interesting. Our caster predictions, I don't think anybody brought up Diach's defense form in the caster predictions. I was thinking really Metacham was going to be the sole counter user. So seeing those two, not one but two defense form Diachs on the field is very interesting to see. We're going to have to see what these two trainers are going to do. They both opted for a lot of bulk in that matchup, both bringing defense form Diachs, both bringing the Umbreon, and then additionally Alphav bringing that Registeel as well. The Shadow Alolan Sandslash just didn't seem to be able to make the plays it needed to, and I was just as surprised seeing Powder Snow. What is the advantage to running Powder Snow over Shadow Claw here?
Yeah, I think the biggest advantage is, surprisingly, it did work out for the Umbreon matchup, but I think Trent probably brought it for a couple of matchups, particularly Gligar, Gliscor, Mandibuzz, the new flying type Pokemon, right? They're going to do much better against it because Mandibuzz is going to resist that Shadow Claw damage. It's going to be a little bit better in those specific matchups. And I think also expecting the rise of Lickitung, it is going to do better into Lickitung as well.
All right, so we'll have to see if that is going to work out for Trent. Going to have to win the next two matchups here in winners round 3 Group D to be able to continue on his run in the winner side of the bracket. Alphav only needing one more win. Will these trainers continue on going with bulk, or are they gonna switch things up a bit? I'd love to see the Frostlass, but I'm not sure it has a ton of play here. Works really well into something like the defense form Deoxys, and of course would scare off the Gligar potentially. I don't think Gligar wants to see a Frostlass at all. Yep. But going to be tough against something like the Umbreon, even the Trevenant is kind of tough. The Frostlass having to deal with the super effective fast move damage of Shadow Claw.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be, we're going to have to wait and see on that one. The trainers are discussing right now. There is going to be a dispute. So our judge, our fantastic judge, Scrappin' Pete, is going to take a look at this battle to see if it was essentially a situation where a rematch is warranted or not. I did notice that in that mirror matchup in the lead, Alphav's Deoxys defense form was one counter ahead of Trent at a certain point in time, which allowed him to take out Trent's Deoxys defense form in that mirror matchup. However, I believe Alphav's Deoxys defense was winning charge from priority as well. So I think what my guess, and this is my educated guess as a commentator and not an official judge, so take it with a grain of salt, but Scrappin' Pete is probably looking at that matchup to see if that extra damage from maybe the Psycho Boost on the Umbreon made any difference or not too, because you can see Trent's Umbreon had very little health in the end, but it did take a Psycho Boost that probably it wouldn't have taken. It's hard to say, but it looks like the judge has come to the conclusion. We're going to wait on the result of that as these trainers are getting ready for this next game.
Yep, and again, you were correct, Caleb. That was a dispute on that lead opening matchup from Trent. So we will have to see how that pans out as these trainers move on, and looks like they are starting to look at their teams again.
Yeah, so I think the result might stand, if I'm not mistaken. And again, there was maybe one counter difference in that lead matchup, but the most important thing is, in this situation, did that make a difference in the overall results or not? And it looks like the rematch has been issued, so the score will be white clean 0-0, and both trainers can bring the same exact team, or they can switch it up into this rematch game.
All right, so new match. We will have to see what these trainers learned, because one thing you can't take away in a rematch is the knowledge of how that last matchup played out. That knowledge that is still there, the reconnaissance, finding out what is going on. So we know that both trainers were not afraid to bring that Umbreon and Defense Form Deoxys pairing, bringing a lot of bulk to the match. So both these trainers going in with a little bit more knowledge this time.
Yeah, and you can see, well, I guess you didn't see the Psycho Boost from Trent's side, but we did see the Psycho Boost and Thunderbolt from Alphav's side. So getting knowledge on that situation, and also you see the, more importantly, the Powder Snow on that Shadow Alolan Sand Slash on Trent's side. So definitely going to be an interesting situation. I mean, honestly, that makes a matchup for Frostas a lot better because Frostas is taking Resistant Powder Snow at the same time as it's doing Resistant Powder Snow, so it's kind of even trade-off of who could really land the Shadow Ball versus the Drill Run at that point.
Yeah, that hidden knowledge given away. We will have to see how it's going to play out as these trainers are locking in their Pokemon into the field of play. Let's go ahead and see what our lead matchup it is going to be. An Umbreon and a Registeel, a little bit different than that first matchup.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Trent hasn't even seen the Zap Cannon, so it's a small chance that it's a Flash Cannon Registeel, but we see the instant safe swap into Trent's Deoxys defense, and it's going to draw out the Umbreon. Now, obviously speaking, Dark-type Pokemon are typically very good into Psychic-type, but with that super effective counters coming through and the neutral Thunderbolt, it's actually not the worst matchup for Deoxys defense. It doesn't really win the matchup, but it doesn't hard lose it, which might give Trent a lot of ability to farm down. And I like this play a lot. Draw out the Umbreon so you can free up the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, but waiting in the back is that Deoxys defense, so it's not going to be a great time for Trent.
Yeah, let's go ahead and see the Umbreon doing some super effective damage. Neither of these Pokemon necessarily known for their attack weight, but a Foul Play, super effective, certainly going to do a lot. One more Snarl knocks out. And then here is that Umbreon Mirror. These two Pokemon really relying on the neutral Community Day move, the legacy move of Last Resort that is given to all of Eevee's evolutions that can provide some really nice neutral coverage. And here it is, Trent bringing in the Shadow Swampert, hoping to make some quick work of this Registeel.
Yeah, I actually missed all. I thought it was a Shadow Alolan Sand Slash in the back. It's actually Shadow Swampert, which is actually going to be way better for Trent in this situation. You still kind of have to land an Earthquake, but maybe going to opt to go straight Hydro Cannon as well. Let's see what happens. Trent going to build up to maximum energy before this first Earthquake is thrown. I think at this health range, it should be enough to knock out the Registeel, and Alphav is going to let it go, is going to knock out, and now Alphav has to find a way to handle this Shadow Swampert up a lot of energy too.
Shadow Swampert up energy, doesn't matter. Earthquake was nerfed, it didn't look like it to me, Caleb. And here is the Defense Deoxys, hoping to get some damage done. Can't really throw the Thunderbolt, so probably going to be having to rely on Psycho Boost, which is kind of that double-edged sword. It does quite a bit of damage. It's same type attack bonus for Defense Deoxys, but it does guaranteed drop your defense by 2 stages every time you use it.
Yeah, we see the second shield spent from Alphav there too. Maybe not feeling it, hoping to throw it before on charge from priority, but is going to throw a Psycho Boost. It is going to be shielded from Trent. Trent is now out of shields, but Alphav still has some energy and is going to swap in the Umbreon. This is going to be a tough situation. Oh, and catching the foul play, the resistant foul play on Trent's own Umbreon as well. And this is huge because Trent has more than enough energy stored on Swampert for a Hydro Cannon, and Swampert is going to win charge from priority against both the Umbreon and the Deoxys defense on Alphav's side, so that Hydro Cannon is going to go a long way.
And there comes the Last Resort, not enough to knock out Alphav's Umbreon, but Trent's Umbreon will get to a move, but allows actually Alphav to throw this parting Last Resort as its health is slowly whittled down to 0.
Yeah, and Trent getting so much value. Actually is going to finally throw a foul play. Probably didn't need to, but is going to say, you know what, I'm just going to take this off the field so that a catch is not possible at this point. Has more than enough energy for this Deoxys defense. Is going to just throw the foul play. Actually, the Deoxys defense actually has a decent amount of health left, but the problem is the Umbreon is kind of hard to take out as well.
All right. doing quite a bit of damage. The super effective counters are nice. Defense Deoxys has a move, but Trent is able to throw the foul play, and I believe this should be enough or close to enough to knock out that Defense Deoxys. Just a sliver. Oh no! And Trent throwing the Hydro Cannon on the swap, just slamming the door on that matchup. Trent now up 1-0.
Insult to injury, salt in the wound, CMP, Swampert into the Deoxys defense, whatever you want to call it. Trent saying, you know what, I'm closing out this match in style. And that Shadow Swampert, I think, was a really great call from Trent there too. Not seeing that Venusaur in that first matchup, and honestly, that's really the matchup you want to avoid. Shadow Swampert looks really good or safe into the rest of Alphafib's team. So the real question if you're Alphafib is, do you bring that Venusaur now after seeing the Swampert, or do you just hope that Trent doesn't bring it, or just rely on the neutral matchups of something like Deoxys Defense and Umbreon to handle the Swampert? Because you have to watch out for not only the Trevenants, but especially the Powder Snow, Shadow Alone Sandslash, and the Shadow Gligar if you bring in the Venusaur. And honestly, you're not really great into Umbreon nor the Deoxys Defense.
Exactly. I'm not really sure. Alphafib really relying on the bulk, bringing the same line of 3. So we had the game that was rematched, and he brought the same line of 3 again, really trying to get by on the bulk of some of these matchups. And we talked about earlier, here's 2 bulky Pokemon. So we're going to see the end of the game play out again. There's the Umbreon throwing the foul play. The Defense Deoxys tanks it, but Trent says no. And again, like I said, slams the door, closes it out, throws the Hydro Cannon to take that last point of HP away from the defense form Deoxys.
Yeah, robbing Alphafib with even that Thunderbolt in the end there to really stamp it home on that final game. So that is going to be a rematch of game number 1. So that game is going to stand in result. So Trent is now up 1-0 against Alphafib in this current series.
Yeah, so will Alphafib stick with that same line of 3 again, or is he going to switch it up, perhaps bringing in a more attack-weighted Pokemon like the Venusaur, the Gligar, the Frostlass, or continue to rely on the bulk? We will have to see as we head down to the field.
Yeah, so we are going to game number 2. It is going to be the Shadow Gligar into Deoxys defense form. And wow, this Deoxys defense doesn't have a lot of places to go in this specific matchup. It does at least have the ability to throw a Psycho Boost and swap out, but it looks like the dig is going to come through from Trent first. And this is kind of one slight benefit of Aerial Ace buff, is that pretty much every Gligar and Gliscor are not running the super effective Night Slash anymore. They only have neutral moves. But that neutral dig actually looked like it did quite a bit of damage, and we see the Psycho Boost is going to come out from Alphafib. Trent not going to shield it.
No, and that's going to do a good chunk of damage. Here comes the Umbreon coming out instead, hoping to be able to out-bulk some of these Pokemon and taking a sneak peek into Trent's backline, bringing the Trevenant again. In my crystal ball, did not see Trevenant coming back, but it's an interesting pick. Makes sense, knowing that Alphafib is consistently bringing the Deoxys defense and the Registeel. Trevenant known for being having good matchups against those 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, I think Alphafib might share the same crystal ball as you, because I don't think he sees this Trevenant coming either. It is going to completely core break this Registeel and the Deoxys defense form in the back, and Alphafib's only chance against this Trevenant is here on the field, and it's closing in, about to get knocked out from this Swampert. Trent not even shielding and saying, you know what, I'm putting everything on this Trevenant. I think that's going to be the right call, hanging on to get one parting Hydro Cannon off here too. Do you shield if you're Alphafib? You get little value, and Alphafib is choosing not to shield, and I think he's in for a rude awakening once his tree starts coming back into existence after a brief extinction, I should say.
Yeah, the tree has regrown some of its roots. It has replanted itself, and there it is. And Alphafib kind of nodding, I think, realizing like there's not really a whole lot of conditions for him to win this matchup. Psycho Boost does quite a bit of damage, but then in comes the Registeel. Registeel only being able to throw resisted moves into the Trevenant. Let's go ahead and see. haven't seen a lot of Trevenant since it was nerfed, so we will have to see how this matchup plays out now.
Yeah, I mean, and on top of that, not only resistant moves for Trevenant, resistant moves for the Gligar. Trevenant is kind of low on health at this point, so forces still shield, but Trent has the ability to clear any debuffs that is going to incur in this situation. The debuff does happen, and let's see how Trent plays this out. No, going to stay in and throw a debuffed Shadow Ball, and I think in this situation, Alphav is still going to shield it. So either way, debuff or not, it's still going to get the shield there, which is going to be the most valuable for Trent.
All right, so Alphav again building up to another Zap Cannon. Trent allowing it to go through. Let's go ahead and see Zap Cannon connects and knocks out the Trevenant, but Trent has that Shadow Gligar still in the back and has a Protect Shield, is able to get to the dig before Alphav is able to throw a charge move. Shadow Gligar with a super effective dig. The Titan falls and Defense Deoxys comes in, and it's only going to take a few more wing attacks before the Defense Deoxys knocks out. Congratulations to Trent for taking this series 2-0 and bringing Trevenant back into the meta. Very interesting. We haven't seen Trevenant make a top cut since June 2023 in Turin, Spain, used by trainer Jojo Gogo Dancer.
Yeah, incredible performance from Trent, leveraging that Trevenant in that final game to surprise Alphav. And I think that's a really good tidbit fact, Tihi, because that's the only Trevenant we've ever seen since that June 1st update, since C-Bomb essentially got nerfed, quote unquote, because it's going to cost more energy and make Trevenant really unusable. So we only had one top cut in over 3 months since that change, and it looks like Trent is going to try to change that and be the second person to make top cut with that Trevenant.
Exactly. Let's go ahead and see Swampert knocking out Alphav's only answer to the Trevenant. And I think that just kind of washed away his hopes of being able to take this game. And here is Alphav knocking out Trent's Trevenant.
Yeah, and so, you know, recognizing that the Gligar has a lot of play, and honestly, this dig from Gligar did a lot of damage to Registeel, but also a decent amount of damage to that Deoxys defense form in that opening matchup in that final game, and you can see the wing attack just being enough to finish off. So Trent's rocking some of the new Pokemon with the new changes like Shadow Gligar, but rocking some of the old Pokemon like Trevenant as well.
Yes, and we have so many more great matchups to bring to you today. First, a quick break. We're going to talk about advanced charge attack timing, so be sure to tune in so you can bring all this information for when you compete at these Pokemon Go Regional Championships.
Now that you've mastered the beginner and intermediate levels of charged attack timing, it's time to become a Pokemon Go champion through mastering some advanced techniques. Throwing a charged attack uses up 1 turn, and where that turn lands in the flow of battle determines its impact. The worst case scenario occurs if you activate a charged attack on the turn after your opponent's fast attack ends, and your opponent does not throw a charged attack themselves. One of 2 things can happen. If they choose to throw a fast attack, their fast attack will occur in 1 turn regardless of its original duration. This is commonly referred to as a sneak or a truncated fast attack. This results in your opponent dealing damage and gaining energy for free. The second thing that can happen is your opponent has the ability to switch out their Pokemon and catch the charged attack onto one of their other Pokemon. You can see how impactful this can be as the Earthquake being used by Shadow Gliscor goes from being super effective against the Galarian Stunfisk's Steel typing to double resisted by the Noctowl's Flying type. This sort of play can absolutely change the flow of battle by neutralizing vast quantities of your opponent's stored up energy. So, how do you prevent sneaks or catches from happening? To begin, let's look at matchups in which your opponent's Pokemon is using a 1-turn duration fast attack. These matchups are unique because the fast attack duration is the same as the time as it takes to use a charged attack, and it is actually impossible to prevent a sneak or catch. The scenario is easier for you to play out as it's entirely on your opponent to predict when you are going to choose to activate your charged attack. Situations in which your opponent's Pokemon is using the same turn duration as your own fast attack are also unique. Typically, both fast attacks will be happening at the same time, meaning there is never a natural timing in which you can prevent a sneak or catch. However, you can create such a timing if you pause and wait for your opponent to start their fast attack. This tactic is frequently used at high levels of play to guarantee that a selected charged attack lands on its intended target. For instance, you can see this being utilized here in the 2023 Vancouver Regional Grand Finals by the champion Dilap.
All right, we're at the Earthquake, but we're going to be throwing this Hydro Cannon here now. This is still going to threaten a lot of HP. One of the most efficient charge moves, this Hydro Cannon, and very close to another one as well. Both of these Pokemon pace 2 moves at the exact same rate, and we do see a charge. I believe, did the Ninetales throw a move?
For all other situations, it is easiest to analyze by the duration of your own fast attack. In this video, we'll focus on 1 and 2 turn duration fast attacks. While utilizing 1 turn fast attacks, the objective is simple. Use 1 fewer fast attacks than your opponent's fast attack duration, and then throw your own charged attack. As an example, up against the 5 turn fast attack Incinerate, you want to use 4 1 turn fast attacks. Against a 2 turn fast attack such as Shadow Claw, you only use 1 1-turn fast attack before activating your own charged attack. Proper timing with a 2-turn fast attack can be a bit more tricky. Against 3-turn duration fast attacks, ideal timing follows the formula of 3x plus 1. After using 1 or 4 fast attacks, you have gone through a total of 2 or 8 turns respectively, which are 1 less than 3 and 9, which corresponds to 1 or 3 3-turn fast attacks. Against 4-turn duration fast attacks, ideal timing always lands after using an odd number of fast attacks. In this case, ideal timing always provides 1 additional free turn to your opponent. Against 5-turn duration fast attacks, ideal timing follows the formula of 5x plus 2. After using 2 or 7 fast attacks, you have gone through a total of 4 or 14 turns, which is 1 less than 5 or 15 turns, which corresponds to 1 or 3 5-turn fast attacks. Ultimately, the top battlers in Pokemon Go PvP are able to combine and optimize the beginner, intermediate, and advanced tactics of charged attack timing strategies in order to make the most of each and every battle. I hope you enjoyed this section of Quick Math with Big Phoebe, and I look forward to seeing how you are able to implement these tactics in your own play in order to become the very best.
We're back, and so is Trevenant. How about Trevenant in that back line, able to take out the Registeel, and the defense form Deocta is looking actually extremely strong right there. We haven't seen much Trevenant action in months, but suddenly it's looking like a force.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we kind of left it in the previous season, but it's making an impact today. And with that Deoxys coming back and being a lot more popular, it seems, it's starting to get full value here for Trevenant.
Yeah, and it still has to get that proper alignment, has to run into that Registeel, defense form, Deoxys, Lantern, but it has a lot of targets. So, I mean, it's in a decent position. We've always been wondering what will be that Pokemon that can counter the Medicham, the Registeel, or the Medicham and the Lantern. There's been a lot of Pokemon that they've tried out. Shadow Venusaur just hasn't done as well, but I think these trainers coming up on stage have some different picks to handle that situation. So let's head on over to the stage.
Absolutely.
So we have Lapras Logan versus Hot Pocket 777, and I'm just gonna take Hot Pocket's team because this is
honors all yours, brothers, on this one.
This is the real spice right here. It's the Shadow Charizard, which we haven't seen as much in Pittsburgh, but obviously was just amazing to end the 2023 season. Medicham, and then my #1 pick in caster predictions, the Mantine, Superior as well. Lantern, and then a Pokemon, I think, Mark, you mentioned you wanted to see this in action, the Diggersby.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Diggersby got what I think is a pretty good upgrade with the Scorching Sands, though. I still think that there's a little bit of an identity crisis with Diggersby, so I'm curious to see what the moveset is. There's a lot of folks that are talking about, you know, do you run Mud Shot, do you run Quick Attack, do you run Hyper Beam, do you run Scorching Sands, do you run Fire Punch? There's a whole different way to, like, mold your team around this Diggersby, too.
Yeah.
And then on Lapras Logan's side, we've seen a lot of these picks already. You know, and I think Butters, to your point, the top 4 really manifesting this tournament. You got the Registeel, the Lickitung, a regular Venusaur, non-Shadow. You have the Shadow Gligar, the Lantern, and then also the Medicham.
Yeah, I mean, Lapras literally has the top 5 Pokemon, and then for number 6 has the Venusaur, which is actually really strong against the top 4 Pokemon, because the top 4 Pokemon are Medicham, Registeel, Lickitung, and Lantern. And Venusaur is just neutral to good against all of them. So this is the hard meta team versus Hot Pocket, who is using a very spicy team, a Pokemon man team, which I think has chances to be extremely dominant, but really does rely on alignment. And then how about that superior pick? Instead of running the Shadow Venusaur, or even the Trevenant, going with the superior. I actually talked to Hot Pocket. He was talking with Onion Frank. He collaborates with Onion Frank a lot. Onion Frank, known more for Altaria, Shadow Vic, very talented trainer, a lot of top cut performances, but he thought that the superior matchups were actually more consistent than the other grass types.
Oh, that's interesting. I mean, why is that? Is it just because you have some consistent moves, but you also have the aerial ace coverage? Like, you get, I think if you're having a lot more cheaper, more consistent charge move pressure, maybe that's the reason?
You know, Pocket has been going more for some alignment strategies lately. I remember his last tournament, I believe he got 3rd place with a Bastiodon team, and he was doing quite well with that Bastiodon team. So maybe the consistency comes from it beating positive matchups harder and more consistently than, say, a Shadow Venusaur or a Trevenant. Like, if you're faced against a Water Gun Lantern, you can easily soak that energy, where Trevenant's not as bulky, Shadow Venusaur is not as bulky either. So it could be an alignment-based strategy out of Pocket here.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And for some of these picks here, you know, to go back on the Mantine, right? We really, I know this is your top Pokemon for the pick. I also really like the prospect of having emerging flyers come in this meta, but it is a very risky pick, right? So, but that said, for these risky picks, it's very polarizing. If you get a good matchup, you're going to crush that matchup.
Mark, I think it's Bubble Beam. I think Mantine's running Bubble Beam. We're going to find out right here. Is it going to be Bubble Beam? It is Bubble Beam. I knew it. I saw the I saw the name. I saw what Hot Pocket nicknamed his Mantine, and I knew instantly that it had to have the Bubble Beam. And this is just a positive matchup. Able to land that aerial ace, able to force out the swap. Actually didn't even throw the Bubble Beam, could have thrown the Bubble Beam. And look at this, there's the charge attacks you're looking for. It's the Scorching Sand plus the Hyper Beam.
Yeah, this is interesting. So double nuke here, definitely a situation where you might want to use this in the safe swap here. Scorching Sands has a 30% chance to debuff the opponent's Pokemon attack by 1 stage over here. I mean, Lickitung, of course, Power Whip is going to be super effective, but it's a non-stab move here. Not even going to be taking it into the yellow, and of course those licks double resisted by the normal typing.
Do you just keep going for Scorching Sand, or do you reach for that Hyper Beam? Looks like Hot Pocket's going to reach for the triple Scorching Sand here, because like you mentioned, it's not in range of the next Power Whip. Doesn't get the debuff there, and the next Power Whip's going to get close, but because these licks are double resisted, you're just not threatened at all by this fast attack pressure. And this core between Diggersby and Mantine is just looking so strong here, especially with alignment. You're about to reach for this Scorching Sand. You can just take alignment here. If you want to Protect Shield, you can probably keep the alignment, but instead just letting the Lickitung go, going to try to fast attack down with something.
Yeah, and Lapras Logan here, he recognizes it. He recognizes the risk of trying to shield and do anything here. He will get some bonus energy here on the Venusaur, which is really, really nice. But, I mean, I think we're going to see Hot Pocket come back in with the Mantine. You are going to see a charge move come out here. This is going to be a Frenzy Plate. This is going to be neutral, of course, with the flying and the water typing. But that Lantern in the back right here, I mean, that's all Lapras Logan has to work off of. Is he going to switch immediately? We do see the Bubble Beam right here. And I think Hot Pocket was preempting that, because right now, this Lantern, you're going to be a lot weaker in this matchup against Medicham than you usually are.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think maybe it was a mistake to Protect Shield the Mantine, because if you are expecting that Lantern in the back, this Mantine is pretty much useless. But it's not useless, because you can just Bubble Beam the Lantern and then affect this matchup. Looks like Lapras Logan's going straight for the Thunderbolt. This is the higher damage move move, and what a protect shield from Pocket. A lot of these top trainers know that usually the other top trainer will throw that more efficient charge attack first. And look at this, going for the Ice Punch bait, and Lapras Logan is forced to protect shield it.
Yeah, and I think with the Venusaur so low from that Mantine matchup, I mean, this is a great situation for Hot Pocket. He is going to go for the Psychic right now. I mean, if you're Logan, you have to shield this, and he is going to use his second and final Protect Shield. What we're going to see here, the damage being returned here is going to be a one-stage debuff Thunderbolt. It is not going to be as significant as before. And for Hot Pocket, his only objective here is to get the Lantern.
The timer's not back up, though. The timer's not back up. This is huge.
And he actually takes it out right there. And you see the small cheer from Lapras Logan.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if you're a Hot Pocket, you gotta wing attack this down.
There's no way. How are you gonna take out a Lantern? You got Bubble Beam Aerial Ace. You have Bubble Beam Aerial Ace. What are you gonna do? You take double super effective from the Spark, from the Thunderbolt. It looks like Pocket is just gonna go ahead and just let this Mantine go because there's
double Aerial.
Can you get this with the double Aerial Ace?
Aerial Ace Butters. It could still do it.
I don't.
It's a bad move.
Oh my
it's
goodness.
Resistant, but if you have two of them, it could potentially do.
It's not even in range.
It's not even gonna be close.
I don't even think Lapras Logan needs to throw. I think Lapras Logan can spark down here. Being able to absorb this aerial ace. Does he go for the spark down? No, he just goes for the Thunderbolt. He could have done anything there. Literally any button he wanted to press. If you want to press the spark, if you want to press the surf, if you want to press the Thunderbolt, he decided on Thunderbolt and he took that game #1. And suddenly Hot Pocket was in such a dominating position with the alignment on the Mantine, but then used that Protect Shield on the Mantine. And then a key factor is he let the timers keep misaligned. So Lapras was able to swap into his Venusaur to get the energy that it needed against the Medicham, and Hot Pocket could not swap back to his Mantine.
Yeah, I mean, that was really well played from Lapras Logan right there. With the Venusaur coming in, I mean, farming down the Diggersby pretty easily, getting almost double Frenzy Plant to bring that into the next matchup. I mean, that was very, very well juggled from stripping away shields very slowly, and then, of course, having the Lantern at the very end. Yeah, you're right, Butters. I mean, Aerial Ace, it might have gotten buffed, but only the cost got buffed. It's still a pretty low damaging move.
Yeah, and that's why Mantine is so strong. You saw how good it was against the Venusaur, and it has so many positive matchups, but it just has such a terrible matchup with Lantern, as you just saw. Same with Registeel. This is actually Bubble Beam Mantine, so you have that kind of skill ceiling to be able to throw a Bubble Beam and then switch around a little bit, but in that situation, it hurt Hot Pocket because, yes, he threw the Bubble Beam, but the timer was the key factor to keep those Pokemon aligned properly. So we'll see how he adjusts in game #2. The thing is, he has a lot of options to go to. He has some Pokemon you haven't seen. You have the Shadow Charizard if you want to go for a different flying type. You have the Serperior, which we haven't seen much of yet. So I feel like Hot Pocket must be prepared for this type of team that Lapras Logan has because it's the hard meta.
Yeah, that's true. Especially with the previous matchup that we saw coming out of Hot Pocket, he got all of these picks that he got the Diggersby out of the way. He's got the Mantine out of the way. Obviously, the Diggersby did a really good job because it had great alignment here. But if you look at how it matches up against the rest of the team, I wouldn't say that it's a particularly effective mon outside of being able to beat the Registeel. You still got to go against Medicham. It's pretty difficult. You have to go against Gligar. It's not the best matchup because you're running Scorching Sands and Hyper Beam. And if Lapras Logan thinks that there's a Hyper Beam coming and it gets shielded, it's devastating to the Diggersby. So maybe bench those Pokemon. It does look like he's thinking about going back to basics here, bringing the Charizard that we all know about, having a little bit more flexibility on his team there.
Right, Hyper Beam into Protect Shield is one of the most efficient Protect Shields you can do in Pokemon Go. Maybe Boom Burst, but no, even Boom Burst dropped in energy, so maybe Hyper Beam is still.
Well, you have to buff Astonish before you can get some Boom Burst going from the X-Ball.
Fair, but yeah, I think Hyper Beam is definitely one of the most efficient Protect Shields in Pokemon Go here. And how will these trainers adapt into this game #2? Lapras Logan, is he going to keep to a similar line that he brought into game #1? Because Pocket showed Mantine, so now do you try to keep your Mantine counters? Do you bring Registeel Lantern, and then does Pocket try to counter that Lantern Registeel matchups. We have a lock-in for game number 2.
I think you do have to respect that Mantine can come out of nowhere and destroy your Medicham or destroy anything that would be weak to it, like Venusaur. So it looks like we are going into the battle here. We have a Shadow Gligar leading up against a Lantern.
Oh, and it's Spark. This is bad for Hot Pocket because there is the Lantern in the back and there's a Shadow Charizard. Pocket really needs alignment once again, trying to play to his alignment strengths that was so good in his last tournament with the Bastion, but he desperately needs it. He needs that Superior onto the Lantern and he needs that Charizard away from the Lantern.
Yeah, and we talked about this as a feature of Gligar right here. Why is Gligar so good against Electro types? Because it actually is going to be resisting it due to the ground typing. We are going to see the Dig come out from the Gligar, able to get to it, and we are going to see a hard switch to the Lantern. This is Hot Pocket's trap kind of being acted out. Lapras Logan here, he is kind of chuckling to himself, and we do see the moveset revealed from Superior. It is not going to have Leaf Tornado, not another debuff skill, but Lantern is going to be able to do absolutely nothing here against the Superior.
And this is exactly why the matchups were more consistent, because Superior is so strong against this Lantern. I think Lapras Logan pivoted because there was a chance that Hot Pocket double Protect Shield's digs, both digs, and just goes for the Spark down. And there goes the Lantern just like that. That's knocked out of here. The Shadow Gligar does have energy. It's going to be super effective. Aerial Ace coming into this. And now the Aerial Ace is actually available. And looks like Hot Pocket's just going to try to go for the Vine Whip down. Does he invest the Protect Shield to try to go for this Vine Whip down?
I don't think he does. Superior, we already got a ton of value out of Superior, able to take out the Lantern. And it looks like you're going to reach the move anyways here. So I think, I think Lapras Logan's going to have to let this one go. But I got to say, Butters, I would not, Lickitun's not exactly a Pokemon that I have touted for offensive power. So,
yeah. And there comes the swap, the pivot into the Shadow Charizard there, and there is a double Protect Shield onto this Lickitung, and using the Protect Shield onto the Charizard, I like this strategy because you can really force Protect Shields from Lapras Logan here.
Yeah, and this situation, I think Hot Pocket reaching for the Dragon Claw here, I think it's a super smart move. If you're Lapras Logan, you probably use a Protect Shield here unless you really have a Soul Read and think that it's a Dragon Claw. But I think for Hot Pocket, I think you can safely go another, you could go another Dragon Claw bait right here because you gotta respect it. It's your last Pokemon, and unfortunately, I think with the tag teaming of Charizard and Lantern, Hot Pocket's probably going to be able to pull this one out because you don't have to do much with the Charizard. Just do as much chip damage as you possibly can. Get the scenario set because, again, Lickitung has access to Power Whip, but it's non-stabbing. Oh, this Lantern has a ton of energy. I think Hot Pocket's going to be able to close this one out.
Yeah, Shadow Charizard definitely did his job. He was able to pull both Protect Shields from Lapras Logan. Now going to throw the Surf, and probably next Surf plus Sparks will do it. So looks like Hot Pocket is going to be able to take out this Lickitung, and suddenly, where I thought he was in bad alignment position, able to cleanly win this game number 2 to tie up the series. That is really impressive because what Hot Pocket does better than some trainers, in my opinion, is nuances of matchups. And as soon as he landed that attack into the Shadow Gligar, it was low enough that I think Lapras Logan was afraid that Hot Pocket will just double Protect Shield both of the digs and get the Spark down and get the alignment that he desired. So he thought, this alignment's not happening anyway, I'm just going to pivot. And that was exactly the trap that Pocket was trying to set up. And then he had the Superior waiting.
Yeah, it was one of the best possible scenarios here. I still think that if you're Lapras Logan, maybe pivoting to the Lickitung might have been a little bit safer. I mean, that is why we do consider Lickitung to be one of the safer swaps in this meta. Hard pivoting into a Lantern is just such a risky move because you already know that you can get punished, right? What is the worst case scenario that can happen in a Magic Regionals is exactly what we saw right there. I mean, this is no different from seeing Lantern in the Trevenant last season, right? Like, you pivot, the Trevenant comes out, it comes out with a bunch of energy, you get hard punish. And the Superior there it was able to at least fire off another charge move as well, right? And then I think it absorbed one and then also fired off another charge move. That's a ton of value.
Yeah, that's the key difference between Trevenant, because if you say bait it out of Treble, and then you just come in with knocked out and you just fast attack it down and you get that momentum right back. But there was no way to keep that momentum because Superior is so bulky. It absorbed the aerial ace and threw an aerial ace back, and we're in game number 3, and it's going to be the Shadow Charizard and the Lantern. I don't know how Pocket's going to get out of this. What do you even swap into here? Here comes the safe swap. Superior is met by the Venusaur, but now it's up by at least 2 Vine Whips.
Yeah, and this is kind of good for the Superior because you're going to be able to spam out these aerial aces where the Venusaur, although it does have very hard-hitting moves like Sludge Bomb, I think you can invest shields and get out of the situation.
The problem is Superior realistically needs to get to 4 aerial aces before the Venusaur gets the 3 Sludge Bombs. Can Superior do that? Because it needs to knock out with the aerial ace. You expect that there's going to be protect shields out of Lapras Loken. Here they are. So can this Superior outpace and get to 2 more aerial aces before 2 more Sludge Bombs? It's going to be so close, Mark.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly close. Both trainers here are interested in keeping the alignment that they want. Here's the thing, though, for Hot Pocket, he's got to be conscious that he has a Charizard in the back right now, and Charizard without shields. If this fails, if this attempt to win switch advantage fails, it's over. You're not gonna be able to get the Charizard out of the situation.
And can he get to the? No, it's gonna be on charge attack priority. So swapping into the Charizard to soak this Sludge Bomb, and looks like he maybe wanted to undercharge. Yes, does go for the undercharge here to try to get a full spark down with the Lantern. Here comes the Lantern, get the full spark down. Can you get to at least a parting Dragon Claw before the spark down? And yes, you do get to that Dragon Claw. So it wasn't necessarily perfect undercharging from Lapras Logan, but still a fantastic play.
Yeah, that's a great play here. Dragon Claw still going to be able to do a good chunk of damage right here, and you are going to come back with a Superior. Here's the thing, the Superior has a bunch of health right here, and this Thunderbolt is resisted. You can actually carry some additional energy here. I mean, you have to play some undercharging games, right? This is where you get a little bit more energy, and you actually would have an aerial ace for the Venusaur to come back
Superior is insane. It's going to be able to Frenzy Plant this, and the thing is, you can't Vine Whip this down. You're going to have to come in with Lickitung. Lickitung is going to have to take a Frenzy Plant, which is a Community Day attack. It's so powerful. Here comes the Lickitung. Has to take the Frenzy Plant here.
Let's see how much damage this Superior does.
It's going to do nearly half, probably about 40%, maybe more like 35%. But here comes the Medicham. The Medicham, a key factor is Medicham cannot get energy dry because it needs to throw an Ice Punch into the Venusaur on the back line.
Yep, you're absolutely right, Butters. And this situation is actually way better for Pocket, right? Typically, we've seen Lickitung be almost like a counter to Medicham, but because that Frenzy Plant was there...
There's the swap! And there it is, into the Ice Punch, and this Ice Punch will knock out, but the problem is, no, this is an undercharge because the Venusaur is energy dry, trying to go for an undercharge, but it still knocks out anyway, and the Body Slam doesn't knock out. You're at the Body Slam, but here comes the Ice Punch, and there goes the Ice Punch from Hot Pocket! My goodness, on the back of Superior. Hot Pocket is superior in this matchup and wins 2-1.
What a play right there, and a surprise grass Pokemon. I think we talked about it a little bit, right? But Superior showing off its moves right there.
A masterclass of a Pokemon we haven't seen yet, which is extremely hard to do, to bring a Pokemon into a fresh meta and just use it so brilliantly, to safe swap it, get the 2 Vine Whips ahead so that you can just about outpace the Venusaur on the 4th aerial ace, but the Venusaur got there on charge attack priority, so was forced to throw on charge attack priority, swap into the Charizard, and bait out the Lantern, and then keep the Superior healthy enough to take out the Lantern, and then Frenzy Plant the Lickitung. Superior was amazing.
And the best thing I like about that is Hot Pocket right there, I think his original plan, right, was let's play out the matchups and try to generate an advantage for Charizard. I love how he just pivoted and said, you know what, I got no shields. This Charizard's going to be useless. Let me throw this out there as potential bait. Let me farm down this Lantern and roll off of that with that direction. That was fantastic. And that last Frenzy Plant that the Superior threw into the Lickitung, I got to emphasize that because typically speaking, you would not be able to win that matchup with Medicham unless you did that. That was the only way that you could win that and come out with energy.
Brilliant from Hot Pocket there. And I did ask him before the match, he was backstage with Lapras Logan, and I said, why Superior? And the first look that he gave me was kind of looked like, I can't tell you why Superior because my opponent is sitting right here. And I think this is one of the reasons he brought Superior. I mean, I brought the pin, but extremely impressive. This is where the game flipped here, and of course, the Ice Punch that finishes it all off for Hot Pocket. But for someone who has a team that seems to be based on alignment, he sure does switch around a lot.
He does, and it looks like it's almost like it's almost synergistic to each other in the team, right? It's like you're baiting out actually potentially farm for your own Pokemon just to go more crazy with the charge moves. And right there, I think, you know, we've seen the good and the bad of Aerolace, right? So obviously the first match or the first game, Mantine Aerolace, not great. Superior Aerolace, pretty good.
Yeah.
In a grass versus grass mirror, that was pretty fantastic here. I mean, we tried to figure out what grass type was going to reign supreme today. I think our guess was going to be Trevenant, right? But so far, Venusaur performing well, Superior performing even better on top of that.
Yeah, I mean, based on we've heard from some trainers on social media, some top trainers, what they would bring in this kind of meta, and a lot of them brought Shadow Venusaur. And to bring Superior, not only just to bring it, to be able to move it so brilliantly. I mean, and look at our next matchup. It's gonna be Magic Mason versus Brown Baller. This is like an all-star tournament right now. Like literally every matchup is some of the best trainers in North America, and these are two of the best trainers in North America. Once again, Magic Mason versus Brown Baller, who famously carpooled together to Toronto, built the same team, and then literally set the foundation of the meta for months.
And we get another chance at it, Butters. Beginning of the season, I wonder if the teams are going to be the same, right? And I think I remember watching that finals, and you know they had different kind of styles that they were using, but they had the same team, right? So each of the trainers kind of unique to them about how they want to approach the game here.
Yeah, and Magic Mason did get the better of Brown Baller with those mirror teams in the past. He was able to be the grand champion of Toronto. I know his team is not as hard meta because I saw him before the tournament, so we're going to get into that team shortly. I don't think this is going to be a mirror matchup. I know they're two friends. They probably have, I would guess they have talked to each other about teams, but I would be shocked if this is going to be another mirror matchup here. And we will get into the teams shortly, but Magic Mason, one of the best trainers of last season. He had the nickname of the Dream Eater because every time a trainer was close to being able to qualify for the World Championships, Magic Mason would just be facing him in day number 2 and then just eat up that dream of the World Championship qualification. So he is one of the fiercest competitors out there for sure.
Yeah, and I think Wdage, right, famously was finally able to overcome the Dream Eater and was able to win that first regional last year. So I mean, this is gonna be an interesting scenario because I mean, so early in the season, there's not really too much dreams to crush, I guess, but you know, there's still plenty of chances for everybody, right? But we do get to see these two in action. I think we had Brown Baller already on stage earlier. We know that he's running some interesting picks himself, right? He's got the Mana Buzz. He does have that Shadow Alolan Sandslash that we had called out as being kind of like the sleeper, you know, maybe part of the core meta almost based on what we've seen today.
Yeah, and you definitely, it is early in the season, like you mentioned, so he can't be the full Dream Eater as in the past because now he can still be a Dream Eater, but he just eats at some of maybe the CP points that Brown Baller might have gotten in this tournament. So just a little snack for the Dream Eater, not the full-on meal that he was having in the 2023 season as Magic Mason is going to be running extremely spicy team, or not spicy team, a Pokemon we haven't seen much of, and I'm extremely excited to see in this current meta, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, this is one that I didn't expect either. So I guess we'll go over the teams here with Magic Mason running the Registeel, the Shadow Gligar, Medicham, Lickitung, Lantern, and Shadow Alolan Marowak.
Yeah, that Shadow Alolan Marowak is a Pokemon that can break up the Medicham and Registeel core. That's been really hard to break up, but there's no Registeel on Brown Baller's team, and this is not a mirror matchup like it was in Toronto because we got the Lickitung, the Azumarill, the Mandibuzz, the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, the Whiscash, which we never see, right. And we got the Medicham. So suddenly, there's a lot of counters to that Shadow Alolan Marowak. You just look at 4 of these Pokemon, Lickitung, Azumarill, Mandibuzz, Whiscash, dominate that Shadow Alolan Marowak matchup.
This is probably not a matchup, if I were Magic Mason, that I would be considering Shadow Alolan Marowak. I do like the Whiscash pick on Brown Baller's side, though. I will say we talked a little bit about the difference between Swampert and Whiscash right now. Of course, with that Earthquake nerf, it's a small nerf, but I think it's still fairly significant. And the presence of Steel types as well as Lantern, you kind of want the Mud Bomb over the Hydro Cannon, right? So having a cheaper move that you can spam out, I think that's why Whiscash has made it to the regionals on Brown Baller's team. Makes a lot of sense in this, like, you know, kind of exploratory meta that we're having.
And you know, that's why Shadow Quagsire was so strong in the World Championships, because of that exact reason that you just mentioned, Mark. Quagsire just became so good because of that Mud Bomb pressure, especially into Shadow Alolan Sandslash. But the problem with that Shadow Quagsire now is Gligar. Gligar hard walls all the energy from Shadow Quagsire, so now you're forced into a different Mud Boy, which is the Whiscash that has the Blizzard that I'm sure would one-hit knock out a Shadow Gligar if given the opportunity, maybe even a normal Gligar. And this is a Toronto rematch. Brown Baller against Magic Mason getting into game number 1. There's the Medicham into Lickitung, but you know, we've seen this matchup a lot. It's not bad for Lickitung.
Yeah, we've seen this matchup, and it's kind of hard to tell like who is going to be the victor. I think it's going to be all dependent on shield scenario. Both trainers opting to stay in this matchup, though.
Yeah, and here comes the Body Slam into the Medicham. And you know, I'm actually surprised that none of these Medichams are going for that dynamic punch. I know most trainers just want the coverage here. Here comes the swap into the Medicham and actually catching the Psychic here. So this is the correct attack that Brown Baller would want to throw. And do you have the answer? There's no clear answer. So it looks like Brown Baller's just going to take in these not very effective counters and maybe just go for the Ice Punch.
Yeah, and is going to reach the Ice Punch. I think Magic Mason is aware of it, is opting not to use a Protect Shield here. I think he's comfortable with it because so far he's seen Medicham, he's seen Lickitung. He has his own Gligar in the back right here, and along with his, I think he's okay with getting this Medicham pretty low.
Yeah, in perfect timing from Mason there to throw the Ice Punch right before the Ice Punch was available for Brown Baller to secure the knockout here. And you don't really want to soak this energy on Whiscash, and you're not going to Mud Shot down. You kind of have to bring in the Lickitung here. I think actually bringing in the Whiscash. The Whiscash is really going to struggle to Mud Shot down this Medicham.
Yeah, and here it's going to come out the Nerf Psychic, of course. And Whiscash it's not the squishiest, but it is going to take quite a bit of damage.
Defense drop.
Defense fall here. This is a huge problem. You're going to bank a move here, and we're going to see a final parting Ice Punch here. Magic Mason just getting tons of value out of this one Pokemon.
This is going to be extremely stressful in the back line as Gligar comes in. Maybe, I think Mason doesn't want to deal with the stress. Doesn't want to deal with the Mud Shot or Mud Bomb baits into the Gligar and having to worry about if it's going to be a Mud Bomb or a Blizzard and deal with those 50-50. So he got into that Shadow Gligar quickly so he can just have that Lickitung as the backline matchup. But I really like Gligar here because I think, actually going to go for the double aerial ace. I don't know if this is enough for knockout.
I don't think it is. Even in the Shadow form, a Shadow Aerial Ace is still going to do, it's barely going to be enough here. We are going to see the back-to-back come out here, and we do see the shield being used on the Aerial Ace. I mean, at this point, with his own Lickitung in the back line here, I think you're going to be pretty safe here. Even if this Gligar gets knocked out, you're going to be able to generate a ton of energy on your Lickitung from coming into this matchup. But we do see the Protect Shield being used, however.
I like this because you're either going to Protect Shield a Body Slam down the line on your Lickitung, or you're going to Protect Shield a Mud Bomb probably. So I like actually Protect Shielding, and you got the next Protect Shield from this Lickitung here. Now you're back at your switch timer. Here comes the pivot into the Lickitung to soak that Body Slam. But now you're going to have to deal with 50-50s again, because if you take a full Blizzard, that could be close to knockout. So you're going to have to deal with Mud Bomb baits and have to decide if it's going to be a Blizzard or not. It looks like Brown Baller's going for
the Blizzard here.
This is huge. And he calls it! Magic Mason just knows Brown Baller, calls the Blizzard, and now he's in good position to finish off this Whiscash. Actually going for the Body Slam. I'm not sure the Body Slam's enough, but the Power Whip is definitely would be too much. So I think between Body Slam and Licks, this should be enough.
Yeah, I think this sets him up really, really well here, because you're going to get just a little bit of energy, and the best part is the switch timer is not up, right? So whoever's coming, this is the last one on Brown Baller's side, but you are going to hit the Body Slam first. This is going to be enough to KO the opposing Lickitung, and Magic Mason here just putting on a show with the Medicham here, setting up the rest of his team for success.
Not only does Magic Mason have the plushie advantage on stage, but he had 3 Pokemon remaining with the 3-ball flex to end that game number 1. Pretty dominant win there from Magic Mason. Finally, we're seeing some awesome Shadow Gligar action being faced against that Lickitung there, but Lickitung and Shadow Gligar, kind of a hard core to deal with. How do you handle that? Do you go to the Mandibuzz? Because Mandibuzz can handle that core quite nicely.
Yeah, actually, I think you're right, Butters. Mandibuzz is a nice Pokemon to pick in here. Of course, if you're Magic Mason, I think when you look at Brown Baller's team and you look at it and you see the Whiscash, you see the Medicham, you see the potential of kind of having rough matchups even with the Alolan Sandslash, you're kind of deterred. You know, we obviously said no AWAC, right? We're not going to be bringing Alolan Marowak in. Probably not bringing in the Registeel. I think Mandibuzz is actually a good fit as long as you can avoid any potential Lanturns.
Yeah, I mean, there is a reason there's only been one Shadow Alolan Marowak to ever top cut, and that was Rocket Lou from Sao Paulo, Brazil. And this was perfect timing by Mason, by the way. I mean, that is why he is one of the best in North America. And then, of course, perfect timing and then perfect predicting to able to protect shield that Blizzard.
Yeah, if you let that Blizzard go, I think that would have been over for Magic Mason right there. Makes a great call. I think if you're Brown Baller, like, he felt like he kind of had to go for it though. I think he was down shields and he just needed to. I mean, it comes down to, you know, like I said, a 50-50. But if you had to fire the nuke move, you had to do it as soon as you could.
Yeah, that was the winning play. Maybe he didn't have time to bait and get to the Blizzard in the end. So I don't mind that decision. But can Brown Baller bounce back here? Magic Mason has kind of had his number in previous tournaments. These competitors know each other well. Here comes the Lantern into the Azumarill, and once again, Magic Mason just has Brown Baller's number to start off.
Yeah, in a very tough spot here, and we are going to see the Medicham come in. I mean, if you're Magic Mason right here, you're playing Water Gun Lantern. This is dealing quite a bit of fast move damage. You are going to be able to get multiple Surfs off here. I mean, I think you can just stay in comfortably, right?
I mean, you can just swap out because I think you would prefer to have that Lantern in the back for the Azumarill. So now that you did so much against this Medicham, you can soak this Psychic, and now you're actually ahead on energy against the opposing Medicham. You're ahead on energy and health. So essentially, you're winning this matchup, and you guarantee a Lantern versus Azumarill matchup in the back. Magic Mason is just pretty far ahead here.
Yeah, and we are going to see Brown Baller let go of the Psychic. Now, the Azumarill is going to be able to come back in. This matchup has changed just a little bit due to Psychic not having as much power as before. But, you know, Azumarill, I think in the past, it had a pretty decent matchup against Medicham anyways, just because of those super effective play roughs, and then the fact that Psychic here is not going to be dealing as much damage as previous. This is going to make this energy a lot less impactful.
Yeah, and here comes the first Psychic there, but the problem is now you're going to have to use the energy to knock out the Medicham, and then you're going to have to face that Water Gun Lantern, and you have Whiscash in the back. You were trying to land that Whiscash on either a Lantern or a Registeel, and you just were ineffective at doing so. And then the other Pokemon you don't really want to see against Magic Mason's team, and then swapping into the Whiscash, and that was just Lickitung versus Whiscash, and you got double super effective Power Whips.
Yeah, and that's really, really strange swap right there. I think he might have been predicting the Lantern coming in, so it's a little bit unfortunate because you actually you obviously want the Whiscash on the Lantern. That was kind of a dream scenario.
That's why he's the Dream Eater.
Yeah, that's why he's the Dream Eater. But that was kind of the dream scenario for a comeback, right? But now I think that all that potential is gone here. We do see the shield come out from Magic Mason respecting the Blizzard, and it might be a good chance right now for Brown Baller to come back a little bit in this game. Let's see if Magic Mason senses the actual Blizzard coming in here. We are going to see the Protect Shield, and that I think is going to squash a lot of the hopes and dreams here.
Yeah, oh my, and this Whiscash does have a Protect Shield remaining. I mean, but you want to Power Whip anything. You want to Power Whip this Whiscash, you want to Power Whip an Azumarill that comes in, so there's actually no point of even body slamming here because you just don't mind the Power Whip anything, and you actually are going to get to this Blizzard, but Blizzard is a fantastic attack. That's why you see Brown Baller going for it over Mud Bomb, but it's not enough to knock out a Lickitung from this range.
Yeah, it's just a non-stab has a lot of great value. We are going to see it come into the
Wait,
Lantern
this is
here,
better. for Brown Baller here.
Yeah, because you're going to be able to get off at least one Mud Bomb, of course. This is super effective, and Mud Bomb has gotten a buff recently. It's going to put the Lantern quite low here.
Because you also have to commit energy.
Yeah.
You have to commit energy, and now you're going to be energy dry, so it's going to be a race to see who can get to a charge attack first. Can this Lantern get the Thunderbolt before the Play Rough, or can that Lickitung Power Whip and knock out the Azumarill? The
Azumarill has a Play Rough here. You have to overfront them by a little bit here, and great counting by Brown Baller and tracking of energy. There might be a chance for him to come back in this game.
This is so close, Mark, because this is going to knock out, but the Power Whip is going to be available for the Lickitung, but I don't think it's in range. But I think it's going to be in range plus the licks. I mean, it's going to be super fast. I think Azumarill's barely going to endure, but we're going to have to find out. Can Magic Mason knock out in...
Oh,
yes!
My gosh, so close.
And wow, Magic Mason with the clean 2-0 there. And now Magic Mason has an 8-4 record against Brown Baller all time. So he has definitely had his number in the past. And once again, here in Pittsburgh to start the season. How about the trainers that have been moving on? I mean, we have Wdage, we have Rise to Occasion, we have Hot Pocket, we have Magic Mason. I'm telling you, it's literally an all-star team here.
This is a mini NAIC almost.
Yes.
A lot high-level trainers here. We're also seeing, high-level opponents as well, right? Unfortunately, those players, as we get kind of closer to shaping up the brackets a little bit, I do want to say this is double elimination tournament, right? Just because you lose here, you can't go back down into the losers bracket and make yourself back up the tournament chain and back into the grand finals again. So I guess we haven't really taken a look at the grand bracket here, but it's starting to shape up for all the individual groups here, and we are going to get much closer to our individual group winners finals here soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And in that previous matchup, I mean, Magic Mason just able to hold on alignment, and they tried to give it up twice. He literally gave it up twice with that Lantern, and here is an example of him giving up that alignment twice, and he had to commit that Surf energy to leave this Lantern so low to give Azumarill a real shot here, but the Azumarill just got too low, got too worn down, and Lickitung, probably the strongest Pokemon in Pokemon Go Championship Series right now. Yes, I'm saying it. It's stronger than Medicham. Lickitung is a force, and you saw Magic Mason use it perfectly in that game number 2.
Yeah, I'm so sad that in that previous matchup, we didn't actually get to see the Whiscash, go off as intended, right? It got to see the Lantern a little bit, and we got to see how much a Mud Bomb could do after all these buffs, but it didn't have the correct alignment to really show off. It did land the one Blizzard against Lickitung, though, I will say. That did a lot of damage there.
I would have loved to see the Mandibuzz out of Brown Baller there, because I don't know if Brown Baller knew beforehand that it was a Water Gun Lantern, but Mandibuzz is one of the few flying types that actually has some decent play against Water Gun Lantern, because it's going to be taking that neutral Water Gun damage, and you're just going to be fighting back with the Dark Pulses, the Foul Plays, if you're Arrow, a Shadow Ball.
Yeah, we've seen some Shadow Balls today as well.
But it's not terrible. It's not a terrible matchup. Yep. And then if that's the worst case scenario, that's fine. And then you have a lot of best case scenarios, because if you're able to match up against that Lickitung that was so prominent in that matchup, even if you get some energy into a Medicham, it could be quite strong.
Yeah, and with Snarl, of course, one of the best fast moves that are available in the Great League, charging up energy so fast. You can get those Dark Pulses out, and like I think you mentioned earlier, Butters, does a lot more damage, rounds out your kit a little bit better so that you can have Air Lace coverage and Dark Pulse coverage. Yeah, I think we definitely could have utilized that as well. It is a little bit weaker against the Medicham because of that Dark and Flying typing, or it's gonna cancel out, and it's gonna be neutral damage. So, but I still think Mandibuzz had a really good shot at being relevant, in that previous battle.
Yeah, and one thing that you have to look into when you're trying to decide between, say, Dark Pulse, Foul Play, or Shadow Ball, and same with other Pokemon as well, but you have to pay attention to what I call like the dimensions of the game, where is it going to take 2 Dark Pulses to knock out a Shadow Gligar? Or is it going to take 3 Foul Plays? If it takes 3 Foul Plays, it's much more energy efficient to go for double Dark Pulse. And you're much better off using that charge attack instead of having to invest in 3 Foul Plays. If it's going to take 3 Dark Pulses to knock out a Shadow Gligar, you probably want foul play, because then you would just triple foul play and you'll get that knockout. So you have to master the dimensions of a new meta, a new Pokemon like a Shadow Gligar. It's not easy to do, but the best trainers are extremely prepared, and I think Rise to Occasion was running that Dark Pulse. We saw it double Dark Pulse against a Sableye, and it had an opportunity to probably snarl down. So these trainers are ready for the fresh new meta. I said it before, I'll say it again. This is the healthiest meta I think we've ever had in Championship Series Pokemon Go. I can't wait to see how it plays out. Once again, this is why I think it's the healthiest meta ever, because top 5 tells a story. All these Pokemon have play against each other, except for maybe Lickitung into Registeel, but there is still some play, not too much, but overall extremely healthy.
Yeah, I'm just happy to see that there's so much diversity so far of what Pokemon that we've been seeing. I think every single team that we've seen, Butters, today has had one of the picks that you or myself or our other co-casters have called out and as being fresh and new in the meta, right? So it's showing me that trainers are experimenting with different things. They're wondering, they're more curious about the meta, and I think this tournament being the first one of this season is also going to be a way for them to get enough intel to kind of make adjustments for future tournaments. So this is really cool to see. We're not seeing, we see the Metacham there, but we don't see a lot of mons with very, very high usage. We're just seeing all of this spread out, all of this different theory crafting is very good.
Yeah, when the main cog in the machine is the top 5, and the top 5 has play against all the other Pokemon in that top 5, I feel like it gives such an opportunity to have nuance with your other picks. And like you mentioned, having those off-meta picks, things that are not top 12 in usage, able to utilize those to make creative strategy. We saw Hot Pocket with the Superior just come out of nowhere and do something no one expected. Because of a 5 energy decrease from this season in Aerial Ace from 45 to 40, he was able to just get to so many Aerial Aces to actually swap out, to go through the full 60-second timer, to swap out and pivot again, bait out a Lantern, knock out the Lantern, have energy later. So the healthier the meta, the more opportunity there is for these unique play styles, and it's going to be amazing to watch, not only in Pittsburgh, but the rest of the season.
Yeah, we still have a long ways for the rest of the season, of course. I mean, as strategies develop, I'm really excited to see if there's any new Pokemon that's going to emerge out, right? So one thing I was thinking about, Butters, as we kind of wait for our next match to come together, we've seen a lot of the new moves, right? Or I guess the newly buffed moves or newly adjusted moves. We saw Scorching Sands as well. I'm actually kind of curious. I haven't seen an X-Scissor user in quite some time. And we know that move got a pretty good buff here in this season as well.
Yeah, I think Bug is just, it's a tough type. It's a Bug's life. It's just tough to being a Bug. And here we are seeing the awesome trainers we have here. I wonder if any of these trainers are running X-Scissor Beedrill or anything with X-Scissor. Any bug types in any of the games. How many bug types are out there in any decks or any VGC lineups? Bug type doesn't get a lot of love, Mark.
Yeah,
it really doesn't.
Yeah, but that's one thing that I was curious about, because previously, against some of the Mud Boys that we've seen Golisopod come into the meta. That I felt like has some potential, because I believe it also learns Aerial Ace. So there could have been some potential usage right there for this weekend. And then I was thinking about Shadow Pokemon. There is Shadow Beedrill, throwing it out there. May not ever be useful for this particular meta, but we have seen it being used in competitive in the past as well. So, but I'm interested to see if we can get more of these newly buffed moves up here just to be able to showcase, because even in that previous in that previous matchup with the Superior, we were able to see exactly what a fine-tuned Aerial Ace user looks like.
Right. And I would have to say, if there's one Pokemon that could use that X-Scissor in the Great League, I think the best Pokemon would be Golisopod. Because Golisopod can actually beat Metacham because it's able to Shadow Claw for super effective, and then get to that Aerial Ace as well. And if ever there's like a heavy Psychic meta, a lot of Defense Form Deoxys or a lot of Cresselia, maybe you run the X-Scissor,
yeah,
and then you're much stronger against the Defense Form Deoxys. We've already seen a ton of top trainers bring that Defense Form Deoxys to Pittsburgh, so there is a chance. If any Pokemon could do it, it's probably the Golisopod, but you might just be better off with the Liquidation so you have coverage, but you never know. Golisopod is pretty decent against Metacham, and then amazing versus something like a Shadow Swampert, and then it actually has a lot of great play against Shadow Alolan Sandslash too. So it is a fringe Pokemon, but could make an appearance.
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember the last time that we were able to actually see it being used in one of the regional tournaments, but it's always something that makes you think a little bit, right? I mean, as I think originally brought in as kind of like an ice type answer, and then it's kind of expanded out. I would love to see it with the newly buffed Airlace, and I think a good call out, Butters, is that Shadow Claw, and the fact that Bug is going to be resisting that fighting. So against Deoxys, if Deoxys becomes the premier fighter, you've got a really good answer.
And talking about Premier, another Premier matchup.
Yeah, this is.
We got.
I think we're getting spoiled today. I feel like that's the case.
Yeah, we really are to start off the 2024 season, because we got Andrew Manjarres versus Dunebug. Andrew Manjarres, a top trainer, has had day 2 performances before in Mexico City, and then of course Dunebug, you probably know him well. He's one of the top trainers in North America. Also a creative thinker. He will bring those off-meta Pokemon and make them work. Like Obstagoon last season, he made it work really well. So one of the best trainers out there, and really resilient trainer.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think him seeing Dunebug's grind, of course. I mean, he kind of gives them updates, and I'm in a couple of Discords with him, but he works hard to make sure that he understands, what the meta is like, what he needs to do to accomplish his goals. And it's no surprise that we're here in the winter semis for Group C, and here he is with another trainer that is just as strong as he is. We've seen him earlier as well.
And surprisingly, he's been a little cold for his standards. His last top cut was at Hartford. He didn't top cut at North American International Championships or the World Championships. He brought that Trevenant to the North American International Championships to try to deal with Medicham and Lantern. Looks like he brought a different Pokemon this time, because he brought the Cresselia to try to deal with that core, with the Lantern, with the Mandibuzz that we've been seeing from some of these top trainers. Medicham, Registeel, and Lickitung.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Cresselia earlier today. It wasn't as effective as we thought it would be, but from a theoretical standpoint, good against Lantern, good against Medicham, very, very bulky, has good coverage. You just don't want to line it up against Steel. That's the big no thank you that you don't want. But I still think it has a lot of potential. Let's see if Dunebug can utilize that as well. And then on the left side, Andrew Manjarres, he's got the Lickitung, the Quagsire, Medicham, Registeel, Shadow Gligar, and Shadow Alolan Ninetales. Some new faces in a sea of old meta Pokemon.
Yeah, and that Shadow Alolan Ninetales is going to be really good against that Mandibuzz in that matchup. But one thing I want to mention about Dunebug's team is that he is running the top 4 Pokemon, and then he's using those 2 wildcard picks that are fringe meta, the Cresselia and the Mandibuzz. I feel like that is how the meta is going to be developing over these next couple tournaments, where a lot of the trainers are going to use some variation of the top 4 to 6 Pokemon, but then bring those core breakers that can be quite strong. How are these core breakers versus Andrew here? It looks like the Cresselia could be pretty good. I mean, it has to worry about Registeel Lickitung, but it has to worry about that in every matchup. So
yeah.
if you're bringing Cresselia, there's going to be Registeel Lickitung, so that's not unusual.
Yeah, I think using Cresselia is going to be a situation where you're going to use the Grass Knot coverage to get the Lanterns, you're going to use the Moonblast to get the Medichams. Anything else that falls in that category, like a Quagsire here for Andrew, that's just going to be bonus, right? That's just another either bench pressure that you're going to deter that from coming, or it's just going to be value that you get while you're in the battle.
Yeah,
But
if you can't use Cresselia here, you can't use it anywhere. And the thing is, look at Andrew's backline. It's double strong. It's ABB strong against Cresselia. So now looks like Dunebug is just going to play out this lead matchup versus the Medicham here. There was no energy advantage on a safe swap, so a Medicham does have a better shot in this matchup.
Yeah, and we are going to see the Zap Cannon coming out. Just devastating here, and of course, always the debuff is going to come here and debuff attack stage 1. We are going to see the Psychic come out. Now, this is a nerfed Psychic with 1 attack stage debuff here. It's going to do barely any damage to this Registeel, and the Registeel is, as always, going to be able to pace to the second Zap Cannon. It's really, really just up to Andrew here on if he wants to use Protect Shield. We see the Snap Protect Shield here. Butters, I'm guessing we're going to see a farm down, but, I mean, are we going to see a pivot out to be able to get full value on the energy?
And trying to bait out something that counters the Cresselia, and this does counter the Cresselia, but the thing is, Andrew just has double counters for the Cresselia, and I think Cresselia would actually prefer this matchup in the Lickitung, because you're actually battling back with neutral attacks instead of just everything resisted by the Registeel. So Andrew's Registeel in the back is going to be extremely useful.
Yeah, the only unfortunate part here is he is gonna lose potential alignment temporarily, right? With, you know, with this Lickitung versus Medicham matchup, Lickitung is getting really, really low. Late swap here, of course, and absorb some energy. He is going to be able to get the second body slam off, so this is really nice. I think this is going to kind of equalize both trainers, but, you know, in the case for Doombug's side, though, he is going to be able to counter down, carry a little bit more energy out of this matchup here, and it looks like almost double Ice Punch here, so it's really up to Andrew here to decide what he wants to use. He is going to bring in the Medicham here, and his Medicham is going to be able to win the charged attack priority, actually.
That's crucial in this matchup because look at all of this energy wasted by Doombug. Andrew was able to hold on to that Ice Punch, and now Doombug is in a tough position.
What a gamble from Andrew right there to go for potential charge move priority right there. Is going to see the Cresselia come in, banking a Psychic, and now we're going to see Registeel come in. I mean, Doombug's in a tough spot right now. You're going to have to try to maybe try to catch a Registeel charge, but I don't know what to do. I don't know how to get out of this situation.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, as the championship series develops, it's awesome to see that these trainers are picking different stat distributions, like trying to win charge attack priority with your own Medicham to try to flip that matchup and waste all this energy on Doombug, but there's no stat distribution that's going to flip this matchup. As the attack drops, trying to swap in the Registeel, trying to force either energy, or you can actually maybe get to the Focus Blast here. Do you just get locked down? Can you get there? And look, he actually does hang on, so he's going to pick up the Protect Shield, but this is kind of fine. Andrew's smirking a little bit because how are you going to get through the rest of this Registeel with the Cresselia?
Yeah, this is actually pretty good for him. Even if down a shield here, as long as Andrew didn't use a charge move right there, he locked down almost to 100 energy here. And unfortunately for Doombug, you're going to see the Zap Cannon come back out again. And right now, I think it's pretty elementary. Oh, and there's the attack drop right there. I think that's going to extinguish all hopes right here. You are going to be able to fire the Moonblast, but both moves on Cresselia's moveset are resisted. You do not get the attack drop here, and Andrew has the Medicham in his back pocket just in case he needs to swap out. This Zap Cannon is going to come pretty close, I think, or either that or just knock out.
And the problem for Cresselia is it seems like it would need at least 3 more Moonblasts to knock out that Registeel. And finally, no attack drop. Looks like Registeel took a little break before lock-on down the Registeel there. And Andrew takes that game #1 pretty convincingly. And like I mentioned at the start, every team is going to have Lickitung Registeel. So Doombug knows that, and so he thought he could bring the Cresselia anyway, but Andrew was extremely prepared for that Cresselia in the back. The double Psychic in the back, really. The ABB double Psychic, the Medicham Cresselia, was met by that Registeel Lickitung backline of Andrew.
Yeah, and this is a situation, Butters, where I think with Cresselia, we do really see what its big downfall is. And sometimes when a Pokemon has some of the best benefits, right? Able to take out Lantern, able to take out Medicham. The fact that it can't help but just scratch the Registeel just very lightly and not even make a dent. I'm starting to doubt its usefulness this meta here, because that was a pretty scary situation.
And you know what's useful though? Winning charge attack priority.
That is what I think. I mean, I don't know if Andrew had prior knowledge of which Medicham would win, but that's a huge gamble, because if he lost CMP right there, he might be the one that has to give up all that energy.
Right.
It's I think it's so risky, but I think maybe in the heat of the moment, that's the play that you have to make, right?
Yeah, the only prior knowledge you can have is the stat distribution of your own Medicham, and maybe he was confident in that scenario to risk that situation, and it definitely paid off. But you're right, that is the trouble for Cresselia, is you said it perfectly. It doesn't even make a dent, it doesn't make a scratch. No one needs to call their insurance for that battle, because there's just nothing happening on the Registeel side. It's just so dominant. Let's see if there is going to be that Cresselia game #2, and wow, Andrew once again calling Doombug here. The Mandibuzz into the Registeel. Is there anything do you swap into? Safe swapping into the Lantern. You know, there's not a clear answer here. Spark Lantern is still extremely strong.
Yeah, it is really strong here. Able to get the Surf off first. I think Andrew's going to sense that this is a Surf here, but I think you want to chip this with the Zap Cannon. I mean, maybe it's time for Lickitung to come in here and after you get a charge move off, maybe the Lickitung here after the softening up is going to have kind of a smooth ride out, because you kind of need to get rid of it since there is a Mandibuzz on your opponent's team.
And what I like about this as the attack drops is, you called it perfectly. Here comes the Lickitung, and now it's almost in range of Body Slam here, but you're going to be able to bank up a lot of energy on your backline with Mandibuzz probably. Here comes the body slam and the no protect shield by Doombug. So now you're going to be able to either throw a Thunderbolt or a Surf, probably double Surf. That's a smarter action from Doombug.
Yep. Great play right there. If you're going to get off two, might as well get off the Surf. If not, get off the Thunderbolt. Now, this is a curious situation because, as you can see, we have a large D-Sync in the switch here. Can he... I was going to say, could Doombug have banked a move here and brought the Mandibuzz back in, but it looks like it was just a little bit short on the switch timer here. But, I mean, if you're Doombug... Oh, he aggressively swaps here and holds the Mandibuzz. A very interesting play here because if he lets the Mandibuzz, or if he lets the Lantern go down, could have just come in straight with the Mandibuzz and still be able to switch. This now creates a desync about 30 seconds of either trainer.
Well, the interesting thing here is that Lantern actually could have gone for a Thunderbolt, didn't go for it, went for the Surf instead, and then, like you mentioned, pivoting into this Mandibuzz, but this Mandibuzz is going to be able to bank a lot of energy, so if Andrew tries to pivot, Regiseal's energy dry. You can double Dark Pulse here and maybe even get a Snarl down, because double Dark Pulse is probably not enough, but let's see how much it does do against the Regiseal here. And it's really close. I think double Dark Pulse plus Snarl down, it could happen.
Yeah, this is a super smart play. I think if you're Andrew, you might want to invest the shield here because having a
does he get the Snarl down before the Focus Blast? Can you reach the Focus Blast? Yes, because it's a 3-turn attack.
You shield. Yeah, I think if you're Doombug, you shield this. Yeah, this is a fantastic situation. Getting rid of the Registeel, getting a Snarl down, coming out of this with a Dark Pulse, and I mean, of course, you don't know what the last Pokemon is, but this is a pretty decent scenario for you.
And can you get a Protect Shield? Because if you're going to be lined up against Gligar here, you need to get a Protect Shield because you would rather land, and this is huge, because you would rather land an Ice Punch than a Dark Pulse. So the fact that you're getting the Protect Shield here is just so much momentum for Doombug in the back line.
And we are going to see, we're going to see Doombug reach the move first. Now, this is an Aerial Ace here. If you're Andrew, are you going to let this...
He doubles
shields right here. So we have an opportunity here. Now, here's the thing with Doombug. He is going to try to force energy being thrown. Okay, I think you're cool with this. Do you use protection here? You do not.
I don't think it knocks out.
Yeah, you might survive this Aerial Ace, Butters.
I don't think it knocks out. I think Mandibuzz holds on.
Oh my goodness. This is going to be charge attack priority.
No, he doesn't throw it. He's just going to soak.
Okay, he's gonna farm down. Okay.
But this doesn't matter to the Gligar. The only way the Gligar is going to lose is taking an Ice Punch. So this damage is pretty irrelevant here. This Medicham is going to have to be able to Protect Shield one Aerial Ace. This is probably your best Protect Shield of the game, and here it comes from Doombug. And then you have to endure another Aerial Ace, and you can't get swapped on.
The switch timer is up. I think this is very aggressive, Butters. Switching like this and holding these Pokemon in your back line when you can't switch is very rough because the Lickitung is probably coming in right now.
And no, there's no swap. There's no swap, so this Ice Punch is going to be landing onto the Gligar. How much energy is on that Lickitung? The Lickitung could knock out with Licks plus a Body Slam. It will be able to outpace. And there's no timer available. And do you get the Body Slam?
Oh, I got the Body Slam.
One turn before Andrew gets to that Body Slam on the Lickitung to knock out the Medicham, and now this Lickitung can just lick down everything. It's going to be able to full sweep. There's only 18 seconds remaining. Doombug is waiting his timer. He's going to wait his timer to try to endure, but he can't endure anything. And here comes the lick down. Here comes the next lick down, and Lickitung with 4 seconds left on the clock.
My goodness.
Andrew is able to take game number 2. And this is the first time one of the All-Stars of North America have gone down to Andrew here from the LATAM region mostly. So really well played, well executed from Andrew to take down Doombug 2-0.
What an ending right there. I mean, I almost thought Doombug was going to be able to claw back into the game right there. It looked like he was starting to get momentum, starting to take back over. But again, Gligar, though, despite it burning its Protect Shields, still able to get energy, still able to farm down. I mean, still able to threaten Medicham. We saw it kind of come to fruition, exactly what a Gligar can do when it has energy against top meta picks.
And we see Doombug moving on to the loser side of the bracket, but he's one of the most resilient trainers around. So there is a ton of opportunity. And you know what? Mandibuzz, I think, was the MVP for him. Even though Doombug lost, Mandibuzz was doing everything for him in this matchup. Able to get 2 Protect Shields from a Gligar, able to almost knock out the Registeel, able to just do so much to Lickitung. Mandibuzz was so strong.
Yeah, that's a great call out, Butters. I mean, I think after what was the first game, you said maybe Mandibuzz needs to come in and start doing things. When he started utilizing Mandibuzz, that's when I felt like the wheels were turning on here. I mean, this match was, of course, so close, and it is a semi, or it is a winner's semis for a group right here. It's gonna get pretty tough because there are plenty of all-stars here today. I would not be disappointed if I was Doombug right there. That was a great match.
Yeah, and Mandibuzz, we saw it from Reis as well. We've seen both of those trainers actually bring similar dark types in the past. They brought Obstagoon together in the past, and now they're bringing Mandibuzz. But a key difference is Reis, to the occasion, actually brought Defense Form Deoxys as the Psychic type, and then Cresselia for Doombug. And then if you had that Defense Form Deoxys against that Registeel, you probably would have been
a lot different.
A lot better off, yeah. But it's been unreal start to this tournament. I mean, it's felt like an all-star competition the whole way, but all of these trainers are trying to take their first step to the World Championships. They're trying to win here today, or they're trying to get CP points for the World Championships. And we have a quick video about the world's first steps.
I'm your host, Anna Prosser, here in Yokohama for Pokemon World Championships 2023, and we're here in the Play Lounge. We're here with Judge Kaza to talk about first steps. What's first step?
ここはティーチングエリアです。カードゲームを最初にやる場所です。
If a player is just learning about Pokemon for the first time, what would you tell them when they come here?
まずは楽しんでくださいと。
What games can players learn here in the Play Lounge?
すべてのゲームできます。
Do they need to know anything before they come here, or can they start brand new?
Nothing. 初心者でも大丈夫です。
What is your favorite thing about the Play Lounge?
ティーチングが大好きです。
It looks like you're having a great time. We'll let you get back to it.
めっちゃ楽しいです。
ありがとうございます。
I'm so excited about this WCS in Japan.
And that's it from the Play Lounge. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships.
Hello trainers, my name is Caleb Pang, and let's take a look at how to build a competitive team that can help you succeed at a future tournament. For the Pokemon Go Championship Series, trainers register teams of 6 in the tournament. Each trainer will preview their opponent's team of 6 before deciding which 3 Pokemon they will lock in for the upcoming battle. This Show 6 Pick 3 format allows for another layer of strategy where both team predictions and compositions heavily impact the outcome of matches. There are a number of ways to build your team of 6. Many focus on a balanced approach, pairing Pokemon together to cover each other's weaknesses. A common example of that is Trevenant paired with Noctowl. Others may purposely build unbalanced teams to counter a specific threat in the meta, which are often called anti-meta teams. All teams will have their strengths and weaknesses, and how each trainer capitalizes on them will often be the deciding factor in a matchup. When setting up for a battle, each trainer will have a lead Pokemon with 2 Pokemon in the back. When a trainer is faced with a bad lead matchup, many trainers swap to one of their backline Pokemon, often called the safe swap. These safe swap Pokemon have the potential to dish out a lot of damage to win back switch advantage or take a shield advantage against their opponents. Although there are no official categorization for what a safe swap Pokemon is, there are a number that are used often due to their success in this role, such as Purified Sableye and Registeel. The third Pokemon in the back is often labeled as the Closer, a Pokemon that is very strong in the right matchups, and or when they have a shield advantage. Although this final Pokemon may have to take on multiple enemy Pokemon to finish the match, their ability to turn the tides of battle is what makes them so strong in the endgame. When determining which 3 Pokemon to bring into battle, many trainers like having a backup option when they do not catch a good lead matchup. This is when an ABB line comes in handy. The 2 B Pokemon in the back protect the A Pokemon, so even if the first B Pokemon is taken out, the secondary B Pokemon is still in play and can continue protecting the A Pokemon. Another variation of this strategy is an ABA line, where only the B Pokemon in the middle can protect both the lead A Pokemon and the backline A Pokemon. ABA lines strategize around keeping the backline A Pokemon healthy even at the cost of the lead A Pokemon, hoping to exhaust the opponent's resources early so that the A Pokemon in the back can close out the match. Finally, trainers can run a diverse line of 3, utilizing an ABC line. With the proper alignment, ABC lines can thrive in any battle and their balanced nature gives it flexible coverage. However, if caught in a bad lead matchup, ABC lines have less of a backup plan. As an example of a reliable and safe team, the Toronto Regionals grand finalists of the 2023 season used Noctowl, Umbreon, Galarian Stunfisk, Trevenant, and Medicham to qualify for the World Championships. These Pokemon cover each other's weaknesses well and are fairly accessible for newer trainers. An example of an anti-meta team that is geared towards beating traditional teams is Deoxys Defense Form, Altaria, Venusaur, Walrein, Galarian Stunfisk, and Purified Sableye. This team earned the trainer a top 8 placement in the San Diego Regionals of the 2023 season, utilizing Deoxys as a counter to popular fighting types makes this team very strong in the right situations. There are a number of ways to build a team for a tournament and the possible combinations are endless. Whether you're a trainer who prefers to build safer teams closer to the meta or a trainer who wants to build a team to counter the meta, finding out what team fits your playstyle is part of the journey, and we hope to see your unique team one day at a future Championship Series event.
Welcome back, trainers. We are here at the 2024 Pittsburgh Pokemon Go Regional Championships. I am Stephanie Christine, also known as DeFi250, and I am joined by Caleb Pang.
Yeah, we've seen some really incredible battles here in Pittsburgh. I mean, this looks like an international championships based on some of these matchups right from start till now. And we have even better matchups. I should say better, but even more incredible matchups coming your way as we're making it through this winners bracket, coming on to a winners finals, and then eventually we'll be reviewing the losers finals as well as we try to round out our top 8 for Sunday.
Yeah, and we are getting so much closer to finding out who our top 8 will be. Will one of these two trainers make it there? We currently have Wdage versus Matthew 604.
Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting situation for sure. Wdage, we saw earlier with that Shadow Dragonite, Matthew running the Mandibuzz, Azumarill, Shadow Drapion, Steelix, Shadow Venusaur, and Galarian Stunfisk. Is this the first Galarian Stunfisk we've seen today?
Might be much less popular now with Earthquake being just a little less powerful. Love seeing the Steelix. Shadow Drapion too is an interesting pick. It can be versatile, it can do a lot of damage, but also has a little bit of bulk to it. So I really am enjoying all the variety on Matthew 604's team. Really feels like we're in a new meta. And then again, over on the side of Wdage, we've seen it already, but that Dugong, again, with that icy wind, being able to consistently debuff your opponent is some Pokemon that Wdage is familiar with.
Yeah, and we see Wdage running the non-Shadow Swampert, which is, I think, an interesting adjustment to this meta. I actually like it a lot because, typically speaking, Shadow Swampert was used for that Noctowl matchup, but with Noctowl out of the meta, I think the non-Shadow Swampert actually has a lot of play. So we are getting into this first game, Matthew 604 versus Wdage, and it is going to be the Steelix versus the Lickitung. This is going to be an interesting situation. Steelix is going to be overall a little bit better in this matchup, especially with Breaking Swipe going to be able to debuff, and you can see the Breaking Swipe is going to come out before Wdage reaches this Power Whip, which will be only neutral, but the most effective move can be thrown. This is 2 bulky types, and Wdage actually absorbing the Breaking Swipe before going into the Red Steel and being met by the Shadow Venusaur. And We can see here the Zap Cannon is going to come through on the Venusaur. Venusaur is going to be able to resist all the charge moves from this Registeel, so you don't really need to shield right away. And we don't get a debuff either, so this Venusaur is going to be hitting at full strength into this Registeel. First Frenzy Plant is going to come through with Wdage comfortably not shielding.
Yeah, this Frenzy Plant not going to do nearly enough to threaten the Steel Titan here. Steel Titan at a move, but the Venusaur goes first, throwing another Frenzy Plant. The Registeel, however, will withstand, and not long enough to throw its charge move here, going for a Focus Blast, just a little bit cheaper than that Zap Cannon, forcing Matthew to throw up a Protect Shield.
I think it's a solid shield from Matthew. I mean, recognizing that it's probably not even the Zap Cannon, so still hitting at full strength. Is going to throw this Frenzy Plant. Oh, getting a little greedy, trying to go for the Vine Whip down maybe, forced to spend both shields. But Venusaur is typically when charging priority against most things on the side of Wdage. Wdage going for the combo play, throwing the body slam, wasting all the energy Matthew had banked up on this Venusaur. A huge play for Wdage. Still not having the switch advantage, but having a 2-0 shield advantage is pretty massive.
Seeing all of that energy go down the drain is heartbreaking. We will have to see here, going for the breaking swipe, going to start bringing down the attack power of your opponent. The licks, the power whips are just going to be doing less and less and less as the matchup goes on.
Yeah, unfortunately, because Wdage went for that combo play, is not able to swap out. However, it's still in a decent position because 2-shield Dewgong looks super strong into this backline. The question is, can you neutralize this Steelix, take it out so that it can't start debuffing the Dewgong as well? Because that's going to be a much harder spot for Wdage to be in. However, he still does have the Registeel to potentially clear debuffs. And you can see trying to reach for this final Power Whip isn't enough to KO the Steelix because it's been kind of super debuffed at this point.
Yep, let's see. Power Whip, no, the Steelix stays in. We actually see a swap to the Azumarill, and there is the Dewgong. Dewgong really benefiting from that addition of Drill Run a couple of seasons back, being able to hit a lot more Pokemon like this Azumarill for neutral damage.
Yeah, Matthew's in a really tough position right now. I don't know if he has a clear win condition. Maybe needs to land these play roughs or bait perfectly with an Ice Beam, but the first play rough is going to be shielded from Wdage. Wdage in a very comfortable position, 2-0 shield advantage on this Dewgong is going to definitely spell trouble for the Azumarill despite how bulky it is. I mean, you're also resisting the bubble on the side of Dewgong, so going to be in a strong position so far for Wdage.
Yeah, so taking a look, those Drill Runs doing so much damage. And then we have the Play Rough, Wdage expending a Protect Shield, preserving the health on the Dewgong. I agree. This Dewgong has so much health right now. And again, Wdage looking at potentially what we call a 3-ball flex, having all 3 Pokemon still at the end of the match.
Yeah, he is well on his way on that flex in itself. Coming in with the Steelix, trying to do what he can, but no, Matthew not able to swap to that Steelix. Steelix may be strong, but it is not that strong after these buffs, and is going to finish off the Steelix with the Dewgong. Plenty of health left. Huge combo play from Wdage to take out that Venusaur with all that energy, and it kind of really went downhill for Matthew after that.
All right, so Wdage up 1-2-0, bringing that team of Dewgong, Registeel, and Lickitung. Was excited to see the Steelix from Matthew and the Shadow Venusaur. I'm wondering how much play that Shadow Drapion has on his team into Wdage.
Yeah, it's going to be a tougher matchup, I think, because Swamper's going to have a positive matchup. You know, Registeel is pretty solid overall. I think it just gets outbulked by the Dewgong, and Dragonite with shields can be pretty strong. So I don't know if it's the most flexible pick for Matthew, but we're going to see how he adjusts. And here was that really incredible combo play from Wdage, timing that perfectly between the Vine Whips, of not allowing Matthew to throw the energy nor swap out, taking out that Venusaur. Having 2-0 shield advantage is such a hard advantage to overcome. And we are going into game number 2. It's going to be the Shadow Venusaur into the Registeel matchup. And this is kind of an awkward situation for both players because all 4 charge moves on both sides are resisted.
Yeah, so this is tough. I do give a little bit of advantage to that Frenzy Plant. It is such a powerful charge move, only given to those grass-type first partner Pokemon that we see, and Venusaur is certainly one of the best Pokemon that has access to that move. Gonna be shielding a Zap Cannon early on. No debuff, though.
Yeah, no debuff yet again for Wdage. So 0 for 2 on the debuffs. Trying to decide, is it worth shielding or not? Is going to consider letting go. I mean, like you said, Frenzy Plant hitting pretty hard, even resisted. That Frenzy is appropriately named because it does go kind of crazy on the damage.
It does. There is the next Zap Cannon. Matthew free to let this one go. Not going to do a ton of damage to Shadow. Venusaur can comfortably handle it before swapping into the Steelix, and Steelix is met with a Swampert, a regular Swampert over the Shadow, so going to have a little bit more bulk to be able to handle some of these Dragon-type attacks. Steelix not even a Dragon-type, but rocking a Dragon Fast move and Charge move today.
Yeah, going straight for the Hydro Cannon. I think Matthew recognizing and not shielding the Hydro Cannon because it's not going to do as much damage, I think, as an Earthquake, but it is closing in on the second one. It should reach the second one before the second Breaking Swipe is reached. You can see, oh no, actually Wdage, wow, okay, Wdage going over on the farm, over past the Breaking Swipe, and Matthew maybe expecting and not throwing the Breaking Swipe right away. So both trainers not throwing, but then Wdage making the perfect timing there and getting to this Hydro Cannon. That's a huge Hydro Cannon, forcing the final shield from Matthew. Matthew again down 2 shields early on in this matchup. You have the Galarian Stumpus in the back, but I don't know if Galarian Stumpus can overcome this matchup. We're going to have to see, and Wdage bring in the Registeel to soak up the damage, swapping to the Galarian Stumpus though, but it is now going to be met by a Focus Blast. Shields down, this is going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, Wdage looking really, really good here with both of his shields still in play. Last time was a 3 Pokeball flex. Will we see a 2 shield flex from Wdage this time? Not shielding the Earthquake even. He says, this got a little bit worse. I don't have to worry about it.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, and it definitely got a little bit worse. That looked like almost a boosted Rock Slide at best. Definitely not the old Earthquake we used to know. And, you know, definitely this might be the parting gift for this Galarian Stumpus as is going back to his Pokeball. And, you know, 2 Frenzy Plants up on this Venusaur, but 2 shields remaining on Wdage's side puts him in a very comfortable position.
Yeah, not going to risk it, deciding to use a Protect Shield here. And then we are going to see one more as the second Frenzy Plant. So all of that energy that Matthew built up into the Venusaur, just hitting the wall, and Lickitung able to fast move down the opposing Venusaur. Wdage taking the series 2-0.
Yeah, incredible performance from Wdage. No 2 shield flex in that second game, but the 2-0 flex is quite enough to move him forward in this winner's round. I believe that's a winner's semifinal, so I think he's moving on to a winner's finals after that set of battles.
Yeah, Wdage actually having a different kind of flex. He has brought 21 unique Pokemon with him over the last 4 teams. 24 different Pokemon.
Yeah, that is pretty wild there too. Quite a variety of Pokemon, which really goes to show his expertise in battling, right? Can pretty much win with any combination of Pokemon if the team's well constructed, and we saw it here, and I think we're going to continue seeing it this weekend.
Exactly. Those were such fun matches, and we will have more in store as well. Was not the Shadow Drapion did not appear. So something fun, something spicy, something a little different. Didn't show up at all for Matthew. I was a little disappointed, but we did get to see the Steelix both times. We saw the Venusaur, Shadow Venusaur both times in that matchup. Here's an example where the Steelix, it just cannot stand up to a Swampert. Hydro Cannon, you know, you said it was nerfed a long time ago. Never really feels like it. And there's a little parting gift from the Lickitung onto the Galarian Stunfisk.
Yeah, it's, you know, unfortunate for those that love the Galarian Stunfisk. That Earthquake damage is just not enough these days. And I think that's why Registeel, you saw #2 in usage in the whole tournament, but for good reason in this current format and after the moveset update.
Exactly. So what are some, so we talked about what we thought might be impactful at the beginning of stream. We had no idea, which is, walking out into our new adventure. We didn't really know what was in store. What are some things, Caleb, for you that have been really impactful, really interesting today?
Yeah, so we see a lot of lanterns still, and most of them still running Spark. I think the biggest reason for that, well, there might be a couple reasons, right? Some people seeing a little more damage on the Spark, but on top of that, a lot of trainers expecting a lot of lanterns still in the meta, and Lantern, even with Water Gun, still very strong. So anticipating that and utilizing that Spark for that advantage. But honestly, today I feel like the star is really Gligar. Whether you love it or not, it's made an impact, and it's been on a number of teams. Honestly, maybe the majority of teams that have success with flying Pokemon.
Exactly. We saw the top 12 prizing, how shuffled that top 12 bracket was compared to Worlds, compared to some of those events just last season. Seeing Gligar up there on the top row.
Yeah, and looking at this, I mean, when would anyone ever even expect to see Gligar? But Venusaur making some headway as well. And I was talking to DeFi backstage about this too, but this just shows how strong Medicham is. 72% usage in Medicham, the second highest only being at 46% on Registeel. So really shows the dominance at these tournaments on why Medicham is so strong. We've seen it successful on so many of these winning teams as well.
Yeah, and there is your Charizard that you pointed out in your caster predictions, but we will have to see. This is popularity. This is the popularity contest on day 1, but performance, that is what we are going to see on day 2, which Pokemon really showed their worth here in this brand new Adventures Abound season. So, very interested again to see the Alolan Ninetales back. Love seeing more Alolan Sandslash. That is such a fun Pokemon when it got updated last season. It was really interesting to see it, come out to play.
Yeah, and we saw top 3 there, Medicham, Registeel, and Lickitung. And honestly, I feel like I've seen that line plenty of times today, top 3 usage, and I think those 3 are performing correlated well with their usage. So we're going to see how the rest of the Pokemon can kind of maybe break out into the meta and make an impact. I think we only see one Shadow Charizard today, which was from Hot Pocket, but he played that really well. Maybe it wasn't the Shadow Charizard that got him the wins, but he is still in it with Shadow Charizard, so maybe a little bit of hope for my predictions there.
Yeah, bench pressure. So
Yeah,
even just having it can scare some of those other Pokemon, make the opposing trainer think twice before bringing in something that will get one shot by a singular Shadow Charizard Blast Burn.
Yeah, that's not a fun time for sure. I mean, Charizard definitely having a lot of utility, especially in a Registeel meta. So we're going to have to see, and like you said, just because it's not in the top 12 doesn't mean that doesn't have an impact. North America International Championships this past season, no Shadow Charizard even in the top 12, and a lot of top performers with Shadow Charizard on day number 2.
All right, so we will continue on. We will continue on chatting about some of these continuing move updates. What else interested you?
Yeah, I think, overall, even though Medicham got a slight nerf, I guess, to Psychic, it is still super strong. And my word of advice is, if you don't have one built, come out to a tournament and stuff. I don't know if we've ever talked about this yet today, but last season, it was the season, I feel like, the season of monkeys in some senses for these regionals. We had Panpour, Pansage, and, a lot of the different elemental monkeys spawning at these regionals for the special spawns. But now, we have a lot of PvP-relevant Pokemon, Lickitung everywhere, Meditites, Carbink even, Scrafty, Swablu, Wooloo, right? So it's a great time. So even if you don't maybe feel confident in competing yourself, definitely stop by to a local regional near you so you can at least spectate, see all the action, and maybe start catching Pokemon to build out your roster, because a lot of these Pokemon spawning in the wild are really good, and you're seeing it right here on stage.
Yeah, let's take a further look at some of the Pokemon that you could build, whether you come to a regional or maybe you're out playing an event this season and you catch some of your own. Mandibuzz is one that we talked about recently. Mandibuzz recommended attack Snarl, Aerial Ace, and Foul Play. Aerial Ace with that move buff to that charge move makes Mandibuzz just a little bit more potent. It reads, the return of Mandibuzz, the Bone Vulture Pokemon might see increased usage this season, and I think it certainly has. Not really up to the point where it was in Pokemon Go's inaugural championship season, but still something different, a different form of flyer that is available, Caleb.
Yeah, and it looks like even the charge moves, there's a lot of flexibility. I know on this graphic we recommend Snarl, Aerial Ace, and Foul Play, but we saw Dark Pulse on Doombug's Mandibuzz, and we saw Shadow Ball on Arrow's Mandibuzz. I think Reis also had a Mandibuzz. I can't recall what his charge move moveset was, or even if we saw that in play. But again, a lot of flexibility in these Pokemon and what charge moves they run, which gives a lot more dynamic play in a lot of these matchups.
I agree. Continuing on, also just pointing out, Rise's Mandibuzz was Dark Pulse, Aerial Ace as well. Another Pokemon that we can look at is Diggersby. We were talking about that Scorching Sands move. So now Diggersby can run full same type attack bonus moveset of Quick Attack, Scorching Sands, and Hyper Beam. What's this big deal with Scorching Sands, Caleb?
Yeah, so Scorching Sands is going to be a pretty strong move. It's similar to Earth Power and Dig in about the damage and energy it costs, but it has a chance to lower your opponent's attack as well. So I think it was about 30% chance of proccing attack debuff on your opponent. So it's very, very strong. And it also allows Diggersby to throw a ground move that's not as energy expensive as Earthquake. And we did see in an earlier matchup, Earthquake just not the same as it used to be. So this new move of Scorching Sand, I think, is a really solid replacement for Earthquake for Diggersby.
Another Pokemon newly impacted, taking a look at Steelix. We were talking about Steelix, not a Dragon-type Pokemon, but really rocking those Dragon-type charge moves, rocking the Dragon Tail Breaking Swipe and Earthquake. Breaking Swipe, its brand new charge move with this new season of Adventures Abound, can now... It has a 100% chance, guaranteed every time, will debuff your opponent attack by one stage.
Yeah, it's a really strong Pokemon, not only in Great League, but even in Ultra League, and there is the Ultra League rotation right now in Go Battle League, so you might have felt the pain of that Breaking Swipe, Dragon Tail Steelix hitting all your Pokemon, debuffing everything, but it is super strong, and we've seen it on stage quite a few times already today. Maybe not seeing as much success because, you know, there's always the Azumarill, the Fairy types, and also Registeel being hard walls to that Steelix.
Exactly. So I think we will be continuing with these battles very, very soon, but it's been great to talk about some of these moveset updates, what's kind of contributing a little bit to this new meta that we are seeing now in Adventures Abound here in Pittsburgh for the first regional of the season. And we are getting so close to figuring out who is going to be that top cut day 2, who are going to be our 8 trainers moving on tomorrow.
Yeah, and for those that are joining, if you're ever confused about the format, it is a double elimination bracket. So that means you can lose up to only 1 total set before you get completely eliminated. But if you win it all throughout, you stay in that winner's bracket. And of course, that makes a huge impact as you go into the grand finals at the end of day number 2. But again, here's a quick review for those that are curious. It is open for players of all skill levels, and that's one of the most important things, because I know a lot of trainers are saying, I don't know, I don't think I'm feeling very comfortable, I don't know if I'll do well. But I've heard a lot of people say that, and a lot of them making that top 8 or coming close to that top 8, even in their first tournament they participate in. So it's something you'll never know unless you try it, and even if you don't do as well as you hope, at least you get over some of those initial fears and feel comfortable, and you feel better for the next time around.
Yeah, it's great. Open to everyone. Even if you just want to come and spectate and check out these really neat event spawns that are exclusive to the venue for these regional championship tournaments, definitely be sure to come and hang out. And if you're out there in the audience today, or if you're watching at home, please share out your favorite moments from this tournament at #PlayPokemon, especially on that social media X. That is where we're pulling a lot of that from. But you can follow along on all different areas of social media on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram as well.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, what was the first tournament you participated in, and kind of what was that feeling going into it?
Oh, it was so exciting. It was the NAIC in the 2022 championship season, and I got to be on stream in my first ever competed tournament. That was a blast. First time ever competing. It was a great time.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. And traditionally, the International for North America is held in Columbus, Ohio, but this upcoming season is actually going to be in New Orleans. So that's going to be a nice change of pace for a lot of trainers who haven't had a chance to visit those areas, and another great reason to go to these regionals. You get to travel to different awesome places in beautiful cities like Pittsburgh, like where we are here, and we have our next set of battles coming up very shortly. It is going to be Nighttime Clasher versus Magic Mason.
Exactly. So we have those two trainers. Love seeing the family of plushies over on Magic Mason's side of the table. Even some new Pokemon from Paldea. I think I see a Quaxley back there, as well as a Wiglet included in his team. And then we have that handmade Togedemaru from Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah, talking about family of plushies, it seems like every time Magic Mason hits the stage, there's like another 2 plushies added onto that group, but definitely aptly described there. And we got the Togedemaru biggest fan, the expert of Togedemaru, whatever you want to call it. Nighttime Clasher is that person, and I expect him to potentially bring Togedemaru, and it looks like he might have not brought it to this tournament, which is kind of wild to me, because I feel like he's the biggest champion of Togedemaru.
Yeah, instead looks like bringing that Lantern, it looks like. Opting for the more popular electric type Pokemon, but Togedemaru is fun to run. I know our fellow caster, Tuo Butters, is a fan of Togedemaru as well.
I never know what Butters is a fan of. He's a fan of Ampharos one day, Togedemaru the next. Next thing you know, he's talking about Emolga. So either way, you know he likes the electric Pokemon, but his loyalty to electric Pokemon is a little shaky in my opinion, but that's just me.
All right, so I am so excited. We're going to be very soon diving into these teams. We've already seen Magic Mason on the field today, played Brown Baller again earlier in a bit of a rematch from last season, and very excited as well to see Nighttime Clasher new to the stage just for today.
Yeah, Nighttime Clasher has participated in a number of tournaments prior. I believe Arlington, Fresno, and North America International Championships, making out the stream for all 3 of them. Possibly attended 1 or 2 more than that. But if memory serves me correctly, I believe he's brought a Togedemaru team into every single tournament except for this one. So I need to ask him personally, has his faith wavered on Togedemaru after this most recent moveset update?
Yeah, it could certainly have changed. Let's take a look at his current team. We are going to be seeing Nighttime Clasher running a variety of different Pokemon, a couple different Shadows. I think half of his team currently, the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, Shadow Charizard, and Shadow Venusaur. So we have those high attack Pokemon, and then we have high defense Pokemon to back them up. We have the Lickitung, the Lantern, and the Medicham.
Yeah, Nighttime Clasher got the whole rainbow on his team, essentially. Magic Mason, on the other hand, running that Registeel, Shadow Gligar, Medicham, Lickitung, Lantern, and Shadow Alolan Marowak. The first Shadow Alolan Marowak I've seen in quite some time, in quite a few seasons, and it is somehow proving to be useful for Magic Mason, if not just for the bench pressure, because he has made it all the way to the winner's final, so something must be working. But something also must be working for Nighttime Clasher as well, because he also is in this winner's finals. I think this is the first winner's finals we have today so far, and the winner of this will be our first trainer that will be making it into top 8, top cuts, day number 2, Sunday, and fighting for a chance to be that auto qualification spot to World Championships.
Yes, I am excited to see Shadow Alolan Marowak, certainly a favorite of one of our fellow casters across the ocean. Zionic certainly calls Alolan Marowak the GOAT, the greatest of all time. It's one of his favorite Pokemon to use. So interesting to see. I'm interested to see how Magic Mason performs with it. And I agree, I'm bummed out that Togedemaru is not on Nighttime Clasher's team. Only other trainer to place in top cut with it is Jojo Go-Go Dancer in Turin, Spain.
Yeah, so either way, it seems like he is willing to try out different strategies, and it is paying off so far, but he does have to face off against Magic Mason, a very accomplished battler in itself, a Worlds qualified competitor from last year, and the champion of Toronto Regionals from Season 2.
Exactly. So again, we'll see which trainer will prevail here as they are locking in their teams. Again, very, very different teams. We've got the Shadow Gligar, we've got the Registeel. I appreciate again how Nighttime Clasher has, it's like half bulk and then half heavy hitting. I'm interested to see, is he going to use like all the bulky Pokemon at once or try to do a little bit more of a balancing act versus Magic Mason, which seems a lot more just kind of even throughout.
Yeah, I think, yeah, that's a great way to describe it too. Balancing some of the frailness with the bulk, but having a lot of options and coverage. I feel like Nighttime Clasher's team, it's a team that has pretty much perfect coverage. However, you can only bring 3 Pokemon, so you can't bring all 6, so it's really determining how to cover your opponent's matchups. But I think in the right situation, Nighttime Clasher's team has the potential to beat any team. But the real question is, can you get the alignment you want?
Exactly, and these trainers are choosing their alignment now, making kind of the last moment decisions. You can see Magic Mason taking some notes, really making sure to decide how he wants to run his team of 6. Show 6, pick 3 is in such an exciting format, and really looking forward to seeing how this will kick off. It is Nighttime Clasher on the left, Magic Mason on the right. Magic Mason's trainer wearing that championship series, that champion t-shirt. Let's see if he will have a champion time here. Let's go ahead, Lickitung into Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, and something we don't know is the moveset on this Lantern. It could be Water Gun, it could be Spark. Both have a lot of utility, especially in that back-end matchup. If it's Water Gun, has a ton of advantages, especially into the Shadow Gligar. You see Nighttime Clasher is going to throw this first Body Slam. Overall, Lickitung is going to outbulk the Gligar in this situation, but Gligar can definitely hit back quite hard.
It can, and we're actually seeing a swap right away. Magic Mason banking that energy and then bringing in Medicham on the swap, maybe anticipating that Shadow Charizard isn't back there to counter it.
Yeah, no clear answer to Medicham on this line for Nighttime Clasher, so he is going to go for a little chimp and then dip, throwing some energy to weaken the opposing Medicham and then come in with his own so that he's not facing off against Medicham with just a huge energy advantage with with almost the same health. So first Psychic is going to come through, doing a little less than half damage, and you can see Nighttime Clasher throwing this Psychic right before Magic Mason reaches his own. Does Magic Mason decide to shield this to get a Psychic off? And no, choosing not to shield, and it is going to knock out his Medicham, and now coming with Gligar with a ton of energy.
Yeah, for this Aerial Ace is going to connect, so this move got much more interesting, and it has the boost from being a Shadow and sends Medicham back to the Pokeball. Nighttime Clasher decides to bring in the Lantern, and it is a Water Gun Lantern. This is not what Gligar wants to see. Nighttime Clasher does have 2 shields available. Is he going to let this dig through? No, puts up a Protect shield, and the Water Gun Lantern also going to be doing okay against the Registeel.
Yeah, you see Nighttime Clasher reaching actually for the, I thought it was going to throw the Thunderbolt, but is going to throw the Surf, and we get a shield from Magic Mason. Magic Mason likely shielding to try to debuff the Lantern and make it a little bit better, but typically speaking, Lantern is going to thrive a lot more into this matchup versus Registeel. Up shields, it was also up energy, but down 1 shield, so let's see how he plays around this. The Zap Cannon is going to debuff instantly. Nighttime Clasher has the option to swap out or decides to stay in. Looks like Nighttime Clasher is going to stay in and throw another Surf.
Yep, right before Magic Mason gets to the next charge move on the Registeel, the Surf is thrown, getting Already almost at another one, but here is the swap that will clear the debuff, so when the Lantern comes in later, can throw a charge move at full power. Here is the super effective Focus Blast. Lickitung goes down, and now that debuff has cleared on the Lantern, making it more easily able to knock out the Registeel. But Magic Mason has another shield.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for Magic Mason. He needs to somehow get to a charge move on the Registeel and get to a dig on the Gligar. Can he do it? Because he is out of Aerial Ace range. Nighttime Clasher is going to instantly shield this out, and knowing that it's enough to knock out. What can Magic Mason do? He does come in with the Gligar, but it just doesn't have any energy. It cannot even reach the Aerial Ace in time, and that's the power of Water Gun Lantern chewing through the health, and it is going to come in and finish off the Registeel as well. Yes, Spark got changed, but Water Gun Lantern still just as strong as it ever was.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, Caleb. Water Gun Lantern is the way, I think, in this new meta. Nighttime Clasher up 1-2-0 here against Magic Mason.
Yeah, I mean, the Lantern, the Water Gun Lantern, obviously outside that mirror matchup, if the opposing Lantern has Spark. But overall, Water Gun Lantern is so strong in this current meta because you can see one of the most popular flying Pokemon is Gligar, and the second most popular flying Pokemon is Charizard. So it's going to have great times into both. Obviously, Charizard with Spark, you're fine too. But especially that Gligar, having that super effective Water Gun damage is so strong, and you only have resisted Wing Attack and Aerial Ace at your disposal outside of Dig. If you can't land Dig, you're not really doing any meaningful damage in that matchup. And, you know, it's unfortunate, but a ground type is going to be losing to that electric type because of that water move from Lantern. So definitely a strong Pokemon to contend with. And honestly, it looks really strong in the Magic Mason team. Obviously, Magic Mason has his own Lantern. I think this one is running Spark. But outside of that, there aren't a lot of clear avenues to dealing with this Water Gun Lantern. You do have Power Whip on the Lickitung, but if you can't land the Power Whip, it's not really doing too much with just Lick and Body Slam.
We will have to see, will Nighttime Clasher continue to bring the Lantern? And he does, in the lead against Medicham. Medicham kind of being a softer answer, more of an even matchup against the Lantern.
Yeah, and you can see Magic Mason kind of scared to bring that lone Marowak and that Gligar, trying to go for a catch. Does not get the catch in time, and then Nighttime Clasher again going for potentially a chip and dip strategy. I expect to see maybe even a counter swap to Lickitung, because that is a matchup that you can't flip, and that's exactly what he does. Brings in the Lickitung, but because Magic Mason's Lickitung already took so much damage from the Surf, you just can't catch up in this situation because Nighttime Clasher is going to just, you know, outbulk you in this situation because of the extra health that he came in with.
Yep, we are in a Lickitung mirror match. These two Pokemon are going to be relying on their same type attack bonus move of Body Slam. They get to it really, really quickly, which helps this mirror match move along because their fast move is Lick, a ghost type fast move that is resisted damage. So these two are relying on that Body Slam damage.
Yeah, this is a long matchup, so hopefully you are sitting back with maybe some snacks to enjoy it. Magic Mason's switch timer is going to come up before Nighttime Clasher. He has the option of coming in with Medicham and start countering down. That is always a potential that he might do, and that's exactly what he does. No, actually comes in with the Registeel instead, and now Nighttime Clasher knows all three Pokemon from Magic Mason's side is going to come in with the Venusaur, and again, Venusaur resisting all the charges from Registeel, Registeel resisting all the charges from Venusaur. It's kind of a weird matchup altogether, but you know, the attack is going to drop on this Venusaur, so it's going to be a little bit better for Magic Mason.
Yeah, so we're at 2 Frenzy Plants, Magic Mason having just reached a Focus Blast. Did you see all of that energy on the Lickitung, though, before Nighttime Clasher switched it out?
Yeah, he had quite a bit of energy. You see Magic Mason throwing another charge move. Nighttime Clasher is going to shield. Might get debuffed again, though, so this shield might not have a ton of value, but no, actually avoiding the second debuff, which is going to be huge for Nighttime Clasher, getting more value out of this Frenzy Plant than the potentially 2 attack drop Frenzy Plant. And you really just want to chip down this Registeel as much as possible so that the Lantern isn't going to be in a bad spot. Trying to swap here, and swaps in on the Medicham to go for the combo play.
Yeah, Yeah, so the Medicham using an Ice Punch. Will Nighttime Clasher keep the Venusaur? Uses a Protect Shield here. Values that Frenzy Plant because Magic Mason still has both shields in play, using the first one now.
Yeah, forcing the shield from Magic Mason, even though it's a debuff Frenzy Plant, it's still going to hurt a lot and still probably do more damage than anything else remaining. And now here comes the Lantern. Debuffed Psychic, is it going to be enough damage is the question. Definitely not enough to knock out, but it is going to put a huge chunk into this Lantern.
It is, so we need one more charge attack, and it gets the defense fall from Psychic. This Surf not going to do a lot of damage to the Medicham. You're gonna need another charge move to knock it out. Will we get countered down first? The Medicham reaches the Ice Punch and is able to counter down the Lantern, has a charge move ready to go for whatever comes in next. Nighttime Clasher expended both Protect Shield, so one Pokemon is going to be at risk of getting knocked out. We see a swap. Venusaur goes down.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to get to that Frenzy Plant. Can't go for the Vine Whip down either because it's just too much health on this Medicham. Medicham is going to throw the Psychic to even up the series 1-1 Nighttime Clasher versus Magic Mason in this winner's finals.
Yeah, we saw that Lickitung and Lantern both times from Nighttime Clasher. First game, he really used all three of his bulky Pokemon to secure that win by bringing the Medicham. This time bringing the much less bulky Venusaur, Shadow Venusaur, and not working out as well for him. Magic Mason on the other end using that combination of Medicham and Registeel, this time bringing the Lickitung in. Lickitung is just so good in this meta game, Caleb.
Yeah, it is so strong. In a meta where Registeel and Medicham are the 1 and 2 usage Pokemon, it is still thriving in this meta, and for good reason. I thought that matchup definitely looked good for Nighttime Clasher at first, but Magic Mason able to find a way around it. I think that's the tough part about Shadow Venusaur is it's just such a shield hog, having to spend both shields on it to keep it healthy and doing some damage as much as possible. Not as strong as the old Trevenant used to be in some of these matchups, because Trevenant just did not need the shield against Medicham as much, and not against the Registeel either. But Venusaur, a little bit of a different story. I think there's probably a strong chance Nighttime Clasher benches it for game number 3.
We'll have to see. Maybe bringing in a different one of those high attack Pokemon. He's got the Shadow Charizard. He has the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Two Pokemon that can definitely pack a punch, that can do some one-hit KO action. We will have to see if he's going to bring that or bring back the Medicham that secured him the win in the first game. We'll also have to see what Magic Mason is going to do. I don't think that Shadow Alolan Marowak is going to make an appearance. That Lantern is just too powerful, and Nighttime Clasher doesn't seem like he wants to bench it anytime soon.
No, I don't think so. I mean, even though Nighttime Clasher has triple Shadows on his team, I think he is opting for more bulk overall, having at least 2 of the bulkier Pokemon instead of the 3 Shadows. And here we go, and we do have the Shadow Charizard on the back, but we're starting off with a Lickitung mirror matchup, and this is going to be a long one, but it could be interesting depending on who wins charge priority.
Yeah, that is going to be a big tell of how this matchup is going to go. It's very, very even, but charge move priority could tip the scales just one way or the other ever so slightly.
Yeah, we are 2 body slams down out of a total of potentially 20 or so body slams in this mirror matchup, but it is going to be a slogfest here, and here we go. It is going to continue to be in this situation. Magic Mason's Lickitung look like it won charge from priority, and you see Nighttime Clasher going to throw the second body slam first.
Yep, so we will have to see, will there be a catch made later on in this mirror? Is there a potential for a catch? Well, that's one very good strategy in a mirror because you start off, you have the same amount of energy, so it's easy to kind of predict when to catch, when to throw.
Yeah, so the big deciding factor here, I believe Magic Mason's Lantern has Spark, and this is actually looking really precarious for Nighttime Clasher because he has 2 Pokemon weak to Lantern on his side of the field, and it looks like his Lickitung is about to be expended fully in this mirror matchup. Magic Mason only a few licks away from reaching that final body slam for Nighttime Clasher's Lickitung. How do you deal with this Spark Lantern in the back if you're Nighttime Clasher?
it's going to be rough. You're going to have to do some Thunderbolt damage from your own Lantern, but that fast move pressure just isn't going to be there like it will be for Magic Mason. Here comes the Charizard, going to be getting quite a bit of energy, and Magic Mason concealing that Lantern.
And catching the resistant aerial ace on the Water Gun Lantern, a huge catch for Nighttime Clasher, but it is not looking good. Nighttime Clasher's Gligar is locked into this matchup though, so you do have some play. Can you reach the Surf before the dig is reached? And it looks like, yes, the Surf is going to come out against this Gligar. Do you shield or not? Because you're getting 0 value out of this Gligar so far. Magic Mason is going to spend that shield.
Really wants to be able to use a dig, but goes for the aerial ace instead. Does Nighttime Clasher use a shield here?
Oh, what a huge
no-shield!
Calls a huge bait. Magic Mason getting no value in this Gligar and gets Water Gun down before he can even reach the move.
My goodness. Oh, and it looks like they're both Water Gun Lantern. This is another mirror match, just like the Lickitung. We've got to rely on this heavy-hitting Thunderbolt. And we see Magic Mason put up a Protect Shield. Nighttime Clasher, this is starting to look a lot better knowing the moveset of Magic Mason's Lantern.
Yeah, it's looking great. Trying to go for a catch, and no, not able to get the catch either. Everything going in the way of Nighttime Clasher. I mean, this is not luck. This is good predictive skills and good mechanics and being patient in that matchup. A really tough situation to even try to catch that move. Magic Mason going for potentially the double Surf play here, but Nighttime Clasher still 2 shields remaining. And let's not forget, it has a Blast Burn on the Charizard.
Yeah, a Blast Burn from a Shadow Charizard does a lot to a Lantern. So we are going to have to see. I'm thinking we're going to see that play out pretty quick here. There is the Thunderbolt that's going to take out a good chunk of Magic Mason's Lantern, and then that full charge move is available, and there it is, throwing the Blast Burn before Lantern is able to secure a charge move, and that will secure it for Nighttime Clasher, taking the series 2-1.
Wow, what a performance from Nighttime Clasher. 2-1 against Magic Mason in the winners finals. Our first trainer to make it into top 8 for Pittsburgh Regionals, and what a play from Nighttime Clasher. The Togedemaru Master looking like he's mastered another electric Pokemon in his roster.
Yeah, and that electric Pokemon running the water type fast move of Water Gun. So very, very well played by Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah, it looks like maybe there might be a dispute. We're going to have to wait and see how that goes, but the judges are going to start taking a look at this matchup. But overall, really incredible plays from Nighttime Clasher in that Game 3. The no shield call on that back on the second aerial is catching the first one, then no shielding a potential dig for super effective, having not even seen Magic Mason's third Pokemon yet, making so much out of that matchup.
Yep, it looks like they are taking a look at a potential missed fast move in the matchup. So we'll have to see what the judges' ruling is on that. In the meantime, we can take a look at some of the Pokemon that these trainers have been bringing. Nighttime Clasher staying loyal to the Lickitung, to the Lantern, and bringing actually every single Pokemon from his team of 6 at least once in this matchup here. Magic Mason completely really leaving that Shadow Alolan Marowak on the bench. So Nighttime Clasher really playing 6 versus 5 here. Taking a look at that Lickitung mirror match. So a very slow mirror, but there is the connecting body slam to end the mirror match. And then the Lantern just neutralizing the Shadow Gligar. Magic Mason got almost no value out of it. Put in a Protect Shield, throws the aerial ace bait, but Nighttime Clasher decides no, will not use a Protect Shield, and then Magic Mason cannot get to the dig, even though it looks like it's going to be close, but the Water Gun damage connects first. And then here is that Blast Burn, Caleb.
Yeah, incredible plays and energy management from Nighttime Clasher, understanding how much energy it takes to reach each of these charge rooms. And we can see our judge Scrappin' P is going to discuss over with the players to see if the dispute will result in a rematch or the results will stand as we wait along. But yeah, we talked about it earlier, right? What makes more sense, Spark or Water Gun? But Water Gun Lantern looks so good, and I am so curious to see how many of the Lantern that make it into top cuts will have Water Gun versus Spark. And either way, regardless of who wins this matchup, we're going to have at least one Water Gun Lantern because both of them are running Water Gun Lantern in this situation.
It is, and again, I've been telling you, Caleb, it is the way. I don't know, again, we've been talking about, was Spark nerfed? Was it buffed? I think it's just different. Like, different doesn't have to mean good or bad. It can just be different.
Wait, don't sit on the fence. If you had to choose who got nerfed or buffed, what would you say?
I'm going to say it's different.
It's a different way of saying nerfed. I'm going to take, I'll interpret that way. That's how I'm going to interpret it.
Okay, Caleb. But I just think in the current meta, Water Gun is the way for Lantern.
Yeah. I mean, you know, especially with Gligar around too. I mean, of both games that Magic Mason brought that Gligar, Nighttime Clash was just going to able to take advantage of that matchup, especially with that Water Gun Lantern. I think Water Gun Lantern was locked into that Gligar in both the first and the third game, really maximizing that Water Gun damage. And, you know, one of the few Electric-type Pokemon in the entire meta that has bulk. And you can see, I think the results are going to stand. And here we have it, Nighttime Clasher, our first trainer to make it into top 8 for Top Cut here at Pittsburgh. And he is going to continue his run with his awesome team.
So very congratulations to Nighttime Clasher taking that 2-1 with that combination of Lickitung and Lantern. Congratulations. That was a really fun matchup to watch. Very exciting to see Water Gun Lantern making it into day 2.
Yeah, and as a reminder, this is a double elimination bracket, so even though Magic Mason did not win that set, he is going down to the losers finals with another chance to make that top 8 for day number 2. So we might have 2 Water Gun Lanterns joining the foray into Championship Sunday.
Yes, I am so excited. And we have another match that is going to be coming your way very shortly. We will be taking a look at another winners finals, this time from Group C. We are narrowing down into our top 8 for the Championship Sunday tomorrow.
Yeah, and this is one of my favorite parts of day 1. We see winners finals, and then we see a bunch of losers finals as well. Everything on the line in those battles, and really trying to figure out who our best trainers are in this tournament. But speaking of best trainers and good trainers, there's so many big names in this tournament. I'm looking down the bracket, and all these look like such great matchups, and it's been super exciting to feature a lot of them on stream today.
It has. Again, like we said, this looks almost like an international with all of these top trainers. We had some trainers to watch out for. We've been seeing great performances from all of them, as well as trainers that maybe are a little less known, like Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah, something that's interesting to me is Carbink, or I should say the lack of Carbink. I feel like we haven't really seen any Carbink in the meta for the most part. We see maybe 1 or 2, but you know, nothing too wild here, and none of the Carbink really with a lot of success. And I think that really just goes to show the inflexibility of a lot of these Pokemon.
It does. We have Andrew Manharas versus Lyles Jeff, who we saw earlier on. We saw at, I believe, NAIC. That was where he made his qualifying run last season.
Yeah, I mean, interesting situation, because we have Andrew Maharas qualifying in Season 1 of North America International Championships, and we have Lyles Jeff qualifying in Season 2 of North America International Championships. I don't know if these two trainers have ever faced off against each other, but they are both definitely in top-tip form, because they are in that finals of Group C. And we saw Andrew Maharas face off against Doombug earlier, doing really well. And yeah, Andrew Maharas looking really strong in this third season for the Championship Series.
Yeah, so we will have to see. Andrew Manharas was really exciting to see, but I'm interested to see what Lyles Jeff is bringing to the table. I believe he is bringing a Gligar as well, and we've been seeing Shadow Venusaur be quite popular as well in the tournament today.
Yeah, and so we'll take a look at these teams very shortly. We have a very floral Porygon, or Porygon 2 maybe, in this specific situation, but we will be taking a look at these specific teams and go from there. But I think we've seen both set of trainers already on stream today, but as a refresher, if you haven't seen their teams, we're going to dive straight into it as we go into this specific matchup. Again, this is the winners of Group C. So winner this will get that top 8 in the day number 2. And you know, I feel like we have a little surprise guest for you all here. Maybe not a guest, I should say, but a familiar sounding voice.
Yeah, what's going on, Caleb? I think I'm coming back a little bit early, right? Just dropping in and saying hi.
Yeah, I heard you're a big fan of Andrew Mahars and Lau Jeff, so it's going to be a tough one to root for. Which one you want to root for?
Yeah, well, you know, Andrew, of course, his team really impressed me. He had some interesting picks, right? The Quagsire, we didn't get to see too much action from that Pokemon, but Shadow Gligar, man, it's been such a strong pick all day long that I'm really excited to see. And this time we have Gligar on both sides, and we continue to see the Shadow Venusaur kind of pop back out again as the grass type of choice.
Yeah, I gotta say too, I was watching backstage the Andrew Mahars versus, I think, Doombug series, and I was in a place where there wasn't even speakers around, and I could hear the excitement of you and Butters all the way in the back, and that was just how hyped that set of battles are. So as a refresher, if you didn't see that one, Andrew Mahars is running Lickitung, Quagsire, Medicham, Registeel, Shadow Gligar, and Shadow Alone Ninetales. And did we see the Alone Ninetales in the last series, or do we not know the moveset on that one yet?
I don't think we saw it. I think there was maybe a bench pressure that was not letting it come in. So yeah, maybe we'll be able to see it in this matchup because we have both a Venusaur, a Medicham, and a Gligar that we could potentially have the Ninetales line up against.
Yeah, and Lau Jeffs is running the Umbreon, Shadow Venusaur, Medicham, Lickitung, Lantern, and Gligar, non-Shadow Gligar in this specific matchup. And a fun fact about Lau Jeffs, so his best placement, I believe, was 5th place at North America International Championships last season, just only a few months ago. And he actually was able to beat Accent in round 3 of that tournament, 2-0 to put Accent in the loser's bracket, and Accent eventually was eliminated from that tournament. His worst tournament finish. So Lau Jeffs really able to go toe-to-toe against some of the best trainers in the world. Well, actually, I should say the best trainer in the world. So definitely a lot of talent on both sides. Andrew Mahars also facing Accent in North America International Championships the first season. So a lot of parallels between these two trainers. I'm very excited to see how they're going to face off against each other. And here we are, game number 1 of this winners finals. It is going to be the Shadow Gligar into a shiny Umbreon.
Yeah, and Shadow Gligar here, not going to actually have the advantage here because Umbreon is very bulky and able to take in all these moves that Gligar's going to throw out. We do see a force swap here in Registeel, and it is met quickly by Lau Jeffs by his Medicham.
Yeah, and so this is, again, a tough situation because you have to give up at least 1 shield if you're Lau Jeffs and you want to maintain switch advantage, which really sets Andrew for a lot of success. But I feel like you get a lot out of this if you shield because you have the super effective, double super effective Ice Punch still. Attack is going to be dropped, though, on that first Zap Cannon.
Yeah, and that's going to be unfortunate because, yeah, you're going to come out of this with energy. However, it is double super effective against the Shadow Gligar, and even a debuff Ice Punch, I feel like it's going to threaten at least get 1 shield back in this matchup.
Yeah, and you see Andrew actually going for the Focus Blast, not even building up to the Zap Cannon. I think he could have reached it, but maybe trying to throw Lau Jeffs off, but Lau Jeffs comfortably going to counter down. And this is a really awkward situation for Andrew. What do you do in this situation? Do you come in the Gligar into a loaded Medicham, despite the fact that it's debuffed? It's a
Alolan Ninetales on this one because it's,
yeah.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, he does
is.
absorb the Psychic. It has its 1 stage debuff plus it has been nerfed. So this is going to be quite okay. Oh, still see the shield though.
Yeah, we still see the shield, but I think this is not a bad play. And you see the force swap in from the Lantern, but this is a really tough spot for Gligar because, again, it is going to be the Water Gun Lantern. Yes, you have the super effective Dig, though, coming through, and it is not going to be shield from Lau Jeffs. I like this play a lot because I don't think you can just easily throw a Weather Ball, take out this Lantern still, and you see the first Turf come through. Are you going to shield this if you're Andrew? Puts you in a tough spot, but no, choosing not to shield. Yeah, forced to let it go at this point. The Lantern might be in Weather Ball range, especially after the Power Snow adds up. Going for straight precision, but no, a little off on the precision mark. Forced to spend a shield on this Lantern.
Yeah, he had the right idea right there, but man, Lantern against this back line that we saw, it's been super super, super rough. You don't have any fast move pressure to take this down, and that Lantern took out 1.5 Pokemon right there. And now you're going to be forced to, I mean, you have to throw these Weather Balls, and you have to get rid of this Medicham, but Umbreon is way too healthy right now, even with the Fairy Ice typing. I don't think it's going to be enough.
Yeah, I don't think it's the Dazzling's enough in general, but there's actually a ton of energy on this Umbreon already, so this is spelling trouble for Andrew for sure in this situation. And I think that's the tough part. This looks like the Umbreon is going to finish off still with the shield remaining on Lao Jeff's side. That's the tough part about Gligar, right? Because yes, it can counter Medicham if you have a shield advantage or shields up, but the problem is if you can't really easily come into Medicham with that much energy, and unfortunately, I don't think Andrew has really a lot of clear Medicham counters in a Medicham meta.
Yeah, you know, we called out the Alolan Ninetales and the Gligar, and I would say both of them in that situation with Medicham farming a bunch of energy did not do well. I don't know if the shield on the Psychic, on the one attack debuff Psychic was the right protocol there, but either way, I mean, Lyle, he recognized really well that his Lantern was going to be the MVP. You had a Lantern left against Alolan Ninetales with Powder Snow and a Gligar with Wing Attack. I mean, that was easy pickings right there. Water Gun kind of just mowed both Pokemon down.
Yeah, exactly. Not even shielding the dig either, getting so much value. I think it might have been a little bit better for Andrew if he was able to get that Weather Ball off before that Surf came through, but at the same time, he did get up to 100 energy farming down that Lantern, so I think he still got a lot of value. I think the problem was he just didn't have a lot of bulk on his team the moment the Registry was taken out.
Yeah, and in terms of adjustments, though, I mean, there's really no good answer I think that he can bring in. So I think if you're gonna be on the Medicham plan, I mean, it's a good idea to keep the Registeel in. It obviously did some work right there, but it was donating a lot of energy over. So he's gonna have to adjust his lineup here to be able to answer the Medicham for sure. But I wonder what his plan will be to come into this game too.
Yeah, you know, bringing Double Shadow does remove a little bit of bulk on your team. You're trading it for the damage, but the question is the damage enough? And it seems like into the bulky team of Umbreon, Lantern, and Medicham, the damage was just not enough for Andrew in that game number 1. Let's see if he can make an adjustment for game number 2 as both trainers are locked in and getting ready. And it is going to be a Shadow Gligar versus a non-Shadow Gligar. So the real question is, which is better? And we're about to find out very shortly.
And this will be interesting too. I mean, one of them has Shadow bonus, the other one doesn't. It kind of evens out, right? So it really comes down to charge move priority. And I wonder, we are going to see Andrew fire off the first Aerial Ace here. How much does an Aerial Ace do to a regular Gligar? It looks like it's going to take a little bit over 2 to be able to knock one out.
Yeah, and I think honestly you're right. This looks like it about evens out, and we're going to see both Aerial Aces come through. And it looks like the health looks almost identical. I don't think it really matters if it's Shadow or not. It seems like if you have more bulk, you don't have to hit as hard, and you have more damage, you can't tank as much either. So both trainers just staying in this matchup, and we're gonna have to see how it plays out, and neither of them shielding. So we're actually really gonna play out which Gligar is gonna survive. And it looks like Lao Jess is, oh wait, no! Yeah, Lao Jess is barely hanging on there. I can't even see the HP on that Gligar, but this might not be too bad for Andrew because he's going to have a little bit entry lead coming into this matchup.
Yeah, and I think if you're gonna be the guy that has, both trainers have Medicham, but you have one on one side that has Registeel, the other one's Lantern. I think if you're the Registeel side, which is Andrew's side, you're kind of happy that the Gligar is out of the way so that you don't have to deal with it. And now, you do have Lantern coming in here. Registeel, I think in an in-game scenario, can still be beneficial, even if the fighter hasn't been lured out yet on Lyle's side.
Yeah,
that's like one thing that you can check off the list of potential threats.
Right, and we do see the first shield come up from Lyle. It is a big shield, shielding that Psychic. And the problem with Andrew is you don't really know. Oh, and catching those Surf on the Registeel. This is a huge catch. Definitely something he needs to get back in this game and waste some of the energy, because the Medicham is his most useful Pokemon at this stage in the game. Blaujett's instantly swapping in to his own Medicham, but again, Medicham without fighting charge moves is just not enough to finish off the Registeel. You're going to have to get hit by at least one Zap Cannon or force a shield, and Lao Jeff spending his final shields on this Medicham. Andrew Mahar still having both his shields up.
Yeah, I think this is a great call here. Are we going to see the debuff? Oh, we do see the debuff, though. But the best part about this, though, is that in this in-game scenario, you got one Medicham left on Andrew's side. It's going to be a lot about the health, right? So I wonder if Lyle's plan... Oh, okay.
Shielding an Ice Punch. That is an interesting shield. Can you get to the Zap Cannon? And no, not yet. You shield here. I feel like you have to make something out of this, but the question is, can you hang out for this counter? You need to be able to survive at least one counter here, and it does. It gets to the Zap Cannon. Can we get a double debuff Medicham? It might be the case, but I think Wdage will have the potential to swap out at that point in the situation. But that's a lot of damage. You see the instant swap.
He's going to throw immediately here. Oh, he gets to the Psychic. This is a double debuff Psychic.
Yeah,
Andrew's shaking his head though. I think he kind of knows that like
the Lantern has energy.
The Lantern
is a problem. So can you get to move?
You have the Psychic.
And it's going to throw the Psychic, but again, Psychic's not doing as much damage as it needs to.
I think it's not going to be enough, Caleb. I think we're 2 sparks away from the potential Thunderbolt here. Oh, we're going to go. Okay, so we're going to go for the Surf here. I think Surf is actually enough in this case because all that chip damage.
Yeah, and even if it's not enough, the Water Gun should be able to finish off. And looks like Wdage is going to knock out the Medicham, and we have Wdage making it into top 8 for Championship Sunday, and yet again, another Water Gun Lantern joined the foray.
It looks like that's going to be the optimal build for Lantern here. That Water Gun pressure doing a lot of work here. Of course, like you said, Caleb, in the mirror, maybe not as strong, of course, going to be resisted, but you know, for all the other matchups here, just that additional pressure that Def Aspen was putting on did a lot of work right there. And I think, unfortunately, in that second game, Andrew having to double shield again. We've seen a couple of matchups already today where one trainer was forced to use double shields, and it hasn't worked out well no matter what. I thought Andrew's play would have been to protect his Medicham's health, but instead you kind of used both shields. You got the Zap Cannon off, but then now you have an unprotected Medicham that you're just soaking up too much damage with.
Yeah, I feel like that Registeel, unfortunately, just didn't have a lot of places to go in that really whole matchup. You had a Gligar in the lead, you had a Medicham in the back, and you have Lantern that beats Registeel in the 1s and 2 shield scenario. As long as you have shields up, you're fine. So Registeel won the best Pokemon in Pokemon Go, especially in Great League, but a rare occasion where you see it have really not a lot of places to go in general.
Yeah, and you would think with the lead matchup, Gligar taking out Gligar, you would say, hey, I feel a lot safer, but if your best matchup on the field after that was just the Lantern, and Lantern is pretty resilient against Registeel. It's not a pushover, you know, by any means, right? So yeah, kind of rough pick here. I think when we were looking at team compositions, there were some threats on Lyle's side that you kind of wanted the Registeel for. Maybe the Umbreon would have been something that you prefer to line up, but in that second game, didn't even bring it in.
Yeah, and looking back on this Gligar mirror matchup, Shadow versus non-Shadow, honestly, after this matchup, I still don't know which one's better because Wdage only barely won this matchup with literally one sliver of health left.
This is as close as it gets right here.
It really is, yeah. And honestly, this could have ended like this even with 2 non-Shadow Gligar or 2 Shadow Gligar, so it's still very unclear which is good, but I like that because it gives a lot of flexibility in terms of which Gligar you want to bring. And the crucial situation for Wdage is getting both of the shields with Ice Punch, and I think it's going to be a good spot because able to get that second shield as well. So you can see Andrew hating to have to shield the second Ice Punch, but needs to shield to get off this hard-hitting Zap Cannon. I think I see the idea behind it, but unfortunately, again, that Registeel just had so little places to go in this matchup, and he can only do so much he can with that Registeel.
Yeah, and I was surprised, even double debuffed Medicham right there, still able to do quite a bit with the Psychic and still get a lot of value from it in that particular situation. It looks like Farm Down is the way to go right there to take advantage.
Yeah, so really impressive stuff from Wdage, who will be joining Nighttime Clasher in our top 8 for Sunday. And again, because we are in this championship points format, a lot of these trainers are earning championship points already just from even making it so far in a specific tournament. So really cool to see. And Mark, I gotta say, one of the best places to earn championship points are internationals. And one of our internationals is Europe International Championship. So let's take a look at some of the highlights from last year.
I'm from France and my name is Thomas. This win means a lot for me, for representing France into international, because until now there is 0 French player qualified for Worlds, so it means a lot for my community. If I won the World Champion, it's big, it's amazing. So yeah, that will mean a lot. And I know that for every player will be really proud of him because he had such a difficult tournament from the beginning to the end.
I'm Alex Shmansky from the United States. It feels amazing to win UIC. It's really hard to articulate what this win means to me. Since I've gotten second so many times, I've never really felt the win. And all of a sudden, I finally have won after a lot of years playing Pokemon. It's surreal. I never really doubted my strategy this weekend. I just expected things to happen that happened, and it worked out for me. Winning Worlds would be incredible. I spent a lot of time playing Pokemon, and for that to pay off at a World Championship would be amazing.
My name is Paul Chua, and I'm from the United States. Winning EUIC feels pretty good. It means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international ever. Like, the last time I ever made finals was in 2017, and I got second. So being able to finally get past second place feels pretty good. Winning Worlds would mean a lot. I'd be really happy. It's a dream I've been having since I ever started playing VGC. So if I ever became world champion, that would mean the world to me.
All right, trainers, let's take a deep breath and now exhale. My name is Will Dunphy, and it's time for us to meditate on why Medicham is the premier fighting type Pokemon in the Play Pokemon Championship Series. Medicham is a fighting and psychic type Pokemon. Since the inception of Pokemon Go PvP, it has been a staple of the Great League meta, thanks to its great stats and unique type combination. Trainers will need to power up their Medichams all the way to level 50 to maximize their competitive potential. Medicham has access to 2 viable fast attacks, Counter and Psycho Cut. Both of these fast attacks benefit from Medicham's same type attack bonus, but most trainers opt to use Counter due to its unmatched combination of damage output and energy generation. What makes this Pokemon so dynamic is its ability to learn a variety of charge attacks. Medicham's role on your team will change depending on the charge attacks that you decide to teach it. For example, most trainers teach their Medicham Psychic and Ice Punch. Psychic equips Medicham with a hard-hitting charge attack that can easily defeat Poison-type opponents. Ice Punch provides valuable coverage against Flying-type Pokemon as well as Grass and Ground types. However, a Medicham with this moveset cannot so easily defeat Steel-type opponents because Steel resists both of these charge attacks. Therefore, you may choose to teach your Medicham a Fighting-type charge attack, like Power Up Punch or Dynamic Punch. Power Up Punch gradually increases the strength of all of Medicham's attacks, and can be used in conjunction with Ice Punch or Psychic to deliver increased damage. Alternatively, Dynamic Punch can serve as a devastating knockout blow to unsuspecting Normal, Dark, and Steel-type opponents. Here is an example of a winning team composition that features Medicham, Purified Sableye, Lickitung, Azumarill, Trevenant, Medicham, and Galarian Stunfisk. In the Championship Series, Pokemon like Trevenant, Sableye, Azumarill, and Alola Ninetales are Medicham's most challenging opponents. This team composition uses Purified Sableye and Lickitung to defeat Ghost-type Pokemon, and also has the necessary bulk and coverage to defeat Fairy-type Pokemon as well. Medicham honed its incredible strength through prolonged meditation, and just like Medicham, a Pokemon Master's training is never finished. Let's power up our Medichams and hone our battle skills. And before we start, let's remember to take a deep breath in, hold, and let it out. You've got this.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Pittsburgh Regional here to open up the brand new season. Folks, welcome back. I already came to the booth here. I think we're just swapping around positions today, but we're getting deep into the winners brackets here, and we're starting to find out what our topic for tomorrow is going to be looking like. How are you feeling about the tournament?
I mean, I'm just taking Speedy's advice. I'm breathing in, breathing out, because this has been an amazing tournament so far. Like I've said so many times, it feels like an all-star competition with the amount of talented trainers here in Pittsburgh for the opener of the 2024 season. And once again, we just have a heavyweight matchup up next because we have Wdage versus Trent, Mark.
Yeah, two of the strong trainers that we've already featured today, of course. You know, they're getting into the winners bracket. Of course, we expect them to rise to the top here. Definitely expecting an exciting match coming forward for this one.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And two of the trainers, among the many trainers that brought the defense form Deoxys to the tournament. So both these trainers brought it, but on Wdage's side, brought that Shadow Dragonite, which we've seen a lot of success with, but mostly in the Japan region. We saw Ishikawa Boy do extremely well, I believe, get second place at the PJCS. I believe other Shadow Dragonites at the PJCS succeeded as well, and in North America, only Shadow Mimikyu was the only trainer to actually make day number 2 with the Shadow Dragonite. I mean, we know Wdage can make day number 2 with almost anything, though.
That is true, but you know, I think the match that we did cast where we were able to see the Shadow Dragonite kind of come out, those Dragon Claws were doing a lot, and so were the Dragon Breasts that we're adding up. I think it feels like a little bit of a sleeper pick here, and it feels like it could make a lot of impact coming up, especially this top 8 playoff here, where maybe the trainers that have been coming already, maybe they're preparing for what we have as the meta, or what we identified as top 5 Pokemon. If you didn't get ready for a Shadow Dragonite, I mean, you probably should by this point, right? Just to have some preparation plan for it.
So I feel like the biggest advantage it has is the current meta does not have a lot of fast attack pressure. With Lickitung not having that much fast attack pressure, Registeel, resisted counters, and then even Water Gun Lantern has been the most popular towards the end rounds of these tournaments. The Water Gun Lanterns have been making it the furthest. We've noticed the last couple of matchups, there's been a lot of Water Gun Lanterns, so that Water Gun's going to be resisted by the Shadow Dragonite. And then even if you're, I mean, you don't really want to be facing an Azumarill, but even that, like, you're taking no fast attack pressure, so you could even maybe dance around, maybe throw a superpower, get out of that matchup. And then against that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, yes, that is probably your worst matchup that is available for that Shadow Dragonite, and that's exactly what Trent has on his team.
Yeah, and he's gonna have to be careful. Even if you have the correct answers here, you are gonna have to watch out for that superpower, right? I mean, Shadow Dragonite with superpower is still gonna hit incredibly hard here, but let's get into the teams real quick. Trent is I think he's one of our very few Trevenant players in this tournament so far that we've seen come to the top here, but he's gonna be running Deoxys, Shadow Gligar, the Shadow Swampert, Umbreon, Trevenant, and a Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
And on Wdage's side, Dugong is looking amazing. And to round out his team, he has the Registeel, Lickitung, no Medicham. Instead, he has the defense form Deoxys, the Shadow Dragonite. And then this choice is really interesting to me, bringing the normal Swampert. This will be better against something like a Shadow Charizard. This will be better against a Mandibuzz, but I think a little bit worse against Gliscor, which is on Trent's team. But the key thing that pops out is Dugong has a lot of good matchups. It has a dominant Shadow Gligar and Shadow Swampert matchup. It's good against Trevenant, it's neutral against Umbreon, and even defense form Deoxys, it's quite strong against the Dugong, but at least it's not same type attack bonus on the counters. And then you can get to drill runs against Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Usually Shadow Alolan Sandslash slightly wins, but it's not terrible.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Butters. This is definitely, it looks like an underrated pick. I mean, I think we've had Wdage on the stage today, but I don't think we've seen Dugong kind of come out or be highlighted in one of his team compositions here. So I would definitely like for him to think about bringing it in, because yeah, this definitely hits the majority of Trent's team here. And I wonder, you know, what is going to be the response from Trent here if he gets stuck in there? If he gets stuck in Gligar versus Dugong, I mean, it's over.
Yeah, and I feel like a key factor in this meta is there's usually only one counter to Trevenant in the meta, because it's usually just Lickitung, because Noctowl is out of the meta, Sableye is dropped off in usage, so Trevenant has been a lot safer because there's only one super hard answer. But in this situation, you know that Wdage has 2 hard answers, and he actually brought both of those hard answers with the Dugong and the Lickitung, and they have the defense form Deoxys in the back with the Umbreon.
Yeah, and this is going to be of course, a very rough lead for Trent here. Having the normal Swamper, you're able to take a little bit more fast move pressure and be able to get those Hydro Cannons out. This is a pretty tough situation for Trent, but unfortunately you do have to sacrifice here because Deoxys doesn't do that great into Swampert, and you have to figure out how to utilize this. So I think he's going to sacrifice the Alolan Sand Slash, but we are going to see a quick switch into the Deoxys.
Yeah, and then now do you just take the counters here on the Swampert and then pivot into your Lickitung so then you can soak that energy? Do you want to keep the Swampert around? Do you want to keep your flexibility for your timer? I feel like you might just pivot Lickitung because these top trainers want to keep those low health Pokemon in the back to try to swap down the stretch of the game, and this Thunderbolt isn't going to really do much against this Lickitung, and now suddenly this Lickitung is in range between Lick and Body Slam to knock out the Deoxys.
Yeah, and that's right there is the power of the Lickitung bulk right there. I don't think you can lick all the way down comfortably, but it looks like a Psycho Boost is going to be coming out here potentially from the Deoxys, so I think Wdage kind of sensed that, so he did throw the Body Slam just to get it a little bit lower, but it's gonna be a little bit of a sliver right there. Wdage kind of in disbelief here. He's not too happy about it, but I think you soak up the Psycho Boost here, and then you carry a little bit of energy into the next one, because here's the thing. If the Alolan Sand Slash comes back in, looks like Umbreon would. I was going to say, if the Alolan Sand Slash is coming back in, you're going to be double resisting those Shadow Claws anyways.
Was that on charge attack priority into that Psycho Boost? Because the one-turn attack should take priority over any charge attack, and it looked like close to lick range, so maybe it was that charge attack priority that registered here. But now the Umbreon is in the back. We know we have the Dugong. Do you try to just bank on some of this energy? No, you get cut off by this Umbreon, but now this Dugong is going to be able to come in. You can give a Protect Shield. You can start debuffing the Umbreon, but Trent at least has that Shadow Alolan Sand Slash to clear that debuff from the Icy Wind.
Yeah, and I think if I remember correctly, the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash here, it did not have too much energy before it left, right? So if it were to come in, and the Swampert could meet it, and we're kind of in a range where, that we talk a little bit about fast move pressure here. I think the Swampert with the super effective Mud Shots might actually be able to take out the Alolan Sand Slash, especially as shields start to become stripped, and there's a lot less offensive power coming out of Trent's.
This is a really tough decision on when you want to swap out of this Umbreon to clear the debuff. Do you want to try to swap and catch an attack and clear the debuff, get the 2-for-1 special, or do you just want to clear it? I feel like you need the swap now. Here comes the foul play. Now this Dugong is at energy. Does Wdage go for it straight away and you see a swap from Trent? When does Wdage throw this Icy Wind and goes for an Ice Shard, throws the Icy Wind, there's no swap. This is going to finally pick up the first Protect Shield of the game from Trent.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really close here. Almost at a point where I would say it's a tad uncomfortable, because I mean this Umbreon here is triple debuff right now, still throwing it into Wdage here. Wdage refusing to use the shield here. I think he knows that there's a potential that there might be a draw run in his near future, and these foul plays are doing nothing, so he's gonna keep throwing it here. I mean, if you're Trent, I think you have to use the shield here.
I think you...
No, he's going to let it go. He's gonna put it all in the Sand Slash.
The problem is the Swampert's healthy enough to get these Mud Shots off. I feel like you instantly swap. No, you don't instantly swap. Gonna try to just go for an Icy Wind here, but the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash will outpace, but every time is taking a double resisted Ice Shard. It's just getting lower and closer to range of getting knocked out from these Mud Shots here, and you have to commit energy. You have to knock out this Dugong with a drill run. I don't even think Icy Punch is enough. Here comes the Swamp into the Swampert, just gonna get this Mud Shot down.
Yeah, I mean, that's a brutal one right there, and right there, so I mentioned that Wdage, we hadn't showcased his Dugong all day. That's probably the showcase right there to show you how absolutely frustrating that it is to play against Dugong right there. I mean, the matchup started, both shields up, Umbreon versus Dugong. By the end of it, Umbreon had a sliver of health. You were burning shields on Icy Winds. You were doing triple debuff foul plays. And that's what it was. There was no way to claw yourself out of that situation.
It was like Wdage pinned him into certain positioning like a chess game, and Trent just didn't have the right answer. And it's so complicated in that in game because there's so many factors to think about. You want to have value from your Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, so you don't want to blind swap it in to just catch an attack, because then the value of the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash goes away. But it's as these Icy Winds are going upon you, you're getting 1, 2, 3 stage debuff. You're not doing enough damage to force any Protect Shields, and this Dugong is just sitting there Icy Winding you down. I feel like you have to have some more action in that in-game. He kind of just got pushed into a corner, and Wdage just was able to force the win against Trent.
Yeah, it's very rough. Oh, it looks like we're... Oh,
No, this is this
Oh,
was
this is the replay here. I almost thought we were going into the battle.
That on the charge attack
this
priority
is on the,
there.
oh, it looks like there was a little bit of desync right there.
Well, I'm not sure. I think it might have been charge attack priority. So they got to that body slam and the Psycho Boost at the same exact time. And then this is just the moment where it became so tough for the Shadow Lone Sandslash in the back. And Dugong, which we thought was going to be extremely strong in this matchup, was just a fearsome down the stretch there. And here we are with the Umbreon into the Swampert here. And this is very neutral matchup. The thing is, can this Swampert endure double foul play? Do you ever go for double last resort?
I don't think you do, but then again, I mean, most of the time I think Umbreon in this matchup would prefer to start pacing with foul plays. The main difference here is, as Swampert, if you do overcharge on energy, I don't think you're throwing an Earthquake in this situation anymore due to the Earthquake nerf that is taking place.
Yeah, it's a tough call because Hydro Cannon is such a strong move, and this next foul play isn't going to knock out. If you get to a last resort, it might knock out. The advantage of this normal Swampert compared to the Shadow Swampert, it's just able to endure this Umbreon matchup. And here comes the foul play. It looks like on charge attack priority, this Swampert endures, but Umbreon is out of range of Hydro Cannon. You might have to try to reach for an Earthquake to knock out.
Yeah, and it looks like, yeah, I think if you're with Wdage, you might try to force him to, oh, no, you're going to go straight for the Hydro Cannon here. We are going to see a shield come out of Trent's side. Now, this might be a good situation here for Wdage because he does have the Lickitung in the back here. Snarl is going to knock out the Swampert here. You have a bit of an advantage, and there's a lot of stored energy on Umbreon, but I think Dugong's just going to come in and soak this up.
Yeah, and here comes the Ice Shard down from this Dugong as you take the foul play. Dude, I don't think you want to sit there and let it happen like you did in game number 1, so she's going to throw this foul play. Do you pivot out? I think you have to get out of here if you're Trent, because if you just keep going for foul plays, you're just slowly giving energy to this Dugong, and this Dugong is just going to get loaded on energy. And yes, you have the Fence Form Deoxys, which you want to keep the alignment.
Oh, and that last Ice Shard actually denies the foul play here. Now, the correct Pokemon did come in, which is the Deoxys here. I think keep it with Wdage, though. You're kind of in a rough spot here because you do really want to come in with the Lickitung here, just because you don't want to get countered down. But there's the Gligar, and now we're gonna have this like I think this is a fairly neutral matchup here, being able to square off.
Yeah, and I misspoke earlier because that Dugong, the Umbreon had to stand against the Dugong because you have to avoid at all costs this Gligar into Dugong because it's such a dominant matchup with Dugong. Trent had to keep the alignment that he used the Protect Shield to get, but now he's matched up against this Lickitung. This Lickitung is just putting the pressure on with these body slams, and you kind of want to keep your Lickitung healthy here because it is your best counter for that Defense Form Deoxys in the back. Do you just double Protect Shield? And this is smart from Trent. He's expecting the Protect Shield here, so he goes for the bait and picks up the Protect Shield.
What a play right there. He's going to be able, with this Protect Shield here, he is going to be able to get to the harder hitting move here. He knows this is a body slam. You kind of do need to burn the Protect Shield here because you don't, oh, he's going to put it all in on Deoxys. Now, this is going to be interesting here because he's not going to, he does it barely. And this is a rough position because this Lickitung is going to apply so much pressure with those licks right here. And I think if I were with Wdage, I'd be smart. I would swap out and try to Icy Wind again.
Yeah, I mean, you either swap out and try to get that Icy Wind debuff, or you force the Thunderbolt energy. Here comes the swap into the Icy Wind combo play. This will pick up the last Protect Shield of the game for Trent here, but the problem is you don't want to Psycho Boost this Dugong. You have to get all the way to the Thunderbolt energy, so you have to use a lot of energy. So how much do you bank up here? You're almost at 100 energy. You can't...
Oh, he's going for the Psycho Boost. This is going to be... I don't know if this is going to be enough damage here with a triple attack debuff. So the Icy Wind plus
so
the
it's at
2
double
drop.
right now.
Yeah.
And then once he uses the Psycho Boost, it will be at the triple. And so you're right. It's going to have to be, this is a Psycho Boost that the Lickitung's going to absorb. And then now the Defense Form Deoxys is 3 stages lowered attack. Can those Psycho Boost is already doing nothing.
Oh my.
It's already doing nothing. It's just literally bouncing off this Lickitung. This Lickitung could just lick down as it just gets tickled by a little Psycho Boost.
Body slam by Wdage right there. Yeah, I think, and this is a situation where, you know, I kind of alluded to this before with with my great hopes of Steelix, right? Which was like, your opponent's got one Pokemon left, you come in, you Breaking Swipe it, and you leave. Same thing with Dugong. Your opponent's got one Pokemon left, you come in, you drop the Icy Wind, and all of a sudden, it's in such a bad position that you don't even know what to do right there with the Deoxys, because Deoxys already was not a very offensive Pokemon, right? So now you're doing, double debuff, triple debuff, Psycho Boost that are doing less than 10% damage onto a Lickitung. That is such a rough inning. I actually thought at the end right there would have been a consideration to preserve the Gligar, just so that you both had a swap out if you needed it, but also so that you can get a little bit more offensive power, get that Lickitung a lot lower. Those licks add up so much on the Deoxys, and then leaving your sole Pokemon kind of alone in a room with Dugong is a bad idea. That was not going to be good. It was going to get debuffed and trapped there.
And that kind of happened 2 games in a row. That happened at the end of game number 1, and then game number 2, the same thing. You just kind of pile on the defense form Deoxys' weakness that it already has, that it drops its own attack after a Psycho Boost, and there's no option to switch out in your 3-stage debuffed, and you're just reaching for damage, and you just have nothing left. In Wdage, continuing his amazing performance from last season into this season, he is moving on to the winner's side of top 8. I believe already securing 100 CP points at a minimum for the size of this tournament. And once again, you need 500 if you're in the United States or Canada here. And Dugong was just so strong in this matchup. And it's actually one of 2 Pokemon that Wdage has used in these last 4 tournaments. He's been switching up his teams a ton. And there's only 2 Pokemon that he's brought to multiple tournaments, and Dugong was one of them.
Yeah, I think he had Dugong at, was it NAIC that he had Dugong? I'm trying to remember.
I believe the other one was Lantern, and I think he brought Lantern to the World Championships. I might be wrong. I just remember a lot of Lantern at the World Championships. In my eyes, it was the strongest Pokemon at the World Championships, so that's why it's still extremely strong now, even though there was a rebalance with Spark. The Water Gun Lantern is insanely strong, and Spark Lantern is still strong as well.
Yeah, I think until we see some Purifiers, the Water Gun version is going to do just fine, I think, because it's hitting all the right Pokemon with neutral damage or with super effective damage, and Lantern's just kind of, I think, just finding a different identity right now in the meta. Yeah, and as you can see here, US and Canada needs 500 points, and if you get top 8 at this size of a tournament in Pittsburgh, it's a guaranteed 100 points, 1/5 of the way to Honolulu, Hawaii. Of course, the first place finisher of this tournament will qualify automatically. And a lot of these trainers are on their way for some big CP payouts, because not everyone's going to get first place. There's only one person that's going to get first place tomorrow. But it is really nice at this early point in the season to be able to get all the CP, or to get as much CP as you can, right? It kind of lessens the pressure for the remainder of the events. I think we saw last year, or last season, towards the end of the season, we had these very large competitive tournaments because everybody needed to get to Worlds, right? So hopefully this new system kind of lessens that pressure a little bit. You don't need to come to the tournament. I think I forget which one it was, maybe Hartford. It was just a stacked tournament, and it was huge. It had so many high-level players up there. That would not be the tournament for you to try to get to Worlds if you were just trying to make it in on one shot, right? Right, but it would be a great tournament in the way that it works this season, because the numbers are so high in that type of tournament that you get more CP points the further you get. So, so it's actually better this season to go to some big tournaments, because you'll get awarded with more CP points. But one thing I'm really excited about is how people are going to grow local communities as well, because you can get CP points through local tournaments, which is going to be awesome to build the Pokemon Go community. By the way, this season there's completely different spawns at the event. So now you're seeing a bunch of Lickitung, you're seeing a bunch of Meditite, you're seeing a bunch of Dubwool, we're seeing Carbink. A lot of these Pokemon that are extremely PvP relevant are at these events. So I highly encourage you to come to these events as well, because this is the best place in the world to build your Pokemon Go PvP team. Yeah, absolutely. And I've been very happy to see a little bit more Carbinks. I've been trying to work on that myself. So adding another Pokemon to the arsenal here for the Go Battle League myself. But yeah, it looks like we're gonna come into this is gonna be the losers finals for Group B here, and we do have a familiar face, Butters, and we have two familiar faces here. One trainer that we've already casted today, but another one that we haven't seen until this very point right here. We have Magic Mason here on the left side, and he's gonna be going up against Dijon. Both trainers very familiar within the broadcast. I'll go over Magic Mason's team, of course. He has the one super spicy Pokemon that he's brought today, although we haven't seen it come out into a match yet.
Yeah, you know, I was actually talking to both these trainers early. Dijon was a little bit deflated because he went down early on to Brown Baller, because Brown Baller's Whiscash was so problematic for Dijon's team. He was not expecting to play Whiscash in this tournament, and it just gave him a lot of issues. So he went down immediately into the loser side of the bracket. So from the first round, he's been on that the second round, he's been on that loser side of the bracket, made it all the way here to face Magic Mason, who of course did beat Brown Baller, but then dropped down to that loser's side of the bracket. And Dijon is running a more meta team with that Registeel, Lickitung, Medicham, Gligar, so the top 4 Pokemon pretty much, or 4 out of the top 5, and then the Azumarill, which actually I believe came in number 6. I feel like we haven't seen.
Yeah, it's been a top 6.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't seen it, but it's top 6.
And I think the Azumarills that we've seen as well, I mean, they've shown that they have really good value against Medicham especially. I mean, Medicham, of course, with that Psychic nerf, it struggles even more than it used to against Azumarill, right? It used to be you could kind of go toe-to-toe. Maybe if you invested one extra shield in that scenario, you could really deal some damage to Azumarill. But now it kind of feels like you're just a little too far off to be able to complete the job.
Yeah, I completely agree. And then on top of that, because of how the meta is right now, and it's a more fluid meta, you don't have to be locked into that matchup and worry about alignment as much if you're a Azumarill. So you can land a Play Rough or get a Protect Shield from Play Rough, even swap around, get Protect Shields, land a Play Rough later, and Azumarill suddenly becomes a much stronger Medicham counter than the static situation of that one Protect Shield that we know Medicham can sometimes win that one Protect Shield situation against Azumarill. And in this matchup, I don't think Shadow Alolan Sandslash is going to make an appearance, just because there are some good counters on Dijon's side. You have the Azumarill and you have that Lickitung, and you know, Gligar is probably kind of neutral. I don't think a lot of Gligars are running Night Slash, so at least that one is kind of neutral. Maybe we will see it. Maybe we will see that Shadow Alolan Marowak.
Yeah, I mean, Alolan Marowak, obviously you want it up against the Sandslash, although even that matchup is not particularly fantastic because it has Shadow Claw and it can get a lot of fast move pressure off. But I am curious how, you know, we haven't seen it go up against Registeel yet. I think that's the main target for Mason, is he wants to make sure that, you know, both these moves here, or at least the Focus Blast is resisted by the Alolan Marowak. I'd be very curious to see what his performance is like, but again, it might just be for bench pressure at this point.
And I believe this is the Water Gun Lantern from Magic Mason. We're going to double check. Yes, that is the Water Gun Lantern. So first off, Azumarill being in the back is fantastic, but it looks like Magic Mason just decided to bring triple Azumarill counters with the Lickitung and Registeel in the back. And hey, look, a Dynamic Punch Medicham, and actually picked up the Protect Shield here.
Yeah, and Dijon actually spicing up right there. Ice Punch with Dynamic Punch, I think, is actually a pretty decent call for the meta right here. I mean, you are way worse against the mirror, but everything else from a Steel perspective, having Dynamic Punch is awesome.
Yeah, and how many times do you just see that Medicham versus Lickitung, and you just hope that you would have that Dynamic Punch for the Lickitung? And now the Registeel is going to be into this Lickitung. A lot of Registeels will throw the Zap Cannon first because you need 2 charge attacks to knock out, so you might as well try to get a debuff here, and is successful.
Oh, see it.
And now you just get to that Focus Blast, you get the knockout, and the thing is, you can dance around a little bit because this meta is so fluid. I feel like you can win this matchup with Registeel and then just swap Lickitung. What's so bad about swapping Lickitung? That sounds like a great idea to me.
Yeah, and especially right now with the way that the teams are configured, you're not going to be bringing a Azumarill into Lantern unless you absolutely have to, but the Lantern has got some energy. It's going to have access, even if it's just Water Gun. It can still defeat Azumarill. I mean, right now, Dijon is going to opt, go ahead and let this Lickitung go. And I think he wants to bring in, oh, this is going to be very interesting. It looks like, yeah, Magic Mason is going to force a swap out anyways. We do see the Medicham come back in, which, you know, this is going to pin potentially Registeel and Lickitung against Azumarill in the late game. But I think Dijon senses this pressure. He's going to start using Protect Shields here against the Surfs. Those water guns are starting to add up quite a bit.
I mean, this is smart from Dijon because now you bait out this Lantern once again, so your Azumarill doesn't have to deal with it in the back. But here comes the Protect Shield from that Dynamic Punch, and in comes the Surf. There is one Protect Shield remaining, but it wasn't at Thunderbolt energy, so I don't expect Dijon to get the Protect Shield up. No, just going to try to bank up to energy, try to outpace. Can you get to Dynamic Punch first? It looks like Magic Mason's going to get that Surf first.
Oh, and that is absolutely brutal here. I mean, I think if you're Dijon, you might have to think about letting this one go and just putting it all to Azumarill, but he actually opts to use the Protect Shield here. You do have to think about throwing energy since the water gun pressure is adding up so much, but now you're in this kind of strange spot here where you don't know what your opponent's last Pokemon is. You're about to see it. And we do see the Lickitung start to come in right here, and Dijon is forced. He's gonna be forced off into a 1v1 Azumarill versus Lickitung with a Registeel that still has a little bit of health here on Magic Mason's side.
You know, I just want to point this out, Mark. I love when the meta is like this, where you just see on each trainer's stream, there's this Pokemon at like almost no health on all the sides. At some point, we were looking at the screen. There's just 3 Pokemon. There's 2 Pokemon with a lot of health and 2 Pokemon with almost no health because the meta is so fluid right now. There's not a lot of hard counters to each other. There's so much play in that top 5. You can bounce around here, but this Azumarill is going to have a really tough time here because this Lickitung is almost at the Power Whip. Do you try to swap on the Power Whip? And no! Yes!
Oh, he got the Power Whip!
Yes! How did he get that? I feel like Magic Mason identified the swap because the Azumarill has a 3-turn attack, so can you get the knockout with this play rough here? The timer's not up. You have to throw before the timer's up. I think this is enough. And Azumarill do it out of nowhere.
This is gonna be so crazy here. Now the question is, how much energy does the Registeel have? It is almost a charge move here, but the switch timer is up right here. You have to make a decision.
Oh, Focus Blast!
Oh, he hit the Focus Blast!
Oh, this is such a strong attack. I know it's resisted.
Yeah,
I know Azumarill has a lot of bulk, but I think Magic Mason is able to knock out.
Butters right there. It was so close. I mean, Dijon right there, almost living the dream, right? Catching a charge move on Lick is incredibly difficult.
Yes, and the thing is, yeah, exactly. Like, it's a 3-turn fast attack. I mean, honestly, you should never get swapped on. Like, Magic Mason, a player of that skill level, should never get swapped on with a 3-turn fast attack like that. So the fact that Dijon did that is, first of all, a mistake by Magic Mason. Let's just call it out. I think he'll tell you that himself, that he should have been more diligent of throwing during a bubble. You could either throw on turn 1 or turn 2. You just can't throw on turn 3 because now suddenly you can swap out. And also, if Dijon decided to wait a turn, now that's turn 4 there. And I feel like Dijon did pause for a second and then swap into his Lickitung. So a smart play by Dijon to almost get him back into the game. But when Magic Mason brings 3 counters to Azumarill, your Azumarill's probably not going to have a good time.
Yeah, I will say that is about the closest that I've seen right there. Maybe if he pushed the envelope just a little bit more and got a little bit more energy, he might have been able to hit that charge move. But anyways, Butters, we're gonna get into the second battle here. We see the Water Gun Lantern up against the normal Gligar.
And the Gligar actually does get to that dig around the same exact time as the Surf. So I expect the dig to come through, either get a Protect Shield or land, and to just swap out. I don't expect this Gligar to stick around. I think Lickitung is going to be coming out. No, Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Here it comes, Mark. Here it comes. Here comes the Shadow. Alolan Marowak is just fire spinning through this Shadow Alolan Sandslash, but Shadow Alolan Sandslash was able to get to the drill run. Suddenly, though, there are no Protect Shields remaining for Magic Mason.
Oh, no, but I think it's worth it, though, because those Fire Spin is not even that strong of a move, but it just ripped through this Alolan Sandslash. And here's the thing, Lickitung is going to be able to come in here. Thankfully, Dijon has the Lickitung here to absorb the energy at least. And, you know, at least as long as you're not taking Shadow Bones, that's completely okay. These Bone Clubs aren't going to be doing a whole lot. It might actually work a little bit in Dijon's favor, but there is a Medicham that's kind of just waiting in the wings for this Lickitung.
I'm not going to lie, that Shadow Alolan Marowak took a lot of damage from that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and you need to get to this next Bone Club because you would prefer to swap out of here once again. No, actually trying to go for a Shadow Bone. Wait, hold on. Actually going for the Bone Club. I swear he reached for that Shadow Bone, but somehow the Bone Club came out. Actually gets the Protect Shield into the Lickitung. Here comes the Medicham to soak up all of this energy. Then the swap to the Gligar. There's no Protect Shields remaining. You can't really swap.
But here's the thing. Oh, here's what's going to... Oh, no. He's going to go for the Ice Punch here, right? We're going to use the Protect Shield, but I think this Lantern's got energy here. So... Oh, this is so rough.
This is tough.
You have to maybe throw in a CMP.
Oh, no. No.
Whoa,
there it is.
He almost did it. I saw him press the dig.
Yeah, but I don't know who wins charge attack priority between Lantern and Gligar.
Here.
Yeah,
oh
Lantern, it's possible it wins charge attack priority. I know Dijon was looking for it. Dijon was expecting it. Do you go for the Surf or do you try to go for the Thunderbolt?
I think, okay.
But you're so far ahead. You have so much health.
I think he goes for the Surf.
You have so much health.
Oh my goodness. I think you're right, Butters. It's possible that the Lantern just wins the charge move priority over Gligar, and that makes a lot of sense here because I think Dijon, and looking at his reaction on the screen, I think he knew it too. He knew that this was going to be the possible sequence of events and how it's going to play out.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if Dijon called the swap, got the dig as the swap was happening, and then Lantern got hit by it. That was his chance there because then he could swap in. He could swap into Lickitung and then maybe get their Era Ace later, but Magic Mason continuing his hot streak here and actually was on the loser side of the bracket, but made it to day number 2. Unfortunately, that is the end of the journey for Dijon, but what a performance once again. A trainer that has qualified for the World Championships before and also a trainer that's done a lot of judging as well. So I think we're going to see a lot of Dijon this season.
Absolutely, and we look forward to seeing more of Dijon, of course. But I mean, here's the thing, Butters. If you're going to play at that level, and that's the level of game that's going to knock you out of this tournament, I think you'd be okay with that because those were some awesome battles here. We had so much action here towards the end. We actually didn't know who was going to win that last game until it came down to that charge move priority right there. But again, both trainers, I think Mason made a bit of a mistake in the first game, but in this matchup right here, though, they're seeing each other's moves. They know what is coming up, and unfortunately, just fell short just by a little bit to force that game 3 and try to go for day 2.
Well, I mean, I know that made Magic Mason's day because he finally got to use that Shadow Alolan Marowak in a position that he wanted to use it. He wanted to line it up against that Shadow Alolan Sandslash. He said it's, a amazing core breaker between Medicham and Shadow Alolan Sandslash. I'm impressed with Shadow Alolan Sandslash though. It did a lot because of the super effective Shadow Claws. Got a Protect Shield with that drill run, but able to fully fire spin down for that Shadow Alolan Marowak.
Yeah, and before the switch even happened, I think it took about 5 seconds for the Alolan Sandslash to lose all of its health, but I was going to call out that I did see a backline here with Alolan Sandslash and Medicham, and I said, I wonder how this is going to play out because I don't think either of these Pokemon want to see the backline, but before we could blink, we no longer saw the Alolan Sandslash, and we were kind of into this weird scenario here. But, Lickitung doing a lot of work, though. At least Dijon, I'm assuming he thought about it, had the Lickitung ready to come in just in case the Alolan Marowak got out of hand. You could come in there, lick it down, absorb a bunch of energy, and be in a better spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And at least he technically did bait out that Shadow Alolan Marowak. And here we go. We have our next matchup available on stage. We have Josh Dow versus Hot Pocket. And we saw Hot Pocket earlier on in the tournament with that superior play, just outstanding. And this is going to be the Group A winners finals, which I believe, I looked at Group A earlier, this was a stacked group. So Josh Dow making it all the way to the winners finals to face Hot Pocket. What an amazing tournament so far in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, and no surprise here. We saw Hot Pocket earlier with this team. I'm still a huge fan of this team, Butters. It's like a grab bag of just these like surprise mons, these spicy mons right here. And I think throughout the couple of matches that we've had Hot Pocket on, we've been able to see him utilize all of these picks, which has been awesome. We've seen the man team kind of stall the game out. We've seen Diggersby in the mid game. I mean, I want to see, if he's made it this far, right? He's obviously got a really good idea of how commanding this lineup can be. Let's see how he does against Josh Dow.
Yeah, I can't wait to see more action from the Mantine Superior and Diggersby, a trio that
he's digging.
Fringe.
He's digging.
Oh, he's digging for some scorching sand there. And Josh Dow has an interesting team as well. Has that Cresselia, we'll get into it in a second, but also weirdly has the Purified Gligar.
Interesting. Okay.
Decided to go for a Purified Gligar. I would doubt that he's actually running return, because you dig and aerial ace and even night slash are really amazing attacks. So return would be a surprise, but here is Josh Sal's team, has that Cresselia, has a purified Gligar, Medicham, Lickitung, Lantern, and that Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
Yep, and then Hot Pocket on the right side has the Shadow Charizard, the Medicham, Mantine, Superior, Lantern, and Diggersby. I think, Butters, based on the tournament rules, if it's purified, no matter what moveset it carries, maybe you have to call it out. So my best guess is, and this is something that I'm going to admit because I usually don't have enough Stardust to build the best configuration of stats or whatever. For those folks at home, if you have a Shadow Gligar that you've picked up from a Rocket Stop, if you purify it, I mean check before you do, but if you purify it, it's actually one of the cheapest ways to get a Gligar for the Great League.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah.
Maybe that was the thought process behind it. I know I'm going to be doing that if I need a Gligar. So just saying.
Depending on stat distribution, it does change matchups because it's such a neutral Pokemon. Maybe you do better against something like a Lickitung, which actually isn't on Hot Pocket's team, which Lickitung has been amazing. There is no Lickitung, there is no Registeel on Hot Pocket's team. Instead, has that Diggersby, has the double flyer, the Mantine, Shadow Charizard, then has Medicham, Lantern, which, I mean, two of the strongest Pokemon out there. Then Superior has been the breakout Pokemon in my eyes, at least for Hot Pocket specifically, because the way he's able to not only dance around win matchups, but he's able to bait out bad matchups in what I call a seesaw effect, where he used his Shadow Charizard to bait out a Lantern, and yes, the Shadow Charizard got destroyed, but then he seesawed back up the momentum with the Superior and was able to Frenzy Plant a Lickitung with that momentum he gained. So I feel like Hot Pocket is playing these alignment teams, but he's seesawing like a pro.
Yeah, and I think he's doing really well with the whole energy management and trying to get ahead in energy. Frenzy Plant, Frenzy Plant has a strange identity, Butters. We know it's a super strong move, but we've seen a lot of Frenzy Plants today from Shadow Venusaurs fired into Steel types, and it's still doing some kind of damage. But, if it's doing that much in the resisted matchups, I can see why having it as an advantage in the neutral matchups is doing really great.
Oh, and actually the Cresselia into the Shadow Charizard lead, so forced a swap into that Purified Gligar. Like I thought, there is no return on that, and then this is huge. This is the Dragon Claw bait. Do you give up the Protect Shield thinking it's a Blast Burn or call it? No, calling it! But you actually are almost in double. You're almost in double Dragon Claw range. You might actually have to give a Protect Shield here, but you will endure, so you could get this aerial ace off.
Yeah, and he's gonna let this one go. Very interesting here. Are we just sacrificing the Gligar? It's gonna get the aerial ace off here. I feel like if you're Hot Pocket, you could really just let this go if you don't feel like, oh no, he's gonna go ahead and shield this, and you get a full farm down on the Charizard. I think that's a pretty good deal though.
Oh, actually
bulky enough to hit it, and even Hot Pocket himself is surprised. I'm kind of surprised at that. That didn't look like it was gonna reach that health.
Yeah, I mean, it barely got to that aerial ace. It shocked everyone, shocked the world. Gligar, the purified Gligar, shocking the world here, shocking the dominant flying type of the past, the Shadow Charizard. Here comes the Spark Lantern, swapping the Diggersby. You have to swap into Cresselia. Do you decide to throw a Surf first to
he's gonna bank it, he's gonna bank it.
And look, this is the Hyper Beam Scorching Sands. You probably go for that Scorching Sand, try to get an attack drop. Like you mentioned, it's 30% chance to get that at one stage attack drop, and then the Grass Knots won't do as much super effective damage.
Yeah, and then for Hot Pocket here,
there it is!
He gets the drop here. 30% here. If you're Hot Pocket, it's 100%. And he's gonna be able to go for another one here. Grass Knot, of course, gonna be non-stab here against Diggersby, which is already very tanky. Only taking about 30% here.
Did Cresselia just win a charge attack priority? Cresselia just won charge attack priority against Diggersby here. I mean, that is shocking as well. A double,
and this is the best case scenario here. I think if you had to go to a casino after this, you would take Diggersby with you, because you got two debuffs, 30% times 30%. It's very, very low here. And for Hot Pocket, because he knows he has the Superior in the back line, and Josh Dow does not know that there's a grass type in the back, every single charge move that this Cresselia soaks is even better for him.
Yeah, and do you just try to throw out the Charizard once again to bait out the Lantern? Here comes the swap, trying to combo move in. The combo move is successful because there's a Mud Shot going through from Hot Pocket, but this Surf is going to be able to knock out the Diggersby, but there's that Superior waiting. There is a Protect Shield remaining for Josh Dow, but I mean, Superior's just so strong against
and this
Lantern.
Is so good, and I think if you're Hot Pocket, you throw the Frenzy Plant immediately because you're going to guarantee a shield or you're going to win the game. Because looks like we're gonna let the Frenzy Plant go here. There is no way that Cresselia has enough offensive capability here to take out the Superior. I think double Aerial Ace here is gonna wrap this up neatly in a bow, and you got the Charizard in the back here just in case.
Yeah, and I think you have your timer, so you can swap now. The Cresselia is energy dry. You could have swapped if you wanted, but I think you're right. You can just go straight Aerial Ace here. You're just so low on the Cresselia. The Cresselia maybe is thinking no Protect Shield. No, here comes the Protect Shield. This Cresselia is gonna have to get all the way to the Moonblast, and then also get to a Moonblast to knock out the Shadow Charizard, because it is swole onto the Shadow Charizard. And look at Hot Pocket a little sarcastically shocked there on his swap into that Moonblast, but being able to knock out that Charizard and get the Psycho Cut down, and now you would have to get all the way to the Moonblast again, and we see how quick Superior is.
Oh, there is that Vine Whip Aerial Ace energy reduction at work, Butters, and right there, I mean, I get it. Cresselia is supposed to be a tank right here, but you gotta feel a little suspicious when, you know, they're in that matchup and you're just soaking up the damage. Of course, you have to suspect that there might be a grass type waiting for your Lantern in the back, and that's exactly what happens when there is one.
I'm not gonna lie, I mean, I probably have seen something like this, but I've really never seen anything like this that Hot Pocket's doing with Shadow Charizard and Superior right now. He is just balancing the fact that Superior is so strong against Lantern that if the worst case scenario, Shadow Charizard gets matched up or switch locked with a Lantern, the Superior is just going to be able to clean up the Lantern and keep that momentum going, and maybe that momentum could win him the game. I mean, it's just the phrase I call seesawing like a pro, and trainers do this with like an Altaria or a Shadow Victory Bell or like a Bastion on Shadow Victory Bell, and they do things like this, but I've never seen a player play for alignment but also pivot around so much just for momentum. It's really impressive.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think a lot of the Shadow Charizard play that I've watched in the regional circuit has been about like it's like the Protect the President concept, where you really have to save your shields for the Charizard. Today is actually probably the first time in a while that I've seen a trainer just kind of throw the Charizard out there and just say, you know what, I have a shield deficit. I don't care for this Pokemon anymore.
Yeah, and it's just working so well, and this time sitting that Shadow Charizard, but bringing that Superior into the lead. And this is not bad for Superior, because Superior does have that Community Day attack in the Frenzy Plant, and Frenzy Plant plus Vine Whips is almost enough to knock out the Lickitung. So I feel like Superior could win the zeros or the ones against Lickitung, which is a huge factor because Lickitung is just a neutral monster.
Yeah, and the best part about this is Frenzy Plant and Body Slam are actually gonna pace the same amount of time. If they go into shielding scenarios, the third Frenzy Plant is actually going to pace faster than the third Body Slam here. So I think Hot Pocket's feeling pretty good right now. He's going to reach the Frenzy Plant here, and it looks like we're going to let it go. And right here, I mean, we don't, you know, of course, for us casting this game and knowing the back line, we kind of identify how disastrous this is, right? Because we know the Alolan Sandslash is coming in. We know that the Diggersby is going to probably get safe swapped in. And right now, you've got a Lantern versus Superior matchup already. And this is going from bad to worse.
Yeah, and this is really smart from Josh Dow. I think he's expecting that Medicham in the back, so he's not swapping out, or maybe he's going to try to swap out on an attack or just use the Protect Shield here. I think you want to invest in the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and there it is, the Protect Shield into the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. A lot of trainers might just swap into the Lantern here to try to protect this Shadow Alolan Sandslash, but instead, Josh Dow staying in here, just throwing the Ice Punches.
Yeah, great call from Hot Pocket here. I realize this is an Ice Punch here. Unfortunately, Diggersby is a normal type, so you're going to be double resistant to Shadow Claws, able to easily reach another Scorching Sands, and this might have to force another Protect Shield here, unless Josh Dow feels like it's going to be comfortable enough. But yeah, we are going to get the last remaining Protect Shield here, and everything's out of alignment right now. You have to, maybe you have to force
you have to throw.
Oh no, okay. it looks like, well, this was a charge move priority, so Hot Pocket can easily shield here, and he does already have the Scorching Sands. And unfortunately, due to the typing on Lone Sand Slash, that's steel typing, you're going to take super effective damage here. And I think the writing is on the wall here. You're going to come back in with the Lantern at full health, but there is a Superior, and no move that you can reach is going to allow you to
into the Superior here. And I don't even know if Surf's enough. I really don't. I mean, this is crazy because Superior is so much bulkier than Trevenant, and we saw how much Trevenant was able to dominate Lantern. No Protect Shield here. I wish there was a Surf Throne. I don't think this is enough. I think Superior hangs on, and there's a Protect Shield remaining. He can hold on to it, but I think he endures.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna come. Oh, he and now the Medicham, I think, could just come in. I mean, Medicham didn't even do anything in this whole entire match, and it actually doesn't even need to be revealed.
2 versus 3 from Hot Pocket, able to 2-0. What a dominant performance here in Pittsburgh. I'm a little shocked, honestly. I really haven't seen play like this before, strategy like this before. This is extremely unique from Hot Pocket, in my opinion, how he's navigating these matchups. He is playing chess at a really high level and able to pin his opponent in the proper positions and even bait out the momentum that he needs in multiple matchups. Really a masterclass of creative Pokemon Go play from Hot Pocket, and this was the MVP right here.
Yep, that was the play right here. This Lickitung being let go. I know that Lickitung is a tank, and maybe the theme of this whole entire the series, Butters, was, you know, just because you have a tank Pokemon doesn't mean that you can just soak the damage and call it a day, right? You got to think about why you're doing it, because I would go to wager here. It still would have been a tough battle towards the end there, but if you shielded Lickitung, if you got more damage off, I mean, something could have changed right there.
Look at this Superior.
Yeah, and this Superior here, much more bulky than we had even thought, right? Because so far we've been exposed to Trevenants, we've been exposed to Shadow Venusaurs that don't necessarily have the bulk right there. But Superior, very impressive today. I mean, I cannot imagine that there's a meta share for Superior right now, but there might be next week or in the next regional, right?
Yeah, and I remember earlier on I was talking to Hot Pocket about why bringing the Superior, and he was saying he was talking to Onion Frank and it was just more consistent, and I didn't realize it would also just be more flexible in a lot of these matchups. So just a dominant run from Hot Pocket so far. And speaking of dominant runs, let's see something from the most decorated player in Pokemon Go history.
Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Will Dunphy, and let's take a trip back to the first Pokemon Go World Championships in London, England in the summer of 2022. Dancing Rob from Germany and Godon Hada from South Korea took their seats at center stage for the Masters Division Grand Finals. What happened next was more exciting than anyone could have ever predicted. This was Pokemon Go's inaugural season in the Pokemon Go Championship Series, and only one of these trainers could become the first world champion. Pokemon Go's 2022 competitive season was characterized by the nearly unbreakable core of Walrein and Trevenant. This pair's synergy made them almost irreplaceable on a team of 6. But as Pokemon Go established its own unique identity within the championship circuit, so did its trainers. Unique Pokemon like Air/Mandibuzz, Ember, Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales, and Obstagoon claimed regional and international titles around the world. Dancing Rob competed earlier in the year at Pokemon Go's first ever live-streamed event, the 2022 Europe International Championships. Dancing Rob made a powerful run through the losers bracket in Day 2, before being defeated by the eventual runner-up, Freaka. With that, Dancing Rob had qualified for the World Championships in London. That August, the World Championships began. After a promising 2-0 start, Dancing Rob was defeated by Lurgan Rocket, Pokemon Go's first ever regional champion, in just the 3rd round. This loss set Dancing Rob down into the losers bracket. What happened next is something that may never happen again in competitive Pokemon Go. Dancing Rob would go on to win the next 7 rounds, including a rematch against the Liverpool regional champion, as he completely swept the losers bracket. With a combined record of 9-1 and everything on the line, Dancing Rob took the stage, head-to-head against Godon Hada for the Grand Finals. As a result of Pokemon Go's double elimination format, Dancing Rob needed to win not one, but 2 best of 5s against his opponent to claim the championship. The Grand Finals began, and Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales, Medicham, and Shadow Swampert secured him an early 2-0 lead. Then, Godon Hada and his Shadow Kanto Ninetales fought back.
You have the opportunity to close this tournament out right here, and right now, you might as well just go for it.
Godon Hada claimed victory in games 3 and 4 and tied the series 2-2. In Game 5, the world held its breath as the matchup between the final Pokemon on the field was decided by just a half-second Dragon Breath.
Galarian Stunfisk gets to the rock slide first, and we have a bracket reset.
Dancing Rob's Galarian Stunfisk reached the rock slide, and Dancing Rob had successfully forced the Grand Finals reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales met Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales in the lead. Game 1 belonged to Godon Hada, but Dancing Rob struck back in Games 2 and 3. Godon Hada would even the series yet again with a Game 4 victory. Now, tied 2-2, both trainers were just one game away from becoming the first Pokemon Go World Champion. Years of hard work, dedication, and practice boiled down to one final matchup.
This is my moment. This is my opportunity. I'm going to seize this championship, this victory, this glory. This is it. This is my time to become the first champion, and we are queued up here for a decisive game number 5.
Dancing Rob and Godon Hada's decisive battle began, and Dragon, Steel, Fire, and Ice attacks erupted from the field. Dancing Rob positioned his Alola Ninetales to overcome Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and the crowd roared as Dancing Rob finally defeated Godon Hada. History was made. Dancing Rob had just become the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. Dancing Rob is proof that you need hard work, determination, and belief in yourself to become the best. Thank you so much for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, trainers. We are here to start wrapping up the day of our first day of the first regional of the 2024 season. We have 3 battles left to show you today. I am Stephanie Christine, and I'm here with Caleb Peng.
Yeah, and we've seen so many top-tier battles so far. A lot of trainers that have already qualified World Championships last year, already making it to Top Cut this year, but we also have some new faces, or I should say kind of new faces in the top 8. Nighttime Clasher not qualifying for World Championships last year, but one of the first to make top 8 for this tournament. So it's a very talented pool of trainers, and we love to see it because I feel like that bodes great for the rest of the season.
Our trainers are ready on the stage. Let's see which of our next trainers is going to be able to continue their adventure here in Pittsburgh. We have No Treble Clef and Andrew Manjarres.
Yeah, and this is actually going to be a rematch from the winner's bracket. Andrew Manjarres was the person to knock out No Treble Clef from that winner's bracket, so they are going to get a rematch. The first time around, it was a 2-1 for Andrew Manjarres. It was still a really close matchup. It was the one where Andrew Manjarres decided to shield the return from the Sableye to eke out the victory with that Lickitung, taking out the Sableye and most of the health on the Azumarill. I'm curious to see how No Treble Clef is going to adjust in this rematch, but this is the loser's final, so the winner moves on to day number 2. The loser will exit the tournament early.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and see. It's win or go home in the loser's side of the bracket. We've seen these 2 trainers go head-to-head already today. Let's see how it will play out the second time.
Yeah, and so both trainers, they are locking in, and we are going into game number 1 right away. It is going to be a Lickitung lead for Andrew and a Shadow Venusaur for No Treble Clef.
Let's go ahead and see how these trainers want to play out this lead matchup. Looks like they are content to stay in this opening matchup. We've got a Registeel coming in as a swap. Interesting save swap. The Medicham coming in, but we know that the Registeel can do quite well in the Medicham matchup, especially if we get the attack drops.
Yeah, grabbing an instant shield from no Treble Clef, and looks like there is no attack drop. This is still a tough position for Andrew Mehars either way, but these counters are really going to start adding up. The real question is, can you get another Zap Cannon off in time? I think you should be able to outpace the Medicham, and it looks like the Zap Cannon is going to be reached. Do we go over 2 on the debuffs? That's a real question, because if that happens, then this Medicham has a lot of value from no Treble Clef, and it looks like it is going to land, and the attack drop is going to go through.
Yeah, but the Medicham, only 1 stage dropped. Andrew Mehars, will he bring in his Lickitung again to try to get some more energy? This Psychic, already nerfed from the season, is going to be 1 stage less powerful.
Yeah, getting this Lickitung low on health is going to be really nice for no Treble Clef, because you have the Sableye that really wants to avoid the Lickitung, but most importantly, if you could get that Sableye on that Medicham on Andrew's side, you're going to be in a really good spot, despite the fact that you're down a shield. And Venusaur is going to come in with so much energy at this point. Frenzy Plant is going to do a huge chunk of the health on this Lickitung. Do you shield it for Andrew? And it looks like that first shield is going to come through, guaranteeing that it's going to shield the Frenzy Plant either way, but the second Frenzy Plant is almost there, and is going to farm up a little extra energy, but force maybe shield again.
Let's take a look, thinking about it, and does use the Protect Shield to preserve the Lickitung. No shield remaining on the side of Andrew Mehars, and the catch of a resisted Body Slam on the Sableye. Sableye, though, can't really do much against the Lickitung with its fast move pressure. Going to be looking to land a foul play.
This is actually pretty wild. I think No Treble Clef caught a Body Slam on his Sableye in that first set of battles, and doing it yet again. That is such a difficult thing to pull off with 1-turn licks. You have to time it absolutely perfectly on those half-second fast moves. But again, No Treble Clef building up so much energy and going for the return yet again against this Lickitung. I feel like this is overdoing the damage, but Sableye does have a pretty positive matchup for this Medicham. And let's not forget, you still have the Venusaur in the back with the shield advantage.
Yeah, so going for the foul play before the Medicham can counter down or throw an Ice Punch. This foul play will take a good chunk of the Medicham, but the Medicham will be at an Ice Punch. However, No Treble Clef does have a shield, so we'll be able to shield the charge attack move coming through. Andrew Mehars would need 2 full Ice Punches to knock out, 1 for the shield, 1 for the Venusaur, and No Treble Clef has it, throwing the Frenzy Plant to knock out the Medicham and claiming the first game victory here in the losers finals for Group C.
Something I found really interesting in that opening set of battles is that Lickitung versus Venusaur matchup. I believe that was a mirror of something we saw in the first series, and Andrew did catch a resisted Frenzy Plant on his Registeel. He went for the same play this time around, but No Treble Clef, remembering that moment, was patient, did not throw the Frenzy Plant right when he had it, and was super patient on that. And then, again, catching a Body Slam on his Sableye, such a hard thing to do. Something I really want to see No Treble Clef do is just throw a foul play when the health is low on the Lickitung. I'm not sure why he keeps throwing the return, but it did work out for him in that specific matchup.
Yeah, I have been confused as well, like, oh, that's where all the energy is going, I guess. But that's okay to go for the guarantee rather than risking a foul play not completely knocking out.
Yeah, so No Treble Clef is going to take that first win, and again, that first series was pretty close back and forth, so I think this is a very possible it could be either player's game here. Andrew is definitely going to have to make an adjustment for this game number 2. Something I noticed is that No Treble Clef has really been leveraging that Sableye. Sableye has been a huge pain for Andrew. Not on top of that, not only the Sableye, but also the Zumro. And Andrew has to kind of pick his poison there. You could bring the Registeel and then be strong to Zumro, but be weak to Sableye. Or you could bring the Lickitung and be, you know, Lickitung I guess covers both in a sense, but he'd be weaker to Registeel, the opposing Registeel, and it seems like Andrew is mixing in Lickitung and Registeel, but just not getting the targets he really wants to lock those into.
Yeah, both Pokemon are pretty flexible. Let's go ahead and see. This looks like that catch, this replay catch of the Body Slam onto the Sableye. That is a frustrating use of energy to have all of that resisted damage just go nowhere. And then here we have the return. I really do think the foul play would knock out from there, Caleb.
I think so too. I know no Treble can't hear us, but my request is just give it a shot once, you know, see what happens. But either way, it worked out for him in that specific battle and able to take that win. And we are going to game number 2. It is going to be the Registeel versus Shadow Venusaur. A pretty awkward matchup on both ends. Resisted charge moves on both ends. It really depends on if you get a debuff or not on that Zap Cannon. And the debuff didn't really work out in Andrew's favor in the first game, going only 50% on the debuff against the Medicham.
Frenzy Plant going first, gonna take a chunk of this Steel Titan Pokemon, and Zap Cannon going for this first one. Let's see, it is like, it debuffs every 2 out of 3 times. Is this going to be it? It is. We have an attack fall on the Shadow Venusaur, and is going to throw its next move now before Andrew Manharis can get to another move.
This is definitely the matchup Andrew wants because he really wants to take out this Venusaur before it sees that Quagsire. And Andrew, again, going for the Focus Blast instead of Zap Cannon, and just wants to really just take this Venusaur out as fast as possible. No Trouble Club is going to shield the Focus Blast. I do like the Focus Blast play because it tells No Trouble Club he can't farm as much into this Registeel. Registeel's going to get to the second Focus Blast a little bit sooner. So throwing this Frenzy Plan is going to ensure the knockouts, but honestly, that Quagsire looks super safe now that the Venusaur's almost out of the way. I expect the shield to come out here, and that is a good shield because that's going to do a lot of damage. Actually, probably the hardest hitting move remaining out of all the Pokemon that No Trouble Club has.
Exactly. The Quagsire looks so good, being able to put out a lot of neutral damage here. So the Medicham comes in. Andrew Manhar is content to stay in this matchup. Again, the Lickitung Medicham matchup, we've seen it many times today. We've seen it many times over the seasons. It can be pretty neutral overall, going for that first Body Slam and then immediately after going for the second one.
I think Andrew knows that it's probably a Sableye in the back or maybe even a Shadow along with Yansash. Either way, that Quagsire is going to have a lot of play in that back-end matchup, so he feels pretty comfortable. The real question is, how is he going to decide to spend his final shield? And he decides to spend it on the Medicham. That's a huge call because now No Trouble Club has to tag team this with the Sableye because the lick damage is going to add up, and you can see swapping out barely in time on the Medicham. And here we go. This is the true test. Does he go foul play or return? Because shields are down on Andrew's side, but we're going to grab a shield with the Power Whip. This is actually pretty nice because this way you could throw all moves on Quagsire no shields possible. And going for the Body Slam, I like this play. Just chip down the Sableye as much as possible because Andrew knows that No Trouble Club is going to throw the move before he gets to the Power Whip.
Yeah, the Sableye can't fast move down. And look, you get your wish, Caleb. It is a foul play, which will most certainly, when fully charged, you've hit all the bubbles, will most certainly knock out the Lickitung there. And then we have a full health Quagsire in the back. And Sableye going right for the foul play again. This will definitely not be enough to knock out the Quagsire. Going to need at least 2 charge moves to be able to take it down.
Yeah, going for the back-to-back, and Andrew just throwing the Mud Bomb before the switch timer is up. Is this enough to knock out? I don't know, but I don't think it matters because you can Mud Shot down. It looks like, no, not enough. The foul play is going to come through. Can the Quagsire hang on? Only a sliver of health remaining on the Sableye and the Medicham in the back for No Trouble Clef.
Oh my goodness, the Quagsire hangs on, but in the Medicham's low health, it is able to throw one more Mud Shot. Andrew Manhar is keeping his dreams alive to get into day 2. We are 1-1 here in the losers finals for Group C, and we have a decisive game number 3 on our hands.
Quagsire coming in clutch for Andrew Manhars in the end there. And again, calling that Venusaur lead was huge for Andrew because he was able to completely take out that Venusaur and set up the Quagsire. But most importantly, I feel like Lickitung is Andrew's most valuable Pokemon, especially in this matchup against No Trouble Clef. Has played pretty much into everything on No Trouble Clef's team except for that Registeel. And here we have a recap of that first, the second game, and you can see the Frenzy Plant able to finish off this Registeel, but just way too little health at this point in time. And unless No Trouble Clef swaps out the Beast to preserve it, it's going to be the Quagsire is able to avoid it completely. And we see the Foul Play again. I love the replay. This is replay just for me, I feel like. The Foul Play enough to knock out the Lickitung, but Quagsire coming in clutch. Quagsire, a fairly bulky water ground type Pokemon, bulkier than Swampert. Another benefit of running that. I don't think Swampert can handle 2 Foul Plays like Quagsire can.
Exactly. It really did benefit too from the buff to the move Mud Bomb as well, or being able to have access to Mud Bomb, because Quagsire used to have the problem. Same one as Registeel. We call it the Registeel problem, where you all you have access to are heavy damage moves like Focus Blast and Zap Cannon that take a while to get to. You don't have anything you can throw as a bait or able to throw anything like, oh, I'm about to faint. And I want to expend some of this energy. Registeel can't do that, and now Quagsire, who used to only be able to really run it was Earthquake and Stone Edge, I believe, was its typical move set. Now it really has a bait move. You can bring it, and it makes it a lot more flexible.
Yeah, you were actually right on both fronts. Not only did Quagsire get Mud Bomb, but Mud Bomb also got buffed that same season it got Mud Bomb. So it was kind of a win-win situation for Quagsire, and we love to see it too, because having more variety in that water ground type is pretty awesome. We saw a Whiscash today as well. Typically even less common, but it is cool to see something besides just Swampert dominate that one slot. And here we go into the final game. Game number 3. Winner goes on to day number 2. So a lot on the line. And it's going to be the Shadow Gligar into Shadow Venusaur. A huge lead for Andrew.
Yeah, the new, one of the new flyers looking to take the crown here in Pittsburgh. However, this is a flyer that does have to be a little afraid of Venusaur. These Frenzy Plants are going to hit for neutral damage, and that is not enough to really threaten, especially a Shadow Gligar. Shadow Gligar, though, look at all of that damage just from wing attacks, I believe.
Yeah, and here's the thing. No Trouble Clef didn't bring a counter to Gligar. He only has, at best, a neutral matchup with Sableye, but a terrible matchup with the Registeel as well. So this is a tough position to No Trouble Clef do shield, and is going to spend the shield because, again, you need the Sableye to close it out. But this backline matchup also looks great for Andrew because you have the Lickitung, again, always locking into No Trouble Clef Sableye.
Yeah, it just seems like No Trouble Clef cannot get the Sableye onto the Medicham where it wants to be. So here we have the Lickitung into the Sableye, which is a very good matchup for Lickitung. And if No Trouble Clef tries to swap out, it'll be Medicham on Registeel. There it is, and there comes the Medicham. Again, a fairly neutral matchup, but this is exactly where the Medicham wants to be. It wants to avoid that Sableye at all costs.
Yeah, No Trouble Clef should be able to grab a shield off of this Medicham eventually if Andrew wants to preserve the matchup. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if Andrew just decides to let the Medicham go, because you don't want to give the Sableye any additional farm. With that much energy stored on the Lickitung, I think he's able to take out this Registeel with just the Lickitung itself and wants to save as much of the health on this Lickitung as possible for the Sableye. Yeah, looking at the damage here, I mean, Medicham just already whittling down so much of the Registeel's health, and Andrew is going to let it go to avoid that Medicham Sableye matchup and try to close it out on the back of his MVP, which is that Lickitung.
So Lickitung going to be looking to apply fast move pressure, but just Andrew Manhart's calculating, no, I think I need to throw a body slam as well to knock out the Registeel. Not very effective, resisted, but there it goes, and there it is, Caleb. It is a return, but it's going to be shielded this time against the Lickitung, wisely choosing to shield the most heavy-hitting move remaining. Lickitung continuing on. No Trouble Clef has one shield remaining. Here comes the first, and there it looks like a concession, allowing the Power Whip to come through.
Yeah, a huge game from Andrew Manhars. Great adjustments from both trainers, but looks like Andrew is going to come out on top. Two series between these two trainers, and the only player to take out No Treble Clef in this tournament. Andrew Manhars is moving forward to top 8 in Sunday, and it's going to be very exciting to see.
Congratulations, Andrew, for keeping your Hawaii dreams alive, hoping to get to the end of our adventure this season, which is going to conclude in Honolulu, Hawaii with the 2024 World Championship. You can see the Porygon dressed for the occasion that Andrew brought with him today.
Yeah, I really like that adjustment from Andrew to bring that Shadow Gligar into game number 3, recognizing that it has play into that Venusaur, the Medicham, the Regiseal, and the Save-Wide that No Treble Clef kept bringing into all of those games. And it really paid off because No Treble Clef was definitely caught off guard. It was like, what do I do against this thing? I didn't bring my Azumarill, I didn't bring my Alolan Sandslash. I'm kind of in trouble, and that's exactly what happened.
My favorite moment was definitely the Quagsire really getting to show its value and getting to show off a little bit. It was so key to avoid the Shadow Venusaur of No Treble Clef. That was key. Here is some highlights from that last match, that decisive game 3. We've got the Gligar using Aerial Ace, knocking out the Shadow Venusaur, and then here is the Sableye going for a foul play to knock out the Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, Sableye was needed for No Treble Clef, even though it provided so much value for No Treble Clef. It also was a hindrance when it had to face off against this bulky Lickitung. And I feel like if we were to describe what are some of the biggest winners of this update, I feel like Lickitung is one of the clearest, if not the clear winner. Yes, we've seen Gligar here or there, but Gligar's not always dominating the competition. It's really Lickitung that seems to be coming out on top in so many of these games. I'd say Lickitung and probably Watergun Lancer are my 2 picks.
Exactly, and there it is, that Lickitung using the Power Whip. No Treble Clef sees the writing on the wall and concedes the match, recognizing doesn't matter if it's a Power Whip or not, even body slam, I'm still out of this.
Yeah, exactly. So again, congratulations to Andrew, and also congratulations to No Treble Clef for a really far run in this bracket, even though getting eliminated in the losers finals. Again, you get championship points either way if you made it that far, so still something that No Treble Clef is able to take away from this and build upon his journey to World Championships. And speaking of journey to World Championships, we have 2 other trainers trying to build their way to that qualification, and that's going to be Trent versus Enhoff in this upcoming series.
Exactly. Both of these trainers are no strangers to the stage. We've seen them both compete many times throughout Pokemon Go Championship Series history, and I am very excited to see which of these 2 trainers is going to move on to continue, take the next step on their path to day 2 and to earn those championship points and perhaps win the entire thing.
Yeah, exactly. We saw Trent on earlier too in the winners finals, losing to Wdage. So going for that second chance to qualify into top 8, whereas Enhoff has battled her way through the losers bracket to make it this point too. So both have a lot to fight for.
They do. We can see the plushes on the stream as well. Always like to shout those out. We have the Shadow Alolan Sandshrew. I believe she is running the evolved version, the Shadow Alolan Sandslash today instead, being able to pack a little bit more of a punch. But, you know, I like the pre-evolution too. It can be fun to run in some limited metas.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, the Sandshrew is an interesting one too. I think in the Go Battle League Cancer Cup, it actually has the potential to sweep entire teams by itself. So that Sandshrew can do quite a bit of work. But again, we are going to revisit the teams of both trainers, especially Trent, because we saw earlier, but Trent is running Deoxys Defense with Shadow Gligar, Shadow Swampert, Umbreon, Trevenant, and the non-Shadow Alolan Sandslash. I think that might be a Shadow one, so we'll make that correction.
On the side of trainer Enhoff, we have her signature Tapu Fini, which pairs quite well with the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. We also have a very strong pairing of Shadow Gligar and Lickitung, as well as Registeel and Medicham. Something really important when looking at these trainers' teams is trying to figure out which Pokemon build off of each other, which Pokemon work really well together, and I see a variety of combinations in both trainers' teams. The one thing that really just continues to stand out to me, Caleb, is that Trevenant. Seeing it after the nerf to Seed Bomb is always just so jarring. I feel like I've taken a step back in time.
Yeah, that Trevenant actually has 3 very positive matchups against Enhoff, the Tapu Fini, the Medicham, and the Registeel, but has 3 really bad matchups against the Alolan Sandslash, Lickitung, and Gligar. So it's really a coin flip on how useful it's going to be in this matchup. But we are getting into it, and if memory serves me correctly, it is a Powder Snow Alolan Sandslash for Trent. And we actually have the Shadow Gligar in the lead into the Medicham, a pretty positive lead for Trent.
Yes, however, the Shadow Gligar is going to outpace the Medicham. However, that Ice Punch, the Shadow Gligar still has to be very afraid of it. So it looks like Enhoff is building up to close to 2 Ice Punches, throwing just before the next Aerial Ace. Trent deciding to let the Ice Punch through, which almost knocks out the Gligar, and I believe that was a catch.
Yeah, it was actually a catch on the Umbreon, which is actually pretty interesting. So saving that energy and then able to snarl down the Medicham. So Trent is locked into this matchup. But the good news is Enhoff is able to avoid the Umbreon versus Lickitung matchup, which is a very positive matchup for the Umbreon. However, you still have the Ox defense to worry about.
True. That matchup is interesting as well. 2 very bulky Pokemon that can deal a lot of super effective fast move damage to each other. But in the meantime, we have the Shadow Gligar on the side of Enhoff this time, applying such strong charge move pressure, but Umbreon is just so bulky. Despite its bulk, Trent deciding to shield early here.
Yeah, spending that shield, maybe expecting something in the back that's going to be super strong into that Umbreon, but also on top of that, Dig does do a decent amount of damage, and getting the second shield too, Trent preserving it, maybe expecting a Lickitung in the back. I mean, these are actually really great reads if that's exactly what he's hoping for, but this is going to put Enhoff in a tough position and is going to go for this foul play, but no, another Aerial Ace comes through.
Yeah, and again, this is powerful, but not powerful enough to really threaten the Umbreon. Still comfortably in yellow health. There's the Defense Deoxys, and here comes the Lickitung. Taking a look, I think we saw some visual lag there. However, we can see all of those, all of the fast move damage that is being applied to both Pokemon there. The counter damage as well as the lick damage. However, the difference here is in going into this Lickitung up 2 shields into the Defense Deoxys.
Yeah, so Lickitung having a lot of health and still a shield to play with, but it does have to contend with the Gligar, which has a move ready. I think at least a Aerial Ace, maybe even a Dig, and also Umbreon that has quite a bit of health left. Is going to let the Psycho Boost go, though, which is going to do a good chunk of damage to this Lickitung.
It is, can the Lickitung fast move down? No, going for a Body Slam to clear the Defense Deoxys off the field. Also, Enhoff still has that Shadow Gligar with very low health in the back. Look at how much health is left on this Umbreon, Caleb, and it had a charge move ready to go.
Yeah, and actually going to let the foul play go through, maybe expecting it can hang on, but the Gligar is going to come in, and here comes the foul play. I think maybe we might see a combo play coming in from Trent. Does Enhoff see it coming? Because, again, that Gligar has energy, and the switch timer is up, is going to, no, okay, is going to hang on there. Maybe lost counts of how much energy Enhoff has. Does the Aerial Ace take out the Umbreon? That's the real question. Umbreon's super bulky, but is able to hang on and tries to go for the full snarl down and does it. Oh, simultaneous
KO! And we have the Gligar and the Lickitung, but the Gligar has a move. Trent going for the Dig, which will clear the Lickitung. That was a nail-biting matchup, but Trent taking the first game in this series.
Wow, wow. What a first game for sure. I mean, no shielding the Ice Punch from Medicham on the Shadow Gligar. I don't think I've ever seen anyone make that play, but Trent, confident in how much damage that Gligar can tank, is able to tank it and then swap out with a move. But Enhoff forcing Trent to shield Aerial Haste on his Umbreon definitely played favorably for her in that matchup, trying to get the most out of those shield baits, but falling a little bit short in the end.
I was really surprised that Umbreon, that Trent brought in that Umbreon kind of at the last moment and switch locked himself into that matchup. That is always such a risky thing to do. However, Umbreon is so bulky and that makes it pretty flexible that really no matter what Enhoff brought in to counter the Umbreon, Umbreon still would have had a little bit of play. So I can see it, but it's always a surprise when trainers do that.
Yeah, it's definitely a slight risk you can have to worry about because, yes, you have to Tapu Fini and the Registeel, both really strong counters to that Umbreon, so things you have to watch out for. But like you said, Umbreon can hit back against both of those Pokemon, having the neutral Foul Play against the Registeel and the neutral Last Resort against the Tapu Fini. Leading with the move on the Gligar is really smart from Trent because he has a way to take out either of those Pokemon if it came to it with that residual entry. So we are going to game number 2. Let's see if Enhoff can make an adjustment to tie up this series. And we have the Shadow Alolan Sandslash into the Lickitung to start things off. But remember, there's a Powder Snow Alolan Sandslash, so this actually has a much better matchup into this Lickitung than the Shadow Claw variants.
It does, but you can see here we saw maybe trying to catch an Ice Punch on Tapu Fini, and there it is, the Trevenant going to counter the Tapu Fini. I think Tapu Fini can win the zeros perhaps, because I think it can tank one Seed Bomb and then throw a Moonblast, but it is tough here. Enhoff letting the Seed Bomb come through and throwing a Moonblast in return.
Yeah, it looks like this Trevenant is barely able to hang it on. Can you get the Shadow Claw down? And unfortunately, does not look like that is possible, but Alolan Sandslash is going to come in. Trent actually didn't wait his timer at all. Came in kind of maybe a little too hastily. However, Enhoff is waiting out the time to give Trent a potential way out of this matchup because Medicham is going to be very strong into this Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, you could see just what one counter, one fast move did to that Sandslash. So we have another one takes it all the way down into the yellow, being double weak to fighting. Shadow Alolan Sandslash throwing an Ice Punch, forcing Enhoff to shield.
Yeah, and Deoxys Defense is going to come in. One of the most reliable counters to Medicham, especially because Medicham's fast move and best charge move Psychic are both resisted. Forced to throw Ice Punch instead. Enhoff is going to throw that, and this Lickitung has a decent amount of energy still banked here, and Trent is going to let this first one go through.
It is. So again, like I was mentioning, these are two incredibly bulky Pokemon that can do a lot of super effective fast move damage to each other. Lickitung having that ghost type fast move of Lick, Defense Deoxys having its fast move of Counter. Same type attack bonus for both of them.
Yeah, exactly. But just a lot of bulk on either sides too, so it is going to be interesting. The same type attack bonus of Body Slam is going to start adding up against this Lickitung. Curious to see how Trent deals with this too, because maybe gets to the Psycho Boost, but no, does not get to. It's still 2 shields remaining on the Alolan Sandslash, but it just has a little bit, way too little health left.
Yes, and it looks like Trent allowing the Shadow Alolan Sandslash to go down. Lickitung throwing a Body Slam, clearing it, giving the victory to Enhoff.
So interesting to see how the trainers are going to adjust there. The Shadow Alolan Sandslash, I think it took a little bit too much damage when Trent came in because he didn't really wait out his switch timer. I think Enhoff did him a favor by waiting out her switch timer so that he wasn't stuck in that Medicham matchup as much. But if she came in straight away into that Medicham, into the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, that would have been lights out for Alolan Sandslash.
Exactly. That is just really tough. It's such a tricky Pokemon to play. I think you have to really either bring it in the lead or save it in the back, because you need to do everything you can to set that Pokemon up for success, and allowing it to end up matched against a Medicham, especially being locked in there, is really, really tough.
Yeah, I think so too. I think the judge is going to review some of maybe the battle. I'm not actually sure. Maybe they're going to rescan their codes for this next set of battles. I did see maybe a little stutter in parts of that match, but again, the real question that our judges have to always consider if there is a dispute being raised is, did it impact the result of the game?
Yes, because sometimes there are things that are purely visual, and you can see that the damage catches up later.
Yeah, exactly. And even if the damage doesn't catch up, doesn't matter, right? You know, so and it said this game will indeed be a rematch due to lost fast moves and lag, and both players are going to re-queue up. So we are going to replay that second game as expected too, because we did see a little bit of stutter on the side of Trent for that matchup.
All right, so we have a second, Trent has a second opportunity here. He is currently 1-0. If he wins another, he moves on to day 2. Anna has to win again and win again after that. So 2 wins we will have to see in this losers finals for Group D. Loser goes home, their tournament dreams ending for today.
Looking at the specific matchup that Trent has with that Alolan Sandslash, Powder Snow Alolan Sandslash is going to help him in a few matchups. It's going to help against the Gligar, it's going to help against the Lickitung, and that's about it. So it's going to be worse into the Tapu Fini, the Medicham, the Registeel, and the opposing Alolan Sandslash. So it was interesting to see Trent bring that into game number 2, given the fact that his moveset of choice on that Alolan Sandslash is going to be a little bit less favorable into Enhoff's team. The real question is, what is Enhoff running? Because I don't think we've seen her fast move on that Alolan Sandslash. So it could also be a Powder Snow Alolan Sandslash, which would help at least even the playing field.
Yes, I think she runs Shadow Claw typically, but trainers can definitely make their decisions based on tournament to tournament, whatever is going to work out for them. We can see our trainers scanning their codes anew, getting the freshest battles here for you today. I am so excited to see how these trainers are going to play out. Again, this is a rematch, so we are on game number 2 out of this potential 3-game series. We will have to see. Trent wins this next one. He's on day 2. Anna's got a reverse sweep. Miss Trainer Enhoff brings her signature Tapu Fini into an Umbreon.
Yeah, that's going to be a great lead for Enhoff, but Trent having 2 decent solid options in the back, actually staying in this matchup for a little bit, maybe trying to make a catch on something, but no, is actually going to throw the last resort to start chipping away at this Tapu Fini. I'm very curious to see what his plans are.
Yeah, so it looks like content to stay in the matchup for a little while, perhaps hesitant to make a bad swap, turn a bad situation into something worse by bringing in the wrong Pokemon to counter. Enhoff going right for that super effective Moonblast. No debuff though for her today.
Yeah, I think Trent realizing how important this Umbreon is going to start shielding the Moonblast, the super effective Moonblast, and these last resorts are really starting to add up, and now we finally see the swap from Trent. But this is an interesting play because now the Tapu Fini is close to counter down range.
Yep, perhaps a little bit of surprise there. We'll have to see. Tapu Fini using the Moonblast, knocking a good chunk of health from the defense Deoxys. So having to decide what is going to be the better Pokemon here, and goes with the Gligar actually to start chipping away at the defense form Deoxys. Going straight away for the Psycho Boost. Will Enhoff shield? No. This is going to be the most powerful Psycho Boost coming from the defense Deoxys. Every subsequent one doing a little bit less damage.
So this is going to be an interesting situation for Trent and his Trevenant, because there's 2 Pokemon remaining on Enhoff's side, and both of them are great into that Trevenant. And this Gligar is coming in with so much energy, does not get to a 3rd Psycho Boost. So this Gligar is loaded, and you can't really come in with the Trevenant in this matchup. But down a shield, you're also going to be in a tough spot with this Umbreon.
Yeah, and it looks like she has a dig ready to go. Trent has to decide, is this the dig or is it the less heavy-hitting Aerial Ace? He decides not to shield. The dig goes through, and Enhoff already almost at another charge moves and goes ahead and throws the Aerial Ace. even after this aerial ace, this Lickitung can then come in, and we see the swap. There's the Trevenant, and there is the Lickitung with 2 shields remaining on Enhoff's side. Even these seed bombs, she can just continue to shield them. This Trevenant is applying absolutely 0 fast move pressure.
Yeah, this is typically a very positive match for Lickitung, but on top of that, there's also a 2-to-1 shield advantage for Lickitung, so that is not going to be a great spot for the Trevenant. Only having resisted charge moves from the Lickitung against Trevenant, but even the resisted charge moves are enough to start chunking down the health, doing quite a bit of damage actually with the resisted power whip.
Yep, and then here comes another seed bomb. Enhoff using her second shield in order to protect the health of this Lickitung, just in case it needs it for the Umbreon that will be coming in now.
Yeah, not able to get to a final seed bomb, and here comes the body slam. I think Trent recognizes that there is no win condition left, is going to concede and move on to game number 3 in this decisive losers finals.
Yes, very interesting to see the Trevenant make its return on the side of Trent, but it just didn't prove useful this time. We're getting locked in, forced into that matchup with the Lickitung.
Yeah, so we're going to have to see how that plays out. Trent's Trevenant, I feel like it's kind of hit or miss, right? Like I said, it has 3 really solid matchups against Enhoff, but 3 pretty bad matchups as well, and it happened to be stuck against 2 of the bad matchups. I think it made a lot of sense to Enhoff bring 2 counters to Trevenant in the back in case that Trevenant was in the lead, and I think Trent maybe realized that at a certain point in the game, but just knew that team composition-wise, he was kind of outmatched.
Yep, and there is that Moonblast, even a Defense Deoxys that does quite a bit of damage. And there is the Lickitung making its presence known here using a final body slam, clearing the Trevenant, and then there is the concession from Trent recognizing that the Umbreon is just a little too late, too little health and too late in the matchup here.
Yeah, Trent choosing to bench the Shadow Alone Sandslash that second game. Let's see if maybe he considers bringing it again, but overall, it's a hard Pokemon to bring into Enhoff's team, and you know, in that one game that was rematched, I think he had a okay matchup against the Lickitung, but I'd say overall, it's still going to struggle even against the Lickitung just due to bulk alone.
Yes, so our trainers are locking in. We have another decisive game 3 on our hands. We have the first one here, Caleb, you and I casting Andrew Manjarrez and No Trouble Clef, and now we have another one back-to-back, Trent versus Enhoff. These trainers making the last couple decisions. It is important to choose correctly because it's win or go home here on the loser side of the bracket.
Both trainers super experienced. They've been in this spot before, so they are deciding to lock in their final teams for this final battle for them on day number 1 here at Pittsburgh. There's a lot on the line because the difference between placing in this, you know, tied for 7 or 9 to like 12th place versus that 8th place spot is a big difference. And here we go, game number 3. It is going to be an Umbreon into Lickitung, a pretty solid lead for Trent.
All right, and it looks like these trainers opting to stay in rather than make a switch. I think switch advantage is going to be really important here, Caleb.
Yeah, especially with the Trevenant lurking in the back for that Tapu Fini, and Trent actually running the same exact team back. He said, you know what, I know you beat me last time, but I'm going to do it again. I don't think you're going to bring the same team, and I think he made the right call in that situation.
Yeah, but I believe she did bring the same team, right? Last time she ran the Tapu Fini, Shadow Gligar, and Lickitung.
Oh, yes, same team, but different order.
Okay,
Enhoff, yes.
different order.
Same team and same order for Trent, though, is what's going to give him a slight advantage. But that Gligar actually looks pretty strong into the whole team of Trent as well.
Yeah, so that it depends on how Enhoff is deciding to play out this matchup. Umbreon, again, will generally win this, but both Pokemon are incredibly bulky and are chipping away at each other. Lickitung all the way down in the red. Lickitung building up a ton of energy and going for this body slam now.
Yeah, and you can see these resisted licks are just not doing enough damage. Umbreon bulky and able to tank so much of this, but Lickitung still making this matchup pretty close, and I think that's what Enhoff really needs, to just keep this as close as possible.
All right, take another chunk out of the Umbreon, and now both Pokemon are down in the red, perhaps trying to make a catch, but there is the Trevenant. However, we saw before the Seed Bomb does a lot of damage, but so does the Moon Blast. Enhoff letting the Tapu Fini go, perhaps gonna allow the Gligar to really garner some energy here and grab a shield with this Moon Blast.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Trent doesn't shield this, and I think that's exactly what he's going to do because he's expecting a Gligar or a Alolan Sandslash in the back and says, you know what, I don't really need Switch Advantage at this point. I can just counter down with Deoxys Defense, Psycho Boost, and swap back out to the Umbreon to clear the buffs, the debuffs, I should say. So let's see if he goes for that play or goes for a different play. Yeah, it looks like he is going to go for that. This time around, being patient, waiting out that switch timer.
That is such a crucial move. Now Enhoff has to decide, brings in the healthy Shadow Gligar. Not a single Protect Shield has been used in this decisive Game 3.
Yeah, and we see a quick aerial ace from Enhoff. Trent is going to let it go, saving the shields for a harder hitting dig or maybe future aerial ace because he knows that the wing attacks are just not enough to wing attack down all of the health on Deoxys Defense. We're going to see the first shield come out from Enhoff. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another Psycho Boost from Trent before he swaps out, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Throwing another Psycho Boost. Yes, it's going to do a little bit less damage, but still a decent amount of damage to this Gligar.
All right, Psycho Boost, just a little bit of chip, and then we're going to see the swap come in of the Umbreon. That is going to clear the debuff from the Deoxys Defense, so when it comes in again, it can attack at full strength. However, it's going to be down energy, and Enhoff making a play, throwing the Body Slam, forcing another shield from Trent.
That's a huge play from Enhoff because now forcing that second and final shield from Trent makes this matchup a little bit harder for Trent. Going for the undercharger, let's see if it's going to be a good undercharge. Looks like yes, going to be able to get at least one extra Snarl, which could be the difference maker. And you can see Gligar having no energy at all, so it's going to be a tough spot. Is going to let this first foul play go through. I like the decision because you can't really snarl down nor counter down, and is going to get to another foul play. I think we're going to see the instant shield for Enhoff. The real question is, can you pace to a Psycho Boost before the dig knocks you out? And here we go. Trent is going to go for it, but dig is going to be reached from Enhoff.
And Defense Deoxys is a powerful Pokemon. It has a lot of defense, but will the dig be enough? It is. And then can the Gligar get to the move? The timer is running, and we have Enhoff punching her ticket to day 2. The battlers shake hands, and we have nearly concluded our top cut match. Enhoff thanking her Tapu Fini there, giving it, showing it a little bit of love. Congratulations to Enhoff popping off there on stage.
Yeah, what a really close endgame. I thought that was Trent's game to win, and I think it was, but Enhoff making all the plays in the end, really the double combo plays on that Umbreon, throwing the aerial ace to force it to shield, and then throwing the body slam from the Lickitung to force that final shield, really cleared the way for Enhoff to sweep with that Shadow Gligar. Pretty incredible stuff, and you can see it on Trent's face the moment he had to spend that second shield, he just realized, wow, I just put myself in a really tough position, and Enhoff able to come away with the victory. Really great stuff.
That's what makes these games so exciting to watch. Those split-second decisions where you have half a second to make your decision, make your play to try to claim that championship title. So again, if you are watching at home, be sure to put out that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Show us which plays from today's matches from day 1. What were some of your favorites? Let us know.
Yeah, after that one, I feel like I still don't know what's the better call, Shadow Gligar or non-Shadow Gligar. I feel like non-Shadow Gligar still could have done everything Enhoff did in that end game with the Shadow Gligar. Either way, it's awesome to see Gligar in the meta and being successful, and we have one additional Gligar going into top 8 for tomorrow in Pittsburgh, and we have one final losers finals left to review, and this will round out our 8th person to join Top Cut for tomorrow.
All right, Caleb, I'm not ready to let go of that last match. It was so exciting. So let's go ahead and take a look at that moment where Trent has to spend a shield. So there's the Gligar throwing the aerial ace and a combo play because that Snarl takes 3 turns to complete. Lickitung able to sneak in there and throw the body slam, and you can see just his face fall at that moment. And Enhoff starting to get excited, thinking this is my win condition. As you move further and further through a battle, your win conditions narrow, and she found the last remaining one.
Yeah, I think maybe Trent's only win condition at that point in time is to undercharge the foul play a little bit more than he did against that Lickitung, but undercharging is one of the hardest skills in Pokemon Go PvP, and you know, I don't blame him for not being able to pull off the absolute perfect undercharge to have a win condition there.
Yeah, it is tough. And again, it's those really close decisions that are tough to make right in the moment, but again, makes it exciting to spectate, exciting to be here in the crowd, exciting to commentate.
Again, we talked about it so many times, and I gotta re-emphasize. Even Lickitung into Umbreon, Lickitung seems to be the MVP of today, of this regionals. If that's your takeaway, I don't care if you're on Team Shadow Gligar or non-Shadow Gligar, Water Gun Lantern or Spark Lantern, just know that Lickitung is something you gotta watch out for, and maybe something you should consider bringing onto your team at a future tournament.
Exactly, and I think I've been seeing a couple Lickitungs spawning around the arena here today, around the venue, so it's a great way to get some of those XL candy, is to come to an event like this. Even if you can spectate, you can play, but catch some of those Pokemon, maybe make some new friends. You can do the trades. Look at all these potential new friends out here in the venue. Make a trade. If you trade for distance, I believe it's 100 kilometers or more, you get a guaranteed XL candy. Caleb, you and I have been doing trades in between sets of casting, working on our Carbink XL collection.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you for expending some of your trades for me to clear out some of that storage and get some of those Carbink trades. But again, like Tihi said, what a great place to meet people, get some trades in, get the XL candies you need. And now this season, we got amazing spawns as well, especially if you're into PvP. And honestly, if you're not into PvP, you're probably not watching. So I feel like I'm talking to the right audience right here.
Exactly. And you out there in the audience, let us know. There are so many different ways you can follow the action today, especially on X with that hashtag #PlayPokemon. However, you can find us on YouTube, Facebook, and on Instagram using that hashtag #PlayPokemon or /Pokemon as well.
Yeah, you know, let's take a look at our caster predictions before we go into this final matchup. I want to do a little fun exercise. How many of the Pokemon we predicted are in top cuts? I don't know if I saw Steelix making the top cut, but I think you're definitely right on 3 out of the 4. I can't remember if a non-Shadow Gligar made it, but I'll give it to you because Shadow Gligar I think counts as well for that pick. I don't know if Amandabus made it, but I think a Shadow Charizard, Registeel, and Lantern all made top cut on my end. Again, I don't know about Pelipper for Mark, though.
Hey, 75%, that's a passing score is where I'm from.
Yes.
Taking a look, Pelipper, I don't think we saw. Mantine, I don't think we saw either. No Carbink, no Chestnut on the side of Speediest Chief either. But I love making those caster predictions, especially right at the start of a season. It's so much fun to speculate and guess what our trainer is going to bring and what is going to be successful. Again, those day 1 top 12 usage graphics, that is a popularity contest. Which Pokemon are popular? But day 2, what we're going to see tomorrow is which of those Pokemon really can perform.
Yeah, actually, I gotta give a shout out to Butters. I think there was actually one Mantine that made it to top cut, which was on Hot Pocket Seed. He also had the Shadow Charizard and the Mantine. So, you know, a pretty solid prediction from 2 of Butters. I can't say the same thing about Speediest Chief, but enough on that. We have our final set of battles on stage, so let's take a look at our final matchups. We've seen both these trainers on stage earlier, and this is one of their last sets of battles, whereas the other one will be moving forward. We have Josh Stahl on the left side with Cresselia, non-Shadow Gligar, Medicham, Lickitung, Lantern and Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
I really like that pick of Cresselia because it's able to output that grass damage without having the weaknesses that having the actual grass typing can sometimes bring. Lapras Logan instead going for an actual grass type Pokemon in Venusaur, bringing the Registeel, Lickitung, Gligar, Lantern, and Medicham as its teammates.
Yeah, the non-Shadow Venusaur as well there too. I think that Pokemon, the non-Shadow variant of Venusaur has some pros and cons. I think one of the best utilities of it is that you don't have to shield the Ice Punch right away from the Medicham, and you have a little bit better of a matchup against Lickitung because, again, you could tank the Body Slam much better, and 2 Friends Plant is usually enough to KO the Lickitung out of the way with the Vine Whip damage. So some definitely positives of having the non-Shadow Venusaur. Of course, some downsides is you do a little bit less damage in certain matchups, and so there's always a lot of trade-offs there. And I'm sure you're a fan of the non-Shadow Venusaur as well.
There are so many reasons for that, but I believe one of them is that Registeel matchup. With the Registeel matchup, the regular Venusaur over the Shadow is preferable, and with Registeel everywhere, I really do think that the regular Venusaur has such a more favorable matchup there.
I can't remember if we saw Josh's Gligar in the Winners Finals, but something to note is that Josh Stahl's Gligar is actually a Purified Gligar, so it has the potential to be running Return on just like all Purified Pokemon. My guess is that he's probably not running Return because Aerial Ace and Dig gives you such great coverage, but we're going to see because right here we have the matchup. It is going to be the Gligar versus the Venusaur to start, and it looks like Josh is running the same moveset, Aerial Ace and Dig. So no Return, but a potential Return that you have to watch out for.
Yeah, so take a look. We see the Frenzy Plant. A regular Gligar is going to be able to tank this a little bit better, but Josh cautiously putting up a shield and going right for that Aerial Ace.
Yeah, I like this too, play from Josh, throwing on Charge and Priority to force Lapras Logan's Venusaur to tank the Aerial Ace, and now you see a quick swap to that Lickitung. I wonder if Josh may be going for a chip and dip or just leave with some energy. It looks like, yeah, going to opt to leave with the energy instead, and this is going to be interesting because I feel like that Gligar definitely is going to be in a pretty good position. It is down a shield compared to Lapras Logan's side of things, but you do have a pretty positive matchup against the rest of Lapras Logan's line.
All right, this Lickitung going for a Body Slam. This Lickitung in a bit more of a favorable position because it is up shields in the current matchup and is able to apply so much fast move damage. But here comes the Psychic coming in to threaten the Lickitung and bring it down to very low health. Not enough to knock out from this point. Need 2 more counters to do the job, leaving Medicham very, very low. So not a lot of farm potential, not a lot of energy generation potential for the Pokemon coming in next on the side of Lapras Logan.
Yeah, and Lapras Logan is going to opt to bring in the Medicham and not able to get the Ice Punch off from Josh's Medicham. But however, this gives Josh a lot of information because now Josh knows he needs to preserve this Gligar whatever is possible, and actually swapping in and catching the Aerial Ace on the Venusaur, so expending a lot of this energy and letting it go nowhere. Josh is going to completely undercharge it, just gets 1 wing attack energy back.
Exactly, and then here comes that Ice Punch. Josh has to keep this Gligar because that Shadow Alolan Sandslash cannot meet that Medicham. The counters just do too much damage. Tries to perhaps make a catch, and then you can see just how quickly that Shadow Alolan Sandslash is getting countered down. It's really only going to be able to throw that 1 charge move.
Yeah, I think this is a tough spot for Josh to be in. I think it would have been better if he threw an Aerial Ace first, force of shield from Lapras Logan and go for the Charge and Priority. The problem is, even though he has back-to-back Aerial Ace here, he can't get the second one off because Charge and Priority is it's on the Ice Punch. So the Ice Punch is going to come through before the second Aerial Ace. I think if he threw that Aerial Ace first, it would be a different story.
All right, there is the Ice Punch knocking out the Purified Gligar and giving an early win to Lapras Logan here in the losers finals for Group A. Our final matchup for day one here at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships.
Yeah, that was a huge catch from Lapras Logan on that Venusaur too. I mean, the timing was pretty interesting because there wasn't really any strong indicators of when Josh was going to throw that aerial away, so just had to go off of feeling on that one, and the feeling did work out for Lapras Logan. Josh, though, still keeping it really close, just one turn away from winning that game, I believe, but that charge priority is what saved Lapras Logan in that final game. And you can see both trainers not spending any shields in this Medicham versus Lickitung matchup, really doing quite a bit of work at the same time, and just barely able to get the counter down, but you can see the catch from the Venusaur is what paved the way for Lapras Logan to win this first game.
Yes, so the Gligar really, again, MVP, but Lapras Logan coming in with that Ice Punch, the one real Achilles heel to a Pokemon like Gligar with that flying and ground typing. Just has to avoid ice at all costs.
Yeah, that's the thing with Gligar, right? It has a lot of great coverage, but that double weakness to ice is definitely something to watch out for. So we're going to have to see if Josh can make the adjustment needed to force a game number 3, or is Lapras Logan going to take it all the way? If Lapras Logan wins this, I believe this will be his first top cut appearance in the championship series.
All right, and our battlers are locking in now. This is going to be very decisive. Lapras Logan only needing that one more win to move on to day 2. Josh having to reverse sweep in order to keep his tournament dreams alive. And again, trainers are locking in. This could end up being the last game we show today here on day 1.
Yeah, I know Josh doesn't want that to be the case, but we're going to have to see if Josh can make the adjustment. One quick tidbit I noticed is that when I was walking in for a break, Josh actually talked to me and said this is actually his first ever tournament he's participated in. So, and this is his hometown of Pittsburgh as well. So really great to see him make it this far. And here we go into game number 2. We got a Lickitung mirror, so strap in because it's going to be a long one.
Yeah, so we're going to have to see how this is going to play out. We have those 2 Pokemon dealing resisted fast move damage, really relying on that same type attack bonus, body slams in order to do any meaningful damage. Both of these Lickitungs I believe both of them are best buddied Lickitungs, but with slightly different CPs. So their attack, their defense, their HP just a little bit different.
Yeah, we haven't seen which one's going to charge from priority yet, and neither trainer really throwing on charge from priority. So this could be a mystery for quite a bit of time, depending on when they're going to throw, but both choosing to throw body slams at very different timings.
So here we go. It looks like the Lickitung of Lapras Logan a little bit lower in health, but has a ton of energy and is able to throw this body slam to even things up. And there we have Josh Dahl throwing the body slam here. Again, I don't think we've really seen charge move priorities here.
No, we have not. Lapras Logan is going to tank the move and again has a body slam loaded. I think we're just going to wait till the final body slam to see which Lickitung is going to take this charge from priority. So we've waited quite a few body slams, but this is going to be it. This is going to be the last possible body slam. Both trainers are going straight for who's going to win charge from priority, and it looks like it is going to be Josh's Lickitung that takes his charge from priority. And this is actually going to be pretty huge for that backhand matchup because, again, switch advantage is going to be pretty important in this specific situation.
All right, here we have the Lickitung going down. Medicham getting a little bit of energy here off of the remaining Lickitung's health. And then we have Josh Dahl deciding which full health Pokemon do I bring in. Decided to bring in that Medicham. It is going to be down energy, but up a little bit of health compared to the Medicham on the side of Lapras Logan.
I wonder if Josh's play is to come in with the Medicham, soak the Psychic, and then swap to Gligar to clear the energy from this Medicham. But no, actually going to stay in here, maybe making a prediction that it's maybe a Registeel in the back or something else, or maybe even the Venusaur. But the problem is it's going to be the Lantern. If it's this Water Gun Lantern, it's going to spell trouble for Josh. We're going to see how he makes his adjustment, and you can see Lapras trying to reach for that next Psychic and is going to reach it before Josh is able to even get to the Ice Punch. Josh going to let it go and save all the shields for Gligar.
And there is that Psychic. It connects. Medicham actually staying in with one sliver of HP. This is a Spark Lantern, so those fast moves are doing very, very little damage. Lantern getting to the Surfs just a little slower than before. Going to have the Surf connect, take the last bit down here. Gligar down to about a quarter of its health and throwing a bait.
Yeah, and we get the shield from Lapras Logan. This is a huge shield bait for Josh. This is definitely what Josh needs, because now the digs are going to start threatening, and the first one is going to come through. Does Lapras Logan decide to shield is the real question, and chooses no to let this dig go through, and you can see the emotion on his face. But again, you still need to throw another move. You can't really just wing attack this down. And this is getting pretty precarious for Josh, though, because look at the health on this Gligar. There's not a lot left.
No, even though those sparks are resisted, or even though because these sparks are not doing a ton of damage, it's still doing something. So the sparks are just slowly whittling away, puts up another protect shield for the Surf. No shields remaining, tries to switch into the Medicham, but the counter comes through first.
Yeah, counter is going to come through, and here comes the Aerial Ace. Do you shield this if you're Lapras Logan? No, choosing not to, just go for the Spark down. And I actually completely forgot there was the Medicham still there with the move, but unfortunately not enough. And yes, able to throw this Aerial Ace, but still a shield remaining. Lapras Logan is going to be able to close out this game and go 2-0 in the Zeus Finals against Josh Stahl, earning his way to top 8 for Sunday.
Lapras Logan holding his Lapras up in the air, and we see a shake of hands, and that is it. The last of our top cut has been decided. Lapras Logan moving on to tomorrow. Josh Dahl ending the tournament here today.
I gotta say, Tihi, you know, I was saying maybe the Spark Lantern, it got nerfed because the Spark damage is up, but the energy's down. However, that matchup still looked pretty good for Lantern, even when it was running Spark into a ground Pokemon, and the dig was just not doing enough damage.
Yeah, you gotta come to the side of it's just different. It's just different.
I refuse to sit on the fence. I'm going to figure out this mystery once and for all. But that is going to be our 8th and final competitor for day number 2. So congratulations to Lapras Logan, and congratulations again to Josh for coming out to a tournament, his first ever tournament, making it all the way to the winners finals and losers finals on his first one is no easy feat.
Exactly, and I hope that gives encouragement to all of you out there to sign up for a tournament. We have just started our adventure today in the 2024 season. We have many stops to make along the way, and you out there can definitely sign up and go ahead and give this a try.
Yeah, exactly. And with our championship points formats, you have something to gain from these matches, even if you don't win it all. If you win just a couple times, you make it to the losers finals, winners finals, or top 8. Even if you don't get into that top 2 spots, you can still come away with some points. I should say, even if you don't come away with the top 1 spot, because even top 2 now, you don't get the auto qualification outside internationals.
Exactly. Caleb, do you have any final thoughts here before we toss it over to our analyst desk to wrap it up for day 1, first day, new season? It was awesome.
It was awesome indeed. Ditto on that one. Honestly, the plays were incredible in a fresh new meta as well. I'm sure a lot of people are watching at home, either live or checking out the VOD, because they're trying to take notes for their upcoming regionals around the world to see what is going on in this first new meta. And we're very excited to see that. And congratulations to all of our trainers who played in it, and also to our top 8. It's going to be an exciting day tomorrow.
Exactly. It's been so great to see fresh new faces as well as trainers who've been building up their story throughout previous seasons. It was so much fun. A lot of catches, a lot of baits, a lot of, you stand up and you're excited and you cheer. It's such a great environment here at these regional tournaments.
Yeah, so anyway, thank you all for joining us here. We're going to kick it to Butters and Mark for their final thoughts on the day before we close out, so stay tuned.
Thank you so much, Caleb and Stephanie. We wrapped up day number 1 in Pittsburgh, the very first tournament of the 2024 season, and what a treasure it was in Adventures Abound, because this fresh meta has been super exciting so far, Mark.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been blown away by how many different variations of teams that we have seen today all over the place, and I hope it just gets better from the top 8 and on.
And it will get better, because let's look at that top 8 bracket. One matchup that I'm really looking forward to. It won't happen till the winners finals, I believe. But first off, if Hot Pocket is able to defeat Lyles Jeff did have that Shadow Venusaur. We saw Hot Pocket able to take out a Shadow Venusaur earlier in the tournament between the Superior and the Lickitung. And then on the lower side, Nighttime Clasher versus Wdage. Nighttime Clasher, mostly a Togedemaru trainer, but has been so consistent in the championship series. Dropped the Togedemaru, still has that Shadow Charizard, still playing amazing. And of course, Wdage, say no more.
Yeah, Wdage is absolutely going off today. I mean, he's definitely aligned with the new meta. It looks like he has a good understanding of it. Really excited to see if he can keep the momentum going from his previous tournament successes.
Yeah, and then we have Enhoff versus Magic Mason, and then of course we have Andrew Manjarres versus Lapras Logan, who we just saw win on stream, running a more meta team, but only losing in this tournament to Wdage. This is an incredibly stacked top 8 in Pittsburgh. And I like how Stephanie mentioned it earlier. Every single great adventure needs a map. So we're just getting started in the championship series for this season. This is, of course, the first tournament of the season, but there are a lot of tournaments left, and now we have championship points. So even if you don't win first place, which is the way to automatically qualify for Honolulu, there's still a ton of opportunity to build up those championship points throughout the season.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have so many regionals that are coming up right now. And like I was saying earlier, the more that you travel, the more that you get out and play, the better of a chance that you're going to have to qualify for that World Championship.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just have to talk about one matchup that I hope maybe happens, is the Hot Pocket versus Wdage in that winner's semifinals. I mean, I'm not biased because I have Superior as a pin, and Mantine is my #1 prediction for Caster's prediction, but I have loved Hot Pocket's team. And then of course, Wdage has won 2 straight North American tournaments in a row, has been absolutely dominant. So that's gonna be a real clash of the Titans if it happens. But overall, it's such a stacked top 8. Is there any matchup that you're looking forward to, Mark?
I mean, actually, now that you do mention that Hot Pocket and Wdage, the two have played against each other previously. I think I even had the privilege of casting those matchups, but those two, they're really good friends. They're gonna practice together, gonna try to push each other to try to get to the World Championship. I am also looking forward to a matchup like that. I also want to see Magic Mason rebound, because I feel like he started off today so strong, but I want to see if he can make it back into that winner's bracket.
Yeah, with that Shadow Alolan Marowak. But let us know what you're thinking at #PlayPokemon. You might even get featured on the stream. That's been an awesome feature on the streams lately, where we get to hear from you out in the audience at home or at the tournament, or competitors as well. And then make sure check us out at /Pokemon on YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. But that's it for us today. But make sure to tune in tomorrow. It is going to be at 8:30 Eastern time. And thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. It threw me off that it was a half-hour start. Usually we're on the dot on the beginning of the hour, so it threw me off a little bit. So I'm glad we told you. So make sure to be there at that start time tomorrow. That's it for us today. Signing off for 2-0 Butters and Mark. We can't wait to see you in top 8 tomorrow.
Absolutely. Have a great one, everyone. We'll see you in the morning.
Bye.